Hey guys, so today I have got a story for you that still makes my blood run cold. It is a pretty personal one, and honestly, even saying out loud feels like I am inviting something back into my life that I desperately want to keep buried. But it has been 5 years, and the memory, the feeling, it just won't fade. It is about a Tinder date, which I know sounds pretty mundane, but trust me, this was anything but. This was not just a bad date, it was a ghost story. A nightmare that walked right out of my past and sat down across from me at a table for two. My name's Chloe, and I am in my late 20s now. But this all happened about a year and a half ago. At that point, I was finally starting to feel like myself again. Or at least, a version of myself that could function. You see, 5 years before that, my younger brother, Ethan, died. He was only 22. It was a stupid, tragic car accident on a slick patch of highway, just a few miles from our childhood home. One minute he was there with his goofy grin and his endless energy, and the next, he was gone, just like that. His death absolutely shattered our family. My parents, they just withered, and me, I retreated into myself. Ethan and I were super close. He was my best friend, my confidant, my annoying little brother, all rolled into one. We had this bond. You know, like we could read each other's minds sometimes. We had our own language of inside jokes and shared glances. Losing him, it was like losing a part of my own soul. For years, I just existed. I went through the motions, barely socialized, definitely did not date. The idea of letting anyone new into my life felt disloyal to his memory. Somehow, but eventually, time does what it does. The sharp edges of grief start to dull, even if they never completely disappear. My friends, bless their hearts, kept trying to pull me out of my shell. They would suggest girls' nights, weekend trips, and eventually, the dreaded suggestion, Chloe, you need to get back out there. You are young. You deserve happiness. And honestly, they were right. I was lonely, terribly, profoundly lonely. So, one dreary Tuesday evening, fueled by a glass of wine and a desperate desire for something to change, I downloaded Tinder. I know, not exactly the most romantic origin story, but I figured, what is the harm? Swipe left, swipe right, maybe a casual chat. No pressure. I meticulously crafted my profile, picked out a few decent photos that did not make me look like I would just crawled out of a cave and started swiping. It was mostly a blur of gym selfies and guys holding fish, if I am being honest. Then, I saw him. I paused. My thumb hovered over the screen. He had dark, slightly messy hair, a kind smile, and eyes that were a striking shade of hazel. There was something about his face, it tugged at a memory, a feeling. He looked familiar, but not in a I think I know this guy from college way. More like a deep-seated, intrinsic familiarity, like looking at an old photograph of someone you grew up with. I squinted at the screen. The photo was a little grainy, maybe taken with an older phone, or just bad lighting. He was standing in front of a brick wall, sunlight dappling through some trees. His profile name was Alex. His bio was short and sweet, loves hiking, good coffee, and laughing. Looking for someone who does not take life too seriously. Pretty generic, but there was something about his smile that just drew me in. It was gentle, almost shy. I shook my head. You are just projecting. Chloe, I muttered to myself. Everyone looks like someone. I hesitated for another moment. Then, against my better judgment, I swiped right. To my surprise, It was an instant match. Alex had swiped right on me, too. A little jolt went through me, excitement mixed with that persistent, unsettling feeling of familiarity. He messaged me almost immediately. "Hey, Chloe. Great to match with you. You have a really warm smile." I typed back, "Thanks. Alex, you, too." And so, it began. Our conversation started out pretty normal. We talked about our jobs. I am a graphic designer. He said he worked in logistics, which felt a little vague, but I did not push it. We talked about our hobbies, our favorite movies. He seemed genuinely interested, and he had a quick wit that made me laugh. But as the days went on, and our messages grew longer, little things started to creep in. Things that pricked at the back of my mind, like tiny needles. He would mention places, not just generic places, but specific, obscure spots from my childhood. Like, he would say, "Oh, you grew up near Willow Creek. I remember this incredible little ice cream shop there, Sweet Surrender, that had the best mint chocolate chip. Sweet Surrender was our favorite ice cream shop. Ethan and I used to bike there almost every summer day. It closed down almost 10 years ago. I remember seeing the for lease sign when I was in high school. I brushed it off. Maybe it was a local legend, a place everyone knew." Then he started dropping little phrases, inside jokes, almost like one time. I complained about a project at work, and he replied, "Sounds like you need a brain fart break. Go stare at a wall for 5 minutes." That was exactly what Ethan used to tell me when I was stressed out studying for exams. He even used the exact same hand gesture, which, of course, I could not see, but I could feel it, like he was standing right there. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How would he know that? I wondered. I did not have that phrase in my Tinder bio, or anywhere on my social media. It was our thing. I asked him about it once. "That brain fart break thing, that is so funny. My brother used to say that." He replied almost instantly, "Oh, yeah, great minds think alike. I guess. Or maybe it is just a classic sibling saying." His nonchalance was almost more unsettling than if he would acted surprised. It felt practiced. The biggest red flag, though, the one that truly made my stomach clench, came when I mentioned a specific memory. It was a silly story about Ethan and me, maybe when we were 7 and 9, trying to build a fortress in the woods behind our house. We used a bunch of old blankets and some rusty tools from my dad's shed, and Ethan, being the adventurous one, decided he needed to climb the tallest oak tree to be the lookout. He ended up falling and breaking his arm, but he swore he saw a giant squirrel that he had to warn me about. It was a story my family still told, always with a laugh, tinged with a little sadness now. I told Alex the story, trying to inject some lightheartedness into it. He responded with, "Haha, yeah, that squirrel was pretty terrifying. You were convinced it was going to raid our snack stash." My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the message, the giant squirrel part. The raid our snack stash detail, I had not mentioned those. I would only said he fell trying to be a lookout. Those were details only Ethan and I knew. No one else ever heard that part of the story. I had not even told my parents the snack stash detail, because we were supposed to be guarding the snacks from them. My heart started to pound. This was not just familiarity anymore. This was impossible. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe he had a similar experience with a sibling. Maybe I posted about it on some obscure blog years ago. But no, I knew I had not. This was too specific. I suddenly felt a cold dread settle over me. My hands were shaking as I typed back, trying to sound casual. "Wow, You really have a vivid imagination. I did not even mention the snack stash. His reply came back, quickly some memories just stick with you. I guess, followed by a winking emoji. That emoji, it was a final straw. It felt like a subtle, mocking wink, like he knew exactly what he was doing, what he was implying, and he was enjoying my growing unease. My mind screamed at me to unmatch him, to block him, to delete the app and never look back, but a morbid curiosity, a terrifying magnetism, held me captive. What if this was some kind of elaborate prank? Or what if no, it could not be. It was impossible. Ethan was dead. I would see in his casket. I would grieve him for years. Still, a tiny, irrational part of me, the part that still missed him with an aching void, wanted to know, wanted to see if this impossible coincidence could somehow be real. So, when he asked me out for coffee a few days later, I found myself typing. Yes, my fingers felt numb, detached from my brain. We agreed to meet at a small, cozy cafe downtown, one I would never been to before. He picked it, saying it had the best chai latte. Ethan loved chai lattes. Another prick of fear. I tried to push it down. Stop it, Chloe. I told myself, you are being ridiculous. The day of the date. I was a wreck. I changed outfits 3 times. My hands clammy. My stomach churning. I kept telling myself I was just nervous about a first date. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. It was a primal fear. A sense of impending doom mixed with a strange, almost desperate hope. I arrived at the cafe a few minutes early. Clutching my purse like a lifeline, I found a small table in the corner, trying to blend in, trying to observe before being observed. I watched the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every time someone walked in, I held my breath. Then he walked in. The world tilted. The sound of the cafe, the clinking of cups, the murmur of conversations, the soft jazz music all faded into a distant hum. My vision narrowed, focusing solely on him. He had the same dark, slightly messy hair, the same kind smile, though it looked a little more knowing now. The same hazel eyes, piercing and familiar. He was wearing a simple dark blue shirt, just like Ethan used to wear. And as he scanned the room, looking for me, he ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit that was unmistakably Ethan's. The way he carried himself, the slight slump of his shoulders, the way his head tilted when he was thinking it was all there, every single detail. And then I saw it, the small, almost imperceptible scar just above his left eyebrow, a faint line, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. Ethan got it when he was 10, trying to open a stubborn jar of pickles with a butter knife. I was there. I saw it happen. My blood ran cold. The air left my lungs. It was not just a resemblance. It was not a doppelganger. It was him. Or at least, it looked, sounded, and moved exactly like him. But it could not be. It was impossible. He was dead. He spotted me then. His eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled. A genuine, warm smile that used to melt my heart. He started walking towards my table. And with every step, the impossible truth solidified, pressing down on my chest until I could barely breathe. Chloe, he said, his voice soft. Familiar? Exactly like Ethan's. That slight rasp when he started a sentence. The way he emphasized certain words. Hey, glad you could make it. I could not speak. My mouth was dry. My throat constricted. I just stared at him, my eyes wide with a terror I would never known. This was not just fear, this was existential horror. The world as I knew it, was crumbling around me. He pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down, his movements fluid. Natural, he looked completely at ease. Completely normal. Too normal. "You okay?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. But his eyes held something else. A flicker of amusement. A challenge. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The irony of his words hit me like a physical blow. I swallowed hard. Try and find my voice. You look so familiar." I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. It was the only thing I could think to say. A desperate attempt to sound rational. To pretend this was not happening. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that was so perfectly Ethan's. "Yeah, I get that a lot," he said, shrugging. Must be one of those common faces. He leaned forward slightly, his hazel eyes locking onto mine. "Or maybe we just hit it off really well online, and you are feeling that connection already." My mind raced, trying to process, trying to find an explanation. Was I having a breakdown? Was this some elaborate, cruel trick? But who would do this? And how? So, he continued, completely unfazed by my stunned silence. "You mentioned you are a graphic designer. Anything exciting going on with that?" I shook my head, my eyes still fixed on his face, searching for a flaw, a difference, anything that would prove this was a stranger. But there was nothing, not a single thing. "Alex," I said, my voice trembling now, "what is your full name?" He paused, his smile faltering for a split second, almost imperceptibly. "It is just Alex," he said, a little too quickly. "I do not really use my last name on dating apps." "Where are you from?" I pressed, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "Oh, you know, around," he said, waving, a hand vaguely, moved around a bit, "ended up here." His evasiveness only fueled my terror. This was not just a strange coincidence. This was deliberate. "Alex," I said again, my voice barely holding steady. "You know things about me. Things only my brother knew. Things about our childhood. Our inside jokes, even the details about that giant squirrel story." He leaned back in his chair, a slow, unsettling smile spreading across his face. It was not Ethan's usual goofy smile. This was something colder, something predatory. "Oh, that," he said, his voice dropping to a lower, almost conspiratorial tone. "Well, I told you, some memories just stick with you." "But how?" I whispered, tears starting to well up in my eyes. Ethan died 5 years ago. I was there. I saw him. His smile widened, and for a terrifying moment, his eyes seemed to glint with something ancient, something beyond human understanding. "Did you now?" "Chloe," he said, his voice laced with strange, dark amusement. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" He reached into his pocket then, slowly, deliberately. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I braced myself for I did not know what. A weapon, a photo. He pulled out a small, tarnished silver locket. My breath hitched. It was Ethan's locket, the one our grandmother gave him for his 16th birthday. He never took it off. It was found in the wreckage of his car, slightly bent but otherwise intact. My parents kept it in a small box on their mantelpiece. He opened it with a practiced flick of his thumb. Inside, there were 2 tiny, faded photos. One was of Ethan and me as kids, probably around 10 and 12, grinning widely at the camera, arms slung around each other. The other was a picture of our parents, much younger, smiling. He held it out to me, his gaze unwavering. "Remember this?" he asked, his voice soft, almost tender, but with an underlying edge of something chilling. "You always said it was too dorky to, but I liked it. Said it reminded me of home." Tears streamed down my face now, hot and unstoppable. This was it. This was the undeniable proof. The locket, the scar, the voice, the memories. It was him, but it could not be. My mind was screaming, trying to reconcile the impossible. How are you here?" I choked out, my voice broken. "What is this?" He closed the locket, his gaze softening, but that unsettling glint remained in his eyes. "Well, Chloe," he said, leaning back, as if discussing the weather. "Death is complicated. Sometimes you just find your way back, especially when there is unfinished business, or someone who misses you very, very much." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "You miss me, did not you, sis?" The word sis hit me like a physical blow. It was the affectionate, slightly teasing way Ethan always said it. It was his. And now, it was coming from this thing sitting across from me. I pushed my chair back abruptly, the legs scraping loudly against the cafe floor, drawing a few curious glances. I did not care. I needed to get out. I needed to run. My entire being screamed for escape. "I have to go," I stammered, scrambling to my feet. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline surged through me. He did not try to stop me. He just watched me, that unnerving smile still playing on his lips, his eyes following my every frantic movement. "Running already," he said, his voice still calm, almost disappointed. "We just got here. I was hoping for that chai latte." I did not answer. I just turned and fled, pushing past tables, ignoring the confused looks, bursting out of the cafe door into the bustling street. The cold air hit my face, but it did nothing to clear the fog of terror from my mind. I ran, blindly, tears streaming down my face, not caring where I was going, just needing to be as far away from him, from that cafe, from that impossible truth, as humanly possible. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I found myself huddled on a park bench, gasping for breath, shaking uncontrollably. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out with trembling hands. It was a Tinder message from Alex. My heart leaped into my throat. I almost dropped the phone. I opened the message, my eyes wide with dread. It simply read, "It was good seeing you again. Sis, do not worry. I will find you again soon. We have a lot of catching up to do." And then, just like that, his profile was gone, vanished, as if he had never existed on the app. No match, no chat history, nothing. Just that one chilling message burned into my memory. I spent the next few days in a state of utter panic. I barely slept, jumping at every shadow, every sound. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, half expecting another message, half dreading it. I deleted Tinder from my phone, then deleted all my social media. I pulled down my blinds, locked my doors, and tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown. But the locket, the scar, the memories, they were too real. I could not tell my parents. They would finally start to heal, to find some semblance of peace. This would destroy them. Or worse, they would think I was losing my mind. How could I tell them their dead son was back, haunting Tinder profiles and drinking chai lattes? They would never believe me. They would probably send me to a therapist. Or worse, a mental hospital. so I kept it to myself. A horrifying secret that gnawed at my sanity. But the fear, the paranoia, it never really went away. I started seeing him everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of dark hair in a crowded street. A laugh that sounded too much like it's coming from a passing car. A figure in a dark hoodie that reminded me of a silhouette. Each time, my heart would leap, my breath would catch, and I would turn, only to find a stranger, or nothing at all. Was it my imagination? Was the grief finally catching up to me in the most twisted way possible? Or was he really out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to find me again? I still do not know. To this day, I avoid dating apps like the plague. I am constantly looking over my shoulder, a knot of dread permanently lodged in my stomach. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I swear I can hear his voice, a faint whisper in the darkness, calling my name, sis, and I wonder, every single day, what catching up he has in mind. Because if he can come back from the dead, if he can walk among us, looking exactly like the brother I lost, then what else is possible? What other lines have been blurred? What other horrors are lurking just beneath the surface of our reality, waiting for a lonely swipe, right to bring them back into the light? Be careful out there. Guys, you never know who you might match with. Some connections, once made, can never truly be broken. And some people, it seems, just do not stay dead. The guy this happened to, let us call him Alex, was, by all accounts, just a regular dude, mid-30s, lived in a decent apartment in the city, worked a pretty standard office job. He had been single for a while, not really by choice, but you know how it is. Dating apps, the endless swiping, the fleeting conversations that rarely led anywhere. It was a grind. About a year and a half ago, Alex was deep in that grind. He had been on a string of forgettable dates, coffee meetups that fizzled, dinners where the conversation felt forced, the usual parade of awkward first encounters. He was starting to feel pretty jaded about the whole thing. Then, one Tuesday evening, he matched with Sarah. Her profile picture was striking. Bright, intelligent eyes, a warm smile, and a cascade of dark, wavy hair. Her bio was short, witty, and intriguing. She liked obscure indie films, hiking, and claimed she could make the best homemade lasagna this side of Italy. Alex, a sucker for good food and a good laugh, was instantly hooked. They started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. Sarah was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say. It was a refreshing change. After a few days of texting, they decided to meet. Sarah suggested dinner at her place. Alex hesitated for a second. Meeting at someone's apartment for a first date was a little unconventional, maybe even a red flag for some. But Sarah had a way of making it sound perfectly natural, even charming. She said she was a fantastic cook and wanted to impress him with her legendary lasagna. Plus, she mentioned she had a cat who was extremely shy and hated restaurants, and she did not want to leave him alone. Alex, being an animal lover, found that endearing. He figured, what is the worst that could happen? It was a well-lit apartment in a decent part of town, not some secluded cabin in the woods. He told a buddy where he was going, just in case, and headed over. Her apartment building was one of those older, charming brownstones, nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street, the kind of place that looked like it had stories to tell. When she opened the door, Sarah looked even better in person. She was wearing a simple, elegant dress, and her smile was just as captivating as in her photos. The apartment itself was cozy and tastefully decorated. bookshelves filled with eclectic titles, original artwork on the walls, and a faint, pleasant aroma of herbs and baking food hung in the air. It felt warm, inviting. "Alex, come on in," she said, her voice a soft, melodic alto. "Dinner's almost ready. Make yourself at home." He stepped inside, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. This was not a setup. This was just a nice, normal date. He even saw a fluffy ginger cat peeking out from behind a sofa before darting away. "Smells amazing." "Sarah," he said, genuinely impressed. They settled into comfortable chairs in her living room, chatting easily while she put the finishing touches on dinner. She poured them both glasses of red wine, a nice Cabernet Sauvignon, she said. Alex took a sip. It was good. He felt a sense of ease he had not felt on a first date in a long time. This could actually be something. Soon, they moved to the small dining area, where a beautifully set table awaited them. Candles flickered, casting a warm glow on the plates of lasagna, a vibrant green salad, and crusty garlic bread. It looked like something out of a magazine. "Wow, Sarah," Alex said, his stomach rumbling in anticipation. "You really went all out." She chuckled, a light, airy sound, only the best for my guests. "Dig in." He took a generous portion of lasagna, the rich aroma of tomato, cheese, and herbs filling his nostrils. The first bite was heavenly. Seriously, it was probably the best lasagna he would ever tasted. He complimented her profusely, and she beamed, clearly pleased. They talked about their day, shared anecdotes, laughed at each other's jokes. The wine flowed. The conversation sparkled. Alex was completely at ease. Then, about halfway through his plate, something shifted. He took another bite of the lasagna, savoring the creamy texture and savory flavors. But this time, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible undertone. A faint, bitter taste that was not part of the herbs or cheese. It was metallic, chemical, and distinctly wrong. His fork paused halfway to his mouth. He chewed slowly, trying to identify the flavor. It was fleeting, easily dismissed as an odd perhaps a cooking anomaly. But then, a tiny jolt of unease shot through him. It was not a spice. It tasted like medicine. He glanced at Sarah. She was watching him, her smile still in place. But there was something in her eyes now, a flicker of something he could not quite place. Not malice, not overtly sinister, but observant, too observant. His heart gave a tiny lurch. He took a sip of his wine, trying to wash away the taste. But it lingered. A cold dread began to creep into his stomach, slowly replacing the warmth of the wine and the comfort of the conversation. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a bad batch of seasoning. Maybe his taste buds were playing tricks on him. But the gut feeling, that primal alarm bell, was ringing louder now. He forced a smile. "This is really incredible. Sarah, seriously." "Oh, I am glad you think so," she replied, her gaze still fixed on him. Her smile seemed to stretch a little wider, a little less natural. He took another small bite, just to confirm, and there it was again, the bitter, chemical tang, more pronounced this time, and with it, a strange lightness in his head, a subtle wooziness that had not been there a minute ago. His vision seemed to blur at the edges, just slightly, like looking through a camera lens that was a hair out of focus. "Oh, God, sedatives." The words slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. His mind raced, scrambling to make sense of it. Why? Why would she do this? He looked around the cozy apartment again, and suddenly, it did not feel so safe. The flickering candles seemed to cast long, dancing shadows, turning familiar objects into something sinister. The books on the shelves no longer looked eclectic. They looked like a carefully curated collection, perhaps with a darker theme. The artwork on the walls, which he had admired earlier, now seemed to twist and distort, their subjects staring out with unsettling intensity. He had to get out. Now, he swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. You know, I just remembered. I actually have an early morning tomorrow. A big presentation. I should probably head out soon. Sarah's smile did not falter, but her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. Oh, but we were having such a lovely time. And there is dessert. I know. I am so sorry, he said, pushing his chair back. It felt heavier than it should have. His limbs felt sluggish, like he was moving through thick water. The sedative was working fast. Too fast. I really do not want to miss that presentation. He stood up, swaying slightly. He cursed himself for drinking the wine, for eating the food. He cursed himself for being so damn trusting. Are you feeling all right? Alex, she asked, her voice still soft, but with an underlying edge now, a predatory tone he had not noticed before. You look a little pale, just a bit tired. He lied, trying to project an air of normalcy, even as panic gnawed at him. He needed his phone. He needed to call someone. Anyone. He patted his pockets, a theatrical gesture, hoping she would not notice the tremor in his hands. Where did I put my phone? Ah, must be in my jacket. He started towards a coat rack near the door, his movement stiff and uncoordinated. Every step felt like an effort. The room spun gently around him. He could feel the blood pounding in his ears. This was real. This was happening. As he reached for his jacket, Sarah moved. Fast. She was suddenly blocking the doorway, her small frame surprisingly formidable. Her smile was gone now, replaced by an expression of cold, clinical determination. I did not think so. Alex, she said, her voice still quiet, but utterly devoid of warmth. You are not going anywhere. He tried to push past her, a desperate surge of adrenaline fighting against the encroaching fog in his brain. But his muscles would not obey. He stumbled, catching himself on the doorframe. His vision swam. What did you do? He slurred, the words thick and clumsy on his tongue. She tilted her head, a strange, almost childlike curiosity in her eyes. Just a little something to help you relax. You seem so stressed. I want you to be comfortable for what comes next. What comes next? He whispered, his heart hammering against his ribs. He felt like he was drowning. She took a step closer, her hand reaching out. He tried to recoil, but his body was failing him. Her fingers, surprisingly strong, wrapped around his wrist. Oh, Alex, we are going to make some beautiful memories together. Her words, soft and chilling, were the last thing he remembered before the darkness consumed him completely. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of black, pulling him down, into an abyss of unconsciousness. The first thing Alex registered was a cold, a bone aching, penetrating cold that seeped into his very marrow. The second was a dull throb behind his eyes, a hangover from hell. The third was the absolute, crushing darkness. He tried to open his eyes, but it was useless. He was in a void. He tried to move, but found himself bound. His wrists were tied tightly behind his back, cutting off circulation, and his ankles were similarly secured. A heavy, rough fabric was gagging him, pressing uncomfortably against his teeth. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up his throat. He thrashed, a desperate, futile struggle against his restraints. But they held firm. The ropes bit into his skin, sending sharp jolts of pain through his wrists. He tried to call out, but only a muffled grunt escaped his lips. He was completely helpless. Where was he? What had happened? The last thing he remembered was Sarah's chilling smile, her unsettling words, beautiful memories, the taste of the sedative. He lay there, breathing heavily, trying to calm his racing heart, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The air was stale, musty, with an underlying smell. He could not quite identify something metallic, something sweet, something organic. After what felt like an eternity, a faint sliver of light appeared, a thin crack under what he assumed was a door. Then, the sound of footsteps, light and deliberate, echoing in a confined space. They stopped right outside his door, a key scraped in a lock. And then, with a soft click, the door swung open. A narrow beam of light pierced the darkness, momentarily blinding him. He squinted, trying to adjust. Sarah stood in the doorway, a small, battery-powered lantern in her hand. Her face was illuminated from below, casting eerie shadows that made her look like a character from a nightmare. Her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, were now devoid of any discernible emotion. They were cold, flat, like polished stones. "Good. You are awake," she said, her voice still that soft alto. But now it held a clinical detachment that sent shivers down his spine. "I was worried the dose might have been a bit too much. You are a big guy." She stepped inside, and the light from the lantern fanned out, slowly revealing his surroundings. He was in a small, windowless room. The walls were bare concrete, damp and stained. The floor was also concrete, cold against his cheek. There was nothing else in the room but him. No furniture, no windows, just a single, bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling, currently unlit. She knelt beside him, her face inches from his. He could see every detail, the faint freckles on her nose, the way her dark hair framed her face, the unnerving blankness in her eyes. He tried to pull away, to scream, but the gag held him fast. "Do not worry," she said, almost soothingly, as if talking to a frightened child. "You are safe here. Nobody can hurt you." She paused, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Except me. Of course." She reached out, her fingers brushing against his temple. He flinched, but she held him firmly. She untied the gag, and he gasped, sucking in a ragged breath of the cold, stale air. Where am I?" He croaked, his voice hoarse and raw. "What do you want?" She sat back on her heels, her expression thoughtful. "You are in my workshop, Alex, and what I want, well, that is a very good question. One that you will understand soon enough." She stood up and walked to a far corner of the room, pulling a chain. The bare light bulb flickered to life, casting a harsh, unforgiving glare on everything. Alex blinked, his eyes struggling to adjust, and then he saw it. His breath hitched in his throat. His blood ran cold. The room was not empty, not entirely. Against one wall, shrouded in what looked like canvas drop cloths, were several figures. They were human-sized, and in the harsh light, he could make out their forms. They looked like mannequins, but there was something terribly wrong about them. Sarah walked over to one of the shrouded figures and, with a flourish, pulled back the canvas. Alex's stomach lurched. He squeezed his eyes shut, a choked gasp escaping his lips. He wanted to scream, to vomit, to disappear. It was not a mannequin. It was a man. or what had been a man. He was standing upright, propped against the wall, his eyes wide open and staring blankly ahead. His skin had an unnatural sheen, a waxy, preserved quality. His clothes were neat, almost perfectly arranged, but his posture was stiff, unnatural. His features were recognizable, yet utterly devoid of life. It was like a living person had been frozen in time, hollowed out, and meticulously placed on display. It was human taxidermy. His mind reeled, trying to process the grotesque reality before him. This was not just a disturbed individual. This was a monster. Is not he magnificent? Sarah said, her voice filled with a strange, almost maternal pride. She stroked the man's stiff arm, her touch gentle. This is Arthur. He was a difficult one, very squirmy, but I think I captured his essence. Do not you. Alex could not speak. He could only stare, his eyes wide with horror, at the macabre display. He saw the other shrouded figures now. How many were there? 3, 4, each one a testament to Sarah's depravity. You see, Alex, she continued, turning back to him, her face illuminated by the harsh bulb, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. People are so fleeting, so fragile. They live, they breathe, they have all these emotions, and then poof, they are gone. All that beauty, all that potential, just vanishes. She gestured around the room, encompassing her ghastly collection. I do not think that is right. I believe in preservation, in capturing moments, in ensuring that beauty, in its purest form, can last forever. She knelt before him again, her gaze intense. And you, Alex, you have such a wonderful spark, such potential. I saw at the moment I saw your profile, that genuine smile, those kind eyes. You are perfect. He shook his head, tears stinging his eyes. No, please do not do this. His voice was a raw whisper, barely audible. Oh, but I must, she said, her voice losing its softness, becoming firm, resolute. It is my calling, my art, and you, my dear Alex, are going to be my masterpiece. She stood up and walked over to a workbench he had not noticed before, laden with tools, not just carpentry tools, but surgical instruments, scalpels, clamps, long, slender needles, bottles of chemicals. His stomach twisted into knots. I have been refining my technique for years, she explained, picking up a long, curved scalpel, testing its edge with her thumb. The trick is in the preparation, getting the right embalming fluids, the perfect pose, ensuring the skin retains its natural luster. It is a delicate process, but when it is done right, it is breathtaking. He squeezed his eyes shut, praying this was a nightmare, a terrible, drug-induced hallucination. But the cold concrete beneath him, the biting ropes, the metallic tang of the air, the horrifying sight of Arthur, it was all too real. Why me? He pleaded, his voice cracking. I did not do anything to you. She turned back, a faint frown on her face, as if genuinely puzzled by a question. It is not about what you did, Alex. It is about who you are, the potential you represent, and the opportunity you have given me. She gestured to a large, empty space near the workbench. I have been looking for a specific kind of subject for my next piece, something that truly embodies innocence, a man who still believes in good in the world, despite everything. That is you, Alex. His mind raced, desperate for an escape. He tested his ropes again, straining against them, but they were too tight, too secure. He was completely at her mercy. Please. Sarah, he begged, his voice rising in desperation. I will do anything. I won't tell anyone. I will leave the city. I will disappear. Just please do not do this. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Alex, that is sweet, but entirely unnecessary. Once you are part of my collection, you won't be telling anyone anything. You will be here, forever, a timeless testament to your own unique beauty. She walked back to him, the scalpel glinting in the harsh light. He could see his own terrified reflection in its polished surface. Do not worry, she said, her eyes fixed on his. I will make sure you look wonderful. I already have the perfect pose in mind. A look of quiet contemplation. It will truly capture your spirit. As she reached for him, a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror surged through Alex. He had to do something. Anything. This was it. His last chance. With a primal scream that was more animalistic than human, he thrashed violently, twisting his body with unexpected force. The ropes, already cutting into his wrists, dug deeper, but he ignored the pain. He threw himself sideways, trying to knock Sarah off balance. She stumbled back, surprised by his sudden burst of energy. The scalpel clattered to the concrete floor. Skittering away, Alex, she shrieked, her composure finally breaking. Stop that. You will damage yourself. He did not listen. He rolled onto his side, then onto his stomach, using his bound hands to push himself up. He was clumsy, disoriented, but driven by a desperate will to survive. He scrambled towards the door, ignoring the burning in his muscles, the dull ache in his head. Sarah recovered quickly. She lunged, grabbing his ankle. He cried out as she yanked, pulling him back. He kicked, connecting with her shin. She yelped in pain, loosening her grip for a split second. It was all he needed. He crawled, scrabbled, clawed his way toward the door, ignoring her shouts, ignoring the searing pain in his wrists. He reached the doorframe, slamming his shoulder into it, trying to generate enough momentum to bash it open. It was solid, unmoving. He heard her behind him, closer now. He could feel her breath on his neck. He was almost out of time. Then, his eyes, scanning frantically, caught sight of something. A small metal rod, perhaps a pry bar, lying innocently against the wall, half hidden by a stack of old newspapers. It was just within reach. With a final, desperate surge, he lunged for it, extending his bound hands, his fingers scraping against the cold concrete. He felt her hands grab his hair, yanking his head back. A sharp pain shot through his scalp, but his fingers closed around the metal rod. He did not think. He did not hesitate. With all the remaining strength he possessed, he swung his arms back, the metal rod a clumsy, heavy extension of his bound hands. He heard a sickening thud, a sharp cry of pain. Sarah's grip on his hair instantly loosened. He heard her fall, a heavy thud, followed by a groan. He did not look back. He scrambled to his feet, swaying violently, his legs threatening to give out. He stumbled towards the door, frantically fumbling with the doorknob. It was locked. He remembered the key. His eyes darted around the room. Where was the key? He saw Sarah lying on the floor, groaning, clutching her head. The lantern had fallen, casting strange, distorted shadows. The scalpel lay near her, and next to her, glinting innocently, was a small ring of keys. He had to get them. He took a shaky step toward her, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open, A low growl escaped her lips. He knew he could not hesitate. He rushed forward, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear. He reached her, fumbled for the keys, his bound hands clumsy and shaking. His fingers brushed against hers, cold and clammy. She grabbed his wrist with surprising speed, her eyes suddenly wide with feral rage. "You little rat," she hissed, her voice raw with fury. "You will ruin everything." She tried to pull him down, but he yanked his arm free, clutching the keys. He could hear her scrambling to get up behind him. He did not dare look. He reached the door again, his fingers shaking as he tried to insert the key into the lock. His vision was blurring again, the world tilting precariously. The sedative was still working its way through his system. He had to be fast. The first key did not fit. The second did not either. He could hear her footsteps behind him, getting closer. His breath hitched. Finally, the third key slid into the lock. He twisted it, heard a satisfying click. He yanked the door open, practically falling out into a narrow, dimly lit hallway. He did not know where he was going, but he knew he had to run. He stumbled forward, his legs barely holding him up, ignoring the pain in his wrists, the throbbing in his head. He could hear Sarah screaming his name from behind him, her voice filled with an unhinged fury. He saw a faint light at the end of the hallway. A door. He pushed through it, finding himself in what looked like a garage. It was dark, cluttered, but he could see an overhead door. He fumbled for a latch, a handle. His fingers were numb, clumsy. He could hear her close behind him, her heavy footsteps echoing in the confined space. He pulled a lever, and with a groan, the garage door began to rumble open, revealing the blessed, cool night air. He burst out into the night, gasping for breath. The cold air shocked to his lungs. He was on a dark, unfamiliar street, lined with dormant houses. He did not know where he was, but he knew he had to keep running. He ran, his bound hands making it impossible to balance, his legs like jelly. He ran until his lungs burned, until his vision swam, until he thought he would collapse. He did not know if she was still chasing him, but the thought of her, the image of Arthur, propelled him forward. He ran until he saw the faint glow of streetlights in the distance, until he heard the distant hum of traffic. He ran until he collapsed in a heap on someone's lawn, gasping for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. He lay there, tears streaming down his face, the terror still gripping him. He was alive. He was free. But the images, the smells, the chilling words, they were burned into his mind. A few minutes later, a dog barked, and a light came on in the house. A man's voice called out, "Hey, you okay out there?" Alex could only nod, unable to speak, pointing feebly at his bound wrists. The police found Sarah's workshop. They found the other victims, just as Alex described. It was a macabre scene, a horror show hidden in plain sight, in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Sarah was arrested, charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, torture, and murder. The news cycle was a frenzy, a terrifying story that captivated the nation. Alex testified. He told his story, reliving every horrifying detail. He was hailed as a survivor, a hero even, for escaping. But he knew the truth. He was just a man who got lucky. A man who, for one terrifying night, came face to face with a monster. He moved away. Last time, you heard about how I, just a regular guy tired of swiping, matched with Sarah. She was stunning, witty, and promised legendary lasagna, despite a gut feeling about a first date at her place. Her charm and a story about a shy cat won me over. I even told a friend where I was going, just in case. Smart move. As it turned out, her apartment was cozy. The lasagna actually was incredible, and the conversation flowed easily. But halfway through dinner, a bitter, chemical taste emerged. Then came the wooziness, the blurring vision, sedatives. My heart pounded as I realized I was in danger. I tried to leave, but Sarah blocked the door, her smile turning cold. Utterly devoid of the warmth I would have been so easily fooled by. Darkness consumed me. I awoke bound and gagged in a cold, dark room. The rough rope bit into my wrists. The gag tasted like old canvas, and my head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, a testament to whatever powerful tranquilizer she would given me. The air was thick with metallic tang, like old blood mixed with something sterile and industrial. It was an unnerving combination, hinting at both violence and meticulous planning. Then, a click, and a sliver of light pierced the darkness as a door opened. Sarah stood silhouetted in the frame, a casual, almost bored expression on her face. She stepped in, and the harsh fluorescent light from the hallway spilled into the room, revealing cracked concrete walls, a single bare bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling, and a distinct chill that seeped into my bones. She did not say a word, just walked over, her movements deliberate and unhurried, untying the ropes from my wrists and ankles. My hands were still numb, tingling with pins and needles, and I instinctively tried to rub them. But she gripped my arm, her fingers surprisingly strong, and pulled me to my feet. My legs were like jelly. I stumbled, nearly falling, but she held me steady. The gag was still in my mouth, preventing me from screaming or even asking what the hell was going on. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. This was not just a bad date. This was a nightmare unfolding in horrifying slow motion. She led me out of that small, dank room and into what she casually referred to as her workshop. And believe me when I say, that word does not even begin to cover it. The space was much larger. An industrial-looking room with high ceilings, concrete floors, and a workbench littered with tools, not your typical home improvement stuff, but scalpels, bone saws, drills, and an array of other implements that made my stomach churn. The air in here was even heavier, a cloying mix of chemicals, something vaguely organic, and that same metallic tang. And then I saw it, propped against the far wall, under a bank of those harsh, unforgiving fluorescent lights, was the display. My blood ran cold, and the world tilted on its axis. It was not just one thing. It was a collection. 3 mannequins stood there, unervingly lifelike, each dressed in clothes that looked eerily familiar. One wore a cheap sports jersey, another a faded band t-shirt, and the third, a crisp button-down shirt. But it was not the clothes that made my gorge rise. It was their heads. Each mannequin had a human head. They were not just skulls, they were preserved, taxidermied heads, their eyes glassy and vacant, their skin a waxy, unnatural pallor. They looked like grotesque, macabre trophies. The man in the sports jersey had a shock of bright red hair, frozen in a perpetual state of surprise. The one in the band t-shirt had a scraggly beard and an expression of utter bewilderment. And the third, the one in the button-down, his face was clean-shaven, his eyes wide, fixed on nothing. A chill deep in the room's cold seeped into my very bones when I recognized something in his features, a vague familiarity that I could not quite place. But it nagged at me, a tiny, horrifying whisper at the back of my mind. But the horror did not stop there. Around the mannequins, on smaller pedestals, were other pieces, a collection of hands, perfectly preserved. Some pose as if reaching, others clench into fists. A display, case held an assortment of human teeth, neatly categorized and labeled, and on the workbench itself, amidst the tools, sat a partially dissected human torso, covered by a clear plastic sheet, its internal organs exposed in a gruesome tableau. The smell was almost unbearable now, a mix of formaldehyde and something else, something deeply disturbing and sickeningly sweet. My knees finally gave out. I collapsed to the floor, gagging, the taste of bile rising in my throat. My eyes were wide with a terror so profound it felt like it was tearing me apart from the inside. I wanted to scream, to vomit, to simply cease to exist. But the gag held fast, and all that came out was a choked, guttural sound of pure, unadulterated horror. Sarah, meanwhile, watched me with that same unnervingly calm expression. She knelt down, her face inches from mine, and slowly, deliberately, removed the gag. There, she said, her voice soft, almost soothing, a terrifying contrast to the scene around us. Better, is not it? No need to ruin my lovely floor. I gasped, sucking in lungfuls of the foul air. Try and find my voice. What is this? I croaked, my throat raw. Who are these people? She smiled, a slow, predatory curve of her lips. These, my dear, are my previous projects, each one a masterpiece in its own right. Do not you think? She gestured to the mannequins with a sweep of her hand, as if presenting her latest art exhibit. They were all just like you, looking for love, looking for connection. And they found it. With me, my mind reeled. Projects, masterpieces. She was talking about human beings, about murder and mutilation, as if she were discussing pottery. The sheer disconnect between her words and the horrifying reality of her actions sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. You killed them. I whispered, the words barely audible. Killed is such a strong word. She mused, standing up and walking slowly toward the mannequin in the button-down shirt. I prefer to think of it as completing them. You see, people are so messy, so impermanent. Their emotions, their desires, their very bodies, they decay. But I preserve them. I make them perfect, eternal. She reached out and delicately traced the preserved face of the button-down man. He was a lovely man, a software engineer, so articulate, but his eyes, they just were not quite right. A little too shifty. And that is when it hit me. The vague familiarity, the button-down shirt, the clean, shaven face. That man, he looked like a slightly older version of me. Not an exact match, but enough to send a cold dread spiraling through my gut. He was my type, my demographic. Sarah was not just killing random people. She was collecting a specific type. My type. What do you want with me? I managed to ask, my voice trembling. She turned back to me, her eyes, previously so warm and inviting, now held a chilling, analytical gleam. You, my dear, are going to be my magnum opus, my ultimate creation. You have potential, a certain earnestness, a vulnerability that I find quite captivating, and your bone structure exquisite. I scrambled backward, pushing myself away from her with my hands, my eyes darting around the room, desperately searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The concrete floor was cold and unforgiving against my palms. No, I pleaded, shaking my head violently. Please, do not do this. I will do anything. I won't tell anyone. Just let me go. She chuckled, a soft, almost melodic sound that made the hair on my arm stand on end. Oh, but you will tell someone. You will tell everyone. You will be a testament to my artistry. A permanent fixture in my gallery of perfection. She picked up a small, gleaming scalpel from the workbench, testing its edge with her thumb. Besides, she added, a hint of something dark and ancient in her tone. It is only fair. You match with me. You become part of me. My mind raced, trying to process this madness. How did I get here? How had I been so blind? This was not just a deranged killer. This was someone with a profound, terrifying delusion. And I was her next victim. As she moved closer, scalpel in hand, I felt a surge of desperate adrenaline. I had to fight. I had to. My eyes landed on a heavy-looking metal pipe resting against the wall, not far from where I was cowering. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. Why me? I blurted out, trying to buy time, to distract her. Why do this? She paused, the scalpel glinting under the harsh light. A flicker of something crossed her face, something that was not madness, but a deep, simmering resentment. You want to know why? She said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. Because it is what they did to me. They took my image, my identity. They made me a project. Now I take theirs. She gestured vaguely toward the workbench, and my eyes followed. Tucked beneath a pile of cloths, almost hidden, was a worn leather-bound journal, and next to it, a stack of printouts. My heart pounded even harder, not just from fear, but from a sudden, desperate curiosity. Was there a story here? A way to understand her? To perhaps even reason with her? Or was it just another layer of her twisted pathology? Sarah saw me looking. Her eyes narrowed. Curious. Are we? She said, a hint of disdain in her voice. Fine. You want to understand. You want to know the architect of your demise. You want to know what makes me me. She walked over to the workbench, picked up the journal and the printouts, and tossed them at my feet. They landed with a thud, scattering across the concrete. Read it, she commanded, her voice sharp. Read what they did to me. Then you'll understand why I do what I do. My hands still trembled, but I reached for the journal first. The leather was soft, worn smooth from countless hours of handling. Inside, the pages were filled with tight, elegant handwriting. It was a diary, Sarah's diary. I flipped through the first few entries, my eyes scanning rapidly. It started innocently enough. Entries about her life, her dreams, her frustrations with dating. Then, the tone shifted. October 17th, another creepy message. Someone calling themselves Observer 23 messaged me on that new app. Said they loved my profile picture. Thought I had a captivating smile. Standard, I guess. But something about it felt off. November 3rd, he sent me a picture today. A picture of me. Me, walking out of my apartment, building, carrying groceries. From a distance, my heart just stopped. How did he get that? I never posted that anywhere. November 15th, it is getting worse. He created a profile on a different app, using my photos, my candid photos, the ones he took from afar. He is pretending to be me, messaging people, flirting. I reported it, but they said they could not confirm identity theft without more proof. More proof. My own face is not proof enough. December 1st, I saw him today, standing across the street from my cafe, just watching. When I made eye contact, he smiled, a sickening, knowing smile. I ran. I just ran. December 10th, they won't help me. The police say there is not enough to go on. No direct threat, they said. Just a weirdo. A weirdo who knows where I live, what I wear, what I eat. A weirdo who has stolen my face and is using it to what? Live my life. Ruin my reputation. January 5th, I can't sleep. I can't eat. Every shadow is him. Every text is a warning. Every match on an app, even genuine ones, feels like a trap. I am losing myself. My identity has been stripped away. I am no longer Sarah. I am just a collection of stolen images, a ghost of my own life. January 20th, I saw him again. He followed me home. I confronted him. He just laughed, said I was beautiful, said he loved me, said I was his. And that is when I realized no one was going to help me. No one was going to save me. I had to save myself. And if they wanted to take my identity, my life, then I would take theirs. I would make them truly my own. I would make them permanent. I dropped the journal, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The printouts lay next to it. I looked at them, and my blood ran cold again. They were screenshots. Screenshots of dating profiles. Profiles using Sarah's photos. Her candid photos, taken from afar. And below them, chilling messages, written by her stalker, pretending to be her, luring unsuspecting victims. He used my face. Sarah said, her voice now laced with a raw, painful edge, to lure men who thought they were talking to me. He twisted my image, my words. He made me a puppet. And when I tried to fight back, no one believed me. No one cared. Her eyes, usually so cold, now burned with a furious, deep-seated pain. So I decided to take back control. If my identity was going to be stolen and used, then I would make sure no one else could steal theirs. I would possess them completely, make them truly mine, untouchable, unchangeable. The pieces clicked into place, forming a horrifying mosaic. Sarah was not just a random psychopath. She was a deeply traumatized individual, pushed to the brink by relentless stalking and a system that failed her. Her current actions, while utterly monstrous, were a twisted, deranged form of revenge and control. She was not just killing, she was collecting identities, making them permanent, as a grotesque mirror of what had been done to her. She was turning men who were looking for connections, just like her stalker had done, into her own projects. This realization did not make me feel any less terrified, but it added a layer of profound, sickening tragedy to the horror. She was a victim who had become a monster, using the very tools and tactics of her tormentor. He targeted me. You see, she continued, her voice gaining a strange, almost manic intensity. He found me on those apps, used my pictures to create fake profiles, and then he used them to lure other men just like you, and he would watch them, observe them, and then he would disappear, leaving me with the consequences, with the fear. She picked up another scalpel, a larger one this time, and slowly ran her thumb along its edge. But I realized something. If I made them mine, truly mine, then no one else could ever take them. They would be safe, perfect, forever. My mind raced. This was my chance. She was distracted, lost in her own twisted narrative. She was vulnerable, not physically, but psychologically. I had to use her pain, her story, against her. Sarah, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. I understand. I really do. What he did to you was horrific. You did not deserve that. She stopped, her eyes narrowing, searching my face. You understand. She scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. No one understands. No one ever did. But I do. I insisted, pushing myself to my feet, slowly, carefully, keeping my eyes fixed on hers. I have heard stories like yours. People being stalked, harassed, their lives stolen. It is a nightmare. And you are right. The system often fails us. I took a tentative step towards a metal pipe. But this is not the way. Sarah, this is not making things right. This is just perpetuating the cycle. You are becoming him. Her face contorted. A mixture of rage and confusion. I am nothing like him, she shrieked. Her calm facade finally cracking. He was a parasite. I am an artist. I am giving them permanence. Giving them peace. Peace. I countered, taking another step, my hand brushing against the cold, rough metal of the pipe. Look at them. Sarah, they are not at peace. They are trophies. They are victims. Just like you were. He took your identity. And now you are taking theirs. Do not you see the irony? Her eyes blaze with fury. Do not you dare compare me to him. Do not you dare. She lunged, the scalpel flashing in her hand. I reacted on pure instinct. My hand clamped around the metal pipe, and I swung it with all my remaining strength. The heavy metal connected with her arm, just above the elbow, with a sickening thud. She cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp, and the scalpel clattered to the concrete floor. This was my chance. This was my only chance. She staggered back, clutching her arm, her face a mask of pain and disbelief. I did not wait. I swung the pipe again, aiming for her legs, hoping to take her down. She moved surprisingly fast, dodging the blow, but the momentum of my swing carried me forward, past her, toward the open door of the workshop. You think you can escape me, she snarled, her voice a low growl of pure malice. No one escapes me. I burst through the door, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I was in a narrow hallway, dimly lit. I could hear her footsteps pounding behind me, surprisingly quick despite her injured arm. I did not know where I was going, but anywhere was better than that workshop. I rounded a corner, past what looked like a small kitchen, and then another door. This one looked like an exterior door, heavy and made of steel. My heart leaped with a desperate hope. Freedom. I grabbed the handle, twisting it frantically. Locked. Of course it was locked. I slammed my body against it, again and again, but it held firm. Panic began to set in. A cold, suffocating wave. I could hear Sarah closing in, her ragged breathing echoing in confined space. There is nowhere to go. My dear, she purred, her voice chillingly close. You are trapped, just like all the others. I spun around, the metal pipe still, clutched in my trembling hands. She stood there, just a few feet away, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. She was not holding another weapon, but her gaze was enough to make my blood run cold. She was a predator, and I was her prey. I won't let you. I choked out, my voice hoarse. I won't become one of your projects. She smiled, a slow, terrifying smile that promised an end to all hope. Oh, but you will. You will be the best one yet. The one who truly understood. The one who tried to fight. That'll make your preservation all the more poignant. She lunged again, not for me, but for the pipe. Her uninjured hand shot out, grabbing the metal, trying to wrench it from my grasp. We struggled, grunting, our bodies pressed together in a desperate, primal dance of life and death. Her strength was incredible, fueled by a terrifying madness. I could feel her breath on my face, smell the metallic tang of her workshop clinging to her. My hands were slippery with sweat, and the pipe began to slip, I knew I could not hold on much longer. This was it. This was where my story ended. A cautionary tale for anyone foolish enough to believe in legendary lasagna and shy cats. But then, a memory flashed through my mind. My friend, the one I told where I was going, just in case. My friend knows. I yelled, a desperate, last-ditch attempt. He knows I am here. He will come looking for me. Sarah froze. Her grip on the pipe slackened. Just for a fraction of a second. A flicker of something, not fear, but annoyance. Perhaps even a hint of doubt crossed her face. That was all I needed. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I twisted the pipe, pulling it free from her grasp. She stumbled back, off balance, and I seized the moment. I swung the pipe, not at her, but at the heavy steel door. Bang! The sound reverberated through the hallway, a deafening clang that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. I hit the lock mechanism, again and again, putting every ounce of my dwindling strength into each blow. Metal shrieked and groaned under the assault. Sarah recovered, lunging for me again, but I was already focused on the door. One more hit, just one more. Crack! The lock mechanism finally gave way, tearing free from the frame with a sickening rip of metal. The door, no longer secured, swung inward slightly. I did not hesitate. I dropped the pipe, shoved the door open wide, and burst out into the night. The cold, fresh air hit me like a physical blow. I was in an alleyway, dimly lit by a distant street lamp. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the only sound I could hear was the pounding of my own heart in my ears. I ran until I collapsed on a sidewalk, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. I did not know how long I lay there, shaking, sobbing, trying to piece together what had just happened. Eventually, a passing car slowed, and a woman peered out, concern etched on her face. I managed to stammer out a plea for help, for the police, for anyone. The next few hours were a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and endless questions. I told them everything. About Sarah, about the lasagna, about the sedatives, about the workshop, about the display, about the journal. They were skeptical at first. Of course, it sounded like something out of a horror movie. But when they checked the address I gave them, the one from Sarah's dating profile, they found it. They found the workshop. They found the mannequins. They found the heads. They found the torso. And they found the journal, detailing Sarah's descent into madness, her own terrifying experience of being stalked, and her twisted revenge. Sarah was not there. She had vanished. To this day, they have not found her. The police launched a massive investigation, but she just disappeared. It is like she anticipated my escape. Or perhaps she had other exits, other safe houses. They identified the victims from her collection, bringing a grim closure to several cold cases. The man in the button-down shirt, the one who looked vaguely like me, was indeed a software engineer who had gone missing 2 years prior. I survived. I got out, but part of me never truly left that workshop. Every time I see a dating profile, every time I meet someone new, every time I eat lasagna, I feel a cold knot of dread in my stomach. I checked. This happened to me a few years ago, when my girlfriend, Chloe, and I decided to take the plunge and move in together. We had been dating for about 3 years at that point, and things were going great. We found this cute, slightly older apartment in a pretty good neighborhood, just outside the city center. It had character. You know, high ceilings, original hardwood floors, A little balcony where we pictured ourselves drinking coffee in the mornings. It felt like a fresh start, the next big step in our lives. We were excited, planning out furniture, talking about paint, colors, all that fun stuff. The move itself was a nightmare, as moves always are, but we finally got everything in. Boxes everywhere. But we were just happy to be there, to finally have our own space. We spent the first few days unpacking, ordering takeout, and just generally enjoying the novelty of it all. It was maybe the third or fourth morning after we had moved in when things started to get weird. Chloe was up before me. As usual, I was still half asleep, buried under the covers, when I heard her call my name from the bathroom. Her voice had this strange edge to it. Not exactly panicked, but definitely not her usual cheerful morning tone. "Ethan, can you come here for a second?" I groaned, rolling over. "What is up? Did you find a spider?" I joked, knowing her aversion to anything with more than 4 legs. "No, it is just come here." Something in her voice made me sit up. I swung my legs out of bed, still in my boxers, and shuffled toward the bathroom, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The bathroom was pretty standard. Nothing fancy. A pedestal sink, a toilet, a shower tub combo, and a big mirror over the sink. Chloe was standing there, her back to me, staring intently into the sink basin. As I got closer, I saw what she was looking at. There, stark against the white porcelain, was a small, dark red smear. It was not a lot, just a few drops, but it was unmistakably fresh blood. My first thought was, what the hell? My second thought was, did I cut myself, shaving? I ran a hand over my chin, checking for nicks, but my face felt smooth. I had not shaved since we moved in. Actually, I usually waited until I had a proper routine going. "What is that?" Chloe asked, her voice quiet. I leaned closer, examining it. It looked too deliberate to be an accidental splash, like someone had wiped a bloody finger against the side of the basin. "Huh," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. Even though my stomach was doing a little flip, maybe I had a nosebleed in the middle of the night. Or, sometimes my gums bleed when I brush too hard. Chloe looked at me, unconvinced. "Your gums bleed that much, and you just left it there." I shrugged. I was half asleep. Maybe I did not notice. It sounded weak, even to my own ears. We had not used a bathroom sink much yet, just for brushing our teeth. We had not even fully unpacked our toiletries. "It just looks fresh," she said, poking at it with a tissue. "And there is no water. It is like someone came in, bled, and then just left." I took the tissue from her and wiped it away. It came off easily, confirming its freshness. "Well, it is gone now. Probably nothing. Old building. Maybe the pipes are doing something weird." I knew that was a ridiculous explanation, but I wanted to brush it off. We were just starting our new life together, and I did not want to freak Chloe out over a few drops of blood. I also did not want to admit that it had sent a shiver down my own spine. We tried to forget about it for a couple of days. We almost did. We got more settled in, started putting up pictures, making the place feel like ours. The apartment was still a bit of a mess, but it was our mess. Then, the small things started happening. The kind of things that, individually, you would never think twice about. The kind of things you would blame on your own forgetfulness, or an old house settling. Chloe's toothbrush, for example. She had a specific spot on the sink where she always put it, next to mine. One morning, she could not find it. We searched everywhere, under the sink, in the drawers, even in the trash, thinking maybe she would accidentally knocked it in. Nothing. We eventually just bought her a new one. A few days later, she found her original toothbrush tucked away in the back of the medicine cabinet, behind some old bottles of painkillers that were not even ours. We would clean out the cabinet when we moved in, so we knew it was empty. That is weird, right? Chloe asked, holding it up. Yeah, that is super weird. I agreed, trying to laugh it off. Maybe you were sleepwalking and put it there. Or I did. I do not know, but we both knew neither of us sleepwalked. And it was not just the toothbrush. My razor, which I always left on the edge of the tub, would sometimes be found on the toilet tank. A small bottle of Chloe's expensive facial serum, which she kept on a shelf, would be on the floor, perfectly upright, like it had been placed there, not knocked over. We started a running joke about apartment ghosts. Oh, the apartment ghosts moved my keys again, we would say, trying to lighten the mood. But underneath the jokes, there was a growing unease. Then came the smells. Not strong, offensive smells, but faint, lingering ones. Sometimes, when I walked into the apartment, especially after being out for a few hours, I would catch a whiff of something metallic, like old pennies or iron. Other times, it was something sweet, but sickly sweet, like decaying flowers, or a sugar spill that had gone bad. These smells were always fleeting, gone by the time I tried to pinpoint them, leaving me wondering if I would imagine them. Chloe started noticing them too. Do you smell that? She would ask, wrinkling her nose. It is like old meat, but not quite. I do not smell anything. I would lie, because sometimes I did, and it made my skin crawl. I did not want to feed into whatever unsettling vibe was starting to settle over our new home. The apartment was old, and old apartments make noises. We knew that. Creaks, groans, the pipes clanking. But these sounds were different. Soft thuds, like something being placed gently on the floor in another room. A faint scratching sound, almost like mice, but it seemed to move from the walls to the ceiling, then back again. And sometimes, late at night, when the building was otherwise completely silent, I would hear it, a soft, rhythmic sound, like breathing. I would lie in bed, rigid, listening. Chloe would be asleep beside me, her breathing, even in calm. But I would hear it, just barely, a shallow intake, a slow exhale. It never lasted long, maybe 30 seconds. Then it would stop. I would convince myself it was the refrigerator humming, or the wind outside, or my own imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. One night, I finally could not take it anymore. I nudged Chloe awake. Hey, I whispered. She stirred, mumbling. What is it? Do you hear that? She listened for a moment. Hear what? Nothing, I said, sighing. The sound had stopped. Of course. It always did when I tried to point out. Just the building settling. But the next morning, Chloe was visibly shaken. She had been getting ready for work, and I was still in bed, pretending to be asleep. I heard her gasp from the bathroom. Ethan. This time, her voice was sharp with fear. I bolted upright and rushed in. She was standing in front of the mirror, her hand pressed against her mouth. On the mirror, just above her reflection, was a message, not written in lipstick or anything obvious. It was subtle, drawn with what looked like a thin layer of condensation, or perhaps a greasy finger. It was a small, crudely drawn heart, and inside the heart, 2 initials CE. My blood ran cold. This was not a joke. This was not an old building. This was not our imagination. Someone had been in our bathroom. Someone had written on our mirror. And they knew our names. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But I could feel the tremor in my hands. "Okay, this is not funny anymore. We need to call the landlord." We called him immediately. He was a nice enough guy. A bit gruff, but generally responsive. He came over within the hour. A big, burly man named Frank. We showed him the mirror, which Chloe had thankfully photographed before wiping it off. Frank looked around the apartment, checking the windows, the doors. Everything was locked. There were no signs of forced entry. "Look, I am really sorry about this," he said, scratching his head, "but I do not see how. Anyone could have gotten in. Maybe it is a prank. Some kids on the street. If you left a window open." We insisted we had not. We were meticulous about locking up, especially after the blood in the sink. Frank suggested we get a security chain for the front door, and maybe some window locks, just in case. He seemed genuinely concerned, but also a bit baffled. He promised to keep an eye out, check the other units, but he did not offer any real solutions. We felt like he thought we were exaggerating, or even making it up. That night, we double-checked everything. We installed the chain lock. We put little wooden dowels in the window frames, so they could not be opened from the outside. We even put a chair against the bedroom door. We were both on edge. Sleep did not come easy. Every creak, every rustle, had us both jumping. We held on to each other, trying to find comfort. But all I could feel was a frantic beat of my own heart. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The soft, rhythmic breathing. This time, it was not just in the walls. It sounded like it was right outside our bedroom door. My eyes shot open. Chloe was awake too, rigid beside me. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. The breathing continued, slow and steady. It was too close, too real. I slowly reached for my phone, my hand shaking. I unlocked it and opened the flashlight app, my thumb hovering over the button. "What do we do?" Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible. "I do not know." I whispered back. My mind was racing. Call the police. What would I tell them? Someone's breathing outside my door. They would think I was crazy. The breathing stopped. Just like that. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. We lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening. Nothing, not a sound. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and we drifted off, huddled together. The next morning, we were zombies. We made coffee, trying to pretend everything was normal, but the tension in the apartment was suffocating. We knew, deep down, that we were not alone. "I can't do this anymore. Ethan," Chloe said, her eyes red-rimmed. "I feel like I am going crazy. I feel like someone is watching us. All the time." I knew exactly what she meant. I felt it too. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck. The feeling that when you turn your head, you will catch a glimpse of something in your peripheral vision. "I know," I said. "We need to figure this out. We can't live like this." I decided to take the day off work. Chloe went in, but she looked like she was heading to her own execution. As soon as she left, I started my own investigation. I was not going to rely on Frank or the police for this. I needed answers. I started in the bathroom, the source of all the initial strangeness. I examined every inch of it. The tiles, the grout, the baseboards, the ceiling. I ran my hand along the walls, feeling for any loose spots, any hollow sounds. Nothing. It all seemed solid. Then I got to the sink, the pedestal sink, with its porcelain base. I knelt down, shining my phone's flashlight into the dark space behind the pedestal. It was just pipes, 8 P-trap, and the wall. But as I moved the light, something caught my eye behind the hot water pipe. Almost completely obscured was a small, rectangular gap. It was not a natural part of the plumbing. It looked like a piece of the drywall had been cut out, crudely, and then fitted back in, but not perfectly. There was a tiny seam, barely visible, running along its edges. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached in, my fingers trembling, and felt the edge of the cutout section. It was not nailed or screwed in. It was just there, loose. With a deep breath, I managed to get my fingers under the edge and pull. The piece of drywall came away with a soft scraping sound, revealing a dark, narrow opening, a crawl space. My blood ran cold. This was not a small gap. This was big enough for a person to fit through. And it was dark, leading into what looked like a tunnel behind the wall. I grabbed a small screwdriver from my toolbox and shone the flashlight inside. The air that wafted out was musty, damp, and carried that faint, sickly sweet smell I would notice before. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow, dusty passage. It seemed to run parallel to our bathroom wall, and then turn, presumably going deeper into the building structure. But what truly made my stomach clench, what made me want to scream and run, was what I saw on the floor of that passage. There, just a few feet in, lay a small pile of things. A crumpled plastic water bottle, a few discarded food wrappers, a granola bar, a candy bar, and then the unmistakable sight of my lost razor, the one I would found on the toilet tank, and right next to it, Chloe's old toothbrush, the one that had mysteriously reappeared in the medicine cabinet. They had not been moved by us. They had been taken, and then, for some reason, returned. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Someone had been in here. Someone had been watching us, and they were still around. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called Chloe. "Hey, what is up?" She answered, her voice sounding tired. "Chloe, do not come home." I blurted out, my voice thick with fear. "Do not come home yet. I found something. I found a hidden passage in the bathroom. Someone's been living in the walls." There was a stunned silence on the other end. "What? Ethan, what are you talking about?" "I am serious. I found your toothbrush. My razor in there. Food wrappers. Someone's been in here. Chloe, they have been watching us." Her gasp was audible. "Oh my God. Ethan, get out of there. Call the police. Get out of the apartment right now." "I am," I said, though I had not moved. My feet felt rooted to the spot. I was still staring into that dark hole, a morbid fascination mixed with pure terror. I had to know more. I had to know who. "I am calling the police right now," she said, her voice shaking. "Do not go in there. Just wait outside." I heard her dialing another number, but I did not hang up. My flashlight beam was still fixed on the items in the crawl space. And then I saw it, tucked just behind the water bottle, partially obscured by dust and cobwebs. A small, leather-bound journal. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I knew I should not. I knew I should just leave. But I could not. This was it. The answer. I reached in, my hand trembling so badly I almost dropped my phone. My fingers brushed against the cool leather. I pulled it out, trying not to disturb anything else. It was an old journal, well worn. I flipped it open, my eyes scanning the faded handwriting. It was cramped, erratic, sometimes neat, sometimes almost illegible. The first entry I saw was dated almost a year ago. It was not about us. It was about them, the previous tenants. They are loud, always fighting. She cries. He yells. They do not appreciate the quiet. They do not appreciate the space. This is my space. They are just guests. My blood ran colder. This person had been here for a long time, observing. I flipped forward, my eyes darting across the pages. Dates, observations, strange ramblings. The new ones are here. The man is tall, dark hair. The woman, beautiful. She smiles a lot. Her laugh is nice. They are quiet. They are respectful. I like them. They will be good tenants. It was about us. It was about Chloe and me. He had been watching us from the moment we moved in. I kept reading, my breath catching in my throat. The entries grew more frequent, more detailed. She puts her toothbrush here. He leaves his razor there. They sleep in the big bed. They talk about their day. They are good together. They belong here, with me. Sometimes I touch their things, just to feel closer, to make sure they know I am here, that I am watching over them. They move things. They do not understand. I just want to be part of their lives. I want them to know they are not alone. I am always here. The sick realization hit me like a physical blow. The blood in the sink. It was not a nosebleed. It was not a shaving cut. It was him, trying to make contact, trying to leave a sign. The heart on the mirror, the moved objects. He was not trying to scare us. He was trying to communicate, to connect. In his twisted mind, he was being a good, watchful guardian. And then I saw it, the last entry, dated just this morning. They are worried. She called him. He found my passage. He is scared. They do not understand. I need to make them understand. I need to show them. I need to be closer. My heart stopped. He knew. He knew I would find the passage. And he needed to be closer. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible creak from somewhere above me. A floorboard, not in our apartment, but in the space between our floor and the ceiling below. Or perhaps in the ceiling above me, somewhere in the crawl space. I looked up, my flashlight beam trembling. The passage stretched into darkness. The air suddenly felt colder, heavier. That sickly sweet smell was stronger now, mixed with something else, something human. My ears strained, a soft rustle, a shuffle. He was still here. He had not left. He was in the walls, somewhere in that labyrinth of hidden spaces, and he was coming for me. Ethan, are you there? Police are on their way. Are you outside? Chloe's voice, tinny through the phone, snapped me back to reality. He is here. Chloe. I whispered, my voice choked with terror. He is still here, in the walls. He knows. And then, from the darkness of the passage, just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam, I heard it again. That soft, rhythmic breathing. But this time, it was closer, and it was accompanied by a wet, clicking sound, like someone licking their lips. Pure, unadulterated primal fear took over. I dropped the journal, scrambling back, stumbling over my own feet. I did not care about anything else. I just needed to get out. I burst out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me with a frantic shove. I did not even bother trying to close the hidden panel. I just ran. I grabbed my keys, threw open the front door, and sprinted down the hallway, taking the stairs two at a time. I did not stop until I was out on the street, gasping for breath, my chest burning. I called Chloe back, my voice shaking. I am out. I am outside. I am on the street. Stay there. The police are almost there, she said, her voice tight with fear. Within minutes, 2 squad cars screeched to a halt in front of our building. I waved them down, pointing frantically at our apartment building. I told them everything, still trying to catch my breath, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and adrenaline. The blood, the moved objects, the mirror, the breathing, the crawl space, the journal. They looked skeptical at first, but the sheer terror in my voice must have convinced them. They went in cautiously. Chloe arrived a few minutes later, pulling up in her car, her face pale. We stood on the sidewalk, watching, waiting, as the police entered our apartment. It felt like an eternity. Eventually, one of the officers came out. He found us, standing there, shivering despite the mild weather. We found the crawl space. "Sir," he said, his voice grim, "and the journal, and other things." My stomach churned. "Did you find him?" The officer shook his head. "No sign of anyone. He is gone. But he left behind a lot of evidence. We found blankets, a makeshift bed, a bucket for waste. He would have been living in there for a long time. Right behind your bathroom wall, he had a small peephole, 2, drilled through the drywall, looking directly into your bathroom. A peephole. He would have been watching us, showering, getting ready, every private moment. The thought made me feel utterly violated, sick to my core. The police investigated the entire building. They found a network of hidden passages, connecting different units, old maintenance shafts, forgotten spaces. It was a labyrinth. This was not just a squatter in our wall. This was someone who knew the building intimately, who had made it their personal hunting ground. They found evidence that he would have been living in the building for years, moving from one hidden space to another, observing different tenants. He was a ghost in the walls, a silent, invisible presence. They found more journals, more observations, more chillingly detailed accounts of other people's lives. They never caught him. He just vanished into the city. Another phantom in the crowd. They speculated he might have been a former tenant who snapped, or maybe even someone who worked in the building years ago and just never left. We never went back to that apartment, not to live. Anyway, we sent movers in to get our stuff, and we found a new place, a modern condo with no crawl spaces, no hidden passages, no character, just clean, new walls. But even now, years later, the memory still haunts me. Every time I hear a creak in the night, every time I smell something faint and unidentifiable, every time I catch a shadow in my peripheral vision, I freeze. I check the locks multiple times a night. I can't stand having the bathroom door open when I am in there. I feel like I am always being watched, always being observed. Because somewhere out there, he is still watching, he is still listening, and he has probably found a new apartment, a new set of tenants, a new life to meticulously observe from the shadows. And sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. That soft, rhythmic breathing. The police, they were efficient. I guess. They arrived quickly, sirens wailing, lights flashing, turning our quiet street into a scene straight out of a crime drama. They found the hidden panel, just as I would describe. They found the crawl space, They found the food wrappers, the stolen toiletries, the journal. They even found more of his, little trophies, things we had not even realized were missing, tucked away in the shadows. A small, silver locket Chloe had worn since childhood. A tiny, chipped ceramic bird from my grandmother's collection. Each discovery was like another punch to the gut, a confirmation that this was not some nightmare I would wake up from. But they did not find him. That was the terrifying part. The last entry in his journal, the one where he knew I would found his passage and wanted to be closer. It ended abruptly. He was there. I knew it. I heard movement in the walls. Remember, but by the time the cops swept through the apartment, through the walls, through the building's ancient, dusty infrastructure, he was gone, vanished, like a ghost. They called him a squatter, a transient, a person of interest. They took statements. They dusted for prints. They theorized he must have had another escape route, a bolt hole, another hidden passage we had not found. Or maybe he just slipped out the front door in the chaos, a phantom in the night. Either way, the message was clear. He was still out there. Chloe and I, we could not go back to that apartment. Not ever. The landlord, a surprisingly understanding guy once he heard the full, horrifying story, let us out of our lease immediately. Our stuff went into storage. We stayed with Chloe's sister for a few days, then with my parents. But it was not just the apartment that was tainted, it was everything. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside the window, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. Haunted by the image of his eyes, his breathing just outside our door. Chloe was a wreck. She could not look at me without that haunted expression, like I was a reminder of everything we would lost. Our connection, our happiness, our sense of safety, it was all gone. We tried, for a while, to cling to each other, but the trauma was a wedge, driving us further and further apart. Eventually, she moved back in with her sister. Indefinitely, we said we would talk. We would figure things out. But deep down, I knew it was over. How do you build a future with someone when your past is a living nightmare that could return at any moment? I needed to get out, away from the city, away from the memories, away from the constant, gnawing paranoia that he was still watching, still waiting. My friend, Mark, who owned a small chain of diners upstate, called me one day. He would heard what happened. Word travels fast when your life turns into a horror movie. He offered me a temporary gig, a night shift manager at one of his more remote locations. It is quiet. Ethan, he would said, real quiet. You can just breathe for a while. Clear your head. Quiet sounded good, real good. So I packed what little I had left, mostly clothes and a couple of books, and drove north. The diner was called The Last Stop. Fitting, I thought. It was nestled off a winding, two-lane highway, miles from the nearest town. Just a flickering neon sign against a canvas of dark woods. When I pulled into the parking lot, the asphalt cracked and overgrown. The place looked deserted. The building itself was old, probably from the 60s or 70s. A classic American diner with a long counter, booths upholstered in faded red vinyl, and a jukebox in the corner that looked like it had not played a song in decades. My first night, Mark met me there. He was a gruff but kind man, with a perpetually tired look in his eyes. He gave me the rundown how to operate the ancient coffee machine, where the extra napkins were, the ins and outs of the till. It is just you from midnight to 6. Ethan, he explained, most nights you won't see a soul, maybe a long-haul trucker or someone lost. Just keep the coffee hot. Wipe down the counters. And try not to fall asleep. He gave me a key, showed me how to lock up, and then, with a sympathetic pat on the shoulder, he left. And that is where my story truly begins, in the way only true horror stories can. The restaurant was completely empty except for him and flickering lights. Him being me, of course. For a moment, I almost laughed at the thought. The place was silent, save for the low hum of the refrigerators and the occasional soft click of the old fluorescent tubes above the counter. Struggling to maintain their light, they flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the empty booths, making the chrome glint menacingly. It was a kind of isolation I had not experienced before, a profound, almost spiritual quiet, after the constant anxiety of the city, the fear of every shadow. The silence was almost a balm. Almost. I spent the first hour just walking around, trying to familiarize myself with the layout. The kitchen was surprisingly clean, though the equipment was clearly ancient. A walk-in freezer hummed in the back, its door sealed with a heavy latch. A small office, barely bigger than a closet, was tucked away behind the kitchen, filled with dusty ledgers and a rotary phone. There was a back door leading to a small alley, and beyond that, just more trees. As the hours crept by, the silence began to shift. It stopped being a balm and started becoming oppressive. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind rattling the windows, sounded amplified in the stillness. I found myself jumping at shadows, my heart pounding against my ribs. It was a trauma, I told myself. The paranoia. I was just hyper-aware, constantly expecting something to jump out at me. Around 3 a.m., the flickering lights got worse. It was not just the occasional sputter. Now it was a rhythmic, almost hypnotic flicker, like the diner was breathing. Flicker, flicker, flicker. I checked the circuit breaker in the office, but everything looked fine. I tried screwing in a new bulb in one of the fixtures, but it did not help. The light just kept dancing, making the empty diner feel even more unsettling. Then I heard it, a soft thud from the kitchen. My stomach dropped. I froze, listening. Nothing, just the hum of the fridge and the persistent flicker. It is an old building. Ethan, I whispered to myself. Old buildings make noises. I took a deep breath, grabbed a broom, and slowly walked into the kitchen. Nothing was out of place. The stainless steel counters gleamed under the erratic light. The stove was off. No signs of anything having fallen. I felt like an idiot, standing there with a broom, my heart hammering like a drum. I went back to the counter, tried to distract myself by wiping it down again, even though it was already spotless. A few minutes later, another sound. This time, it was more distinct. A soft scrape, like something being dragged across the floor. It came from the dining area, near the back booths. This time, I did not grab the broom. I just stood there, my muscles tensed, straining my ears. The flickering lights made it hard to see clearly, casting everything in a shifting, distorted light. I peered into the gloom of the booths. Nothing, just empty seats. Hello, I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin in the vast silence. No answer. I walked slowly down the aisle between the booths, my eyes scanning every dark corner. When I reached the back, I saw it, one of the heavy red vinyl chairs, the kind that were bolted to the floor, had been pulled out from under its table by a good foot or so. It was facing the wall, not the table. My blood ran, cold. These chairs did not just move on their own. They were heavy. And why would it be facing the wall? It was a small detail, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. This was not just an old building making noises. This was something else. I pushed the chair back into place, facing the table. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe the building settling, or even a rat, a big, strong rat, anything but what my gut was screaming at me. The rest of that first shift was pure hell. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak was a footstep. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was not alone. I even thought I caught a glimpse of something, a fleeting shadow darting behind the counter. But when I spun around, there was nothing, just the flickering lights and the oppressive silence. When 6 a.m. finally rolled around, and the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of orange and pink, I practically sprinted out of there. I locked the door, jumped in my car, and did not look back until I was miles down the highway. I called Mark later that day. Hey, Mark, the lights at the diner are pretty bad, and I think I heard some noises. He chuckled. Yeah, that old place. She has got character. The wiring's ancient. Lights flicker all the time. As for noises, probably just raccoons in the dumpster. Or the wind. Do not worry about it. Just try to get some sleep. Ethan, you sound rough. He was right. I did sound rough. And I knew he would not believe me if I told him about the chair. So I just let it go. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was just an old building. My imagination playing tricks on me after everything I had been through. The second night was worse. The moment I stepped inside, the chill hit me. Not just the cold of a building that had not been heated all day, but a deeper, more profound cold. The flickering lights were still there, worse than before. They seemed to be dimming and brightening at random, making the entire diner feel like it was breathing unevenly. I tried to keep busy, mopping the floors, cleaning the griddle, anything to keep my mind off the growing sense of dread. But I could not shake the feeling of being watched. It was a familiar feeling, one I had not felt so strongly since the apartment. Around 2 a.m., I was polishing the chrome on the milkshake machine when I heard it again. Not a thud, not a scrape. This time, it was a whisper, soft, barely audible, like a sigh of wind. But it was distinctly human. It came from the back of the dining area. My heart seized in my chest. I dropped the polishing cloth. Hello, I called out again, my voice trembling. No answer, just the flickering lights. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming. Then, I saw it, a shadow, darker than the surrounding gloom, detached itself from the wall near the back booths and moved swiftly, silently, across the floor. It was too fast, too fluid to be a person. It was like a ripple in the darkness itself. It disappeared behind the counter on the far side of the diner. I immediately grabbed the heavy metal coffee pot. It was stupid. I know. What was I going to do? Throw hot coffee at a shadow. But my instincts were screaming at me to arm myself. I crept around the counter, my eyes fixed on the spot where the shadow had vanished. Nothing, just the empty space. But then, I noticed something else. On the counter, right where the shadow had disappeared, was a single, small, white ceramic bird. Chipped, my grandmother's. My blood ran cold. This was not possible. That bird was supposed to be in storage. It was one of the items the police had found in the squatter's hidden space. Something he had stolen. I would specifically told them I wanted to keep it. That it was sentimental. It should have been packed away. Safe. How did it get here? My mind raced. Was I hallucinating? Was the stress finally breaking me? Or was he here? Had he followed me? Had he Broken into my storage unit. Panic began to set in. I snatched the bird, clutched it in my trembling hand. This was not a coincidence. This was a message. A sick, twisted message. I immediately tried to call Mark, but my phone had no signal out here. I tried the old rotary phone in the office. Dead. Completely dead. I was alone, miles from anywhere, in an old diner with a flickering lights and a ceramic bird that should not be there. And him. I do not know how long I stood there, clutching that bird, my mind a whirlwind of terror. But then, I heard it again. This time, it was not a whisper. It was a soft, rhythmic breathing. It was coming from the walk-in freezer. My eyes darted to the heavy metal door in the back of the kitchen. The latch was still secured, but the breathing, it was unmistakable. Slow, deep, deliberate, just like I would heard it outside my bedroom door. All those months ago, every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. But I was frozen. My feet felt like they were, nailed to the floor. The ceramic bird felt heavy, like a lead weight. In my hand, the breathing continued, steady, unwavering. It was almost like he was waiting for me, taunting me. Then, a new sound, a soft, scratching noise, coming from inside the freezer, like fingernails dragging against metal. That broke me. The thought of him, locked in that cold, dark space, breathing, scratching, waiting, it was too much. I dropped the bird, grabbed the nearest, heaviest object I could find to cast, iron skillet, and slowly, cautiously, approached the freezer door. "Who is there?" I yelled, my voice cracking. The scratching stopped. The breathing continued. I took a deep, shuddering breath. "I know you are in there." Silence. Absolute, terrifying silence. Not even the hum of the freezer was audible anymore. The flickering lights in the kitchen seemed to intensify, bathing everything in a strobe-like effect. Then, a low, guttural chuckle came from inside the freezer. It was muffled, distorted, but unmistakably human. And it was pure evil. My blood ran cold. He was playing with me, just like he had in the apartment. He wanted me to open the door. He wanted me to come closer. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The skillet felt heavy and useless in my hand. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. I turned and ran, not even bothering to look back. I burst through the kitchen, through the dining area, my eyes fixed on the front door. But as I reached it, my hand fumbling for the lock, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks. Thump, thump, thump. It was coming from the floor beneath my feet. A slow, heavy thudding, moving from the back of the diner towards me. He was not in the freezer anymore. He was on the floorboards. My mind reeled. Another hidden passage. Another crawl space. Of course, this was his M.O. He did not just live in walls, he lived under them, around them. He was a ghost in the infrastructure, a parasite in the foundations of people's lives. The thudding grew louder, closer. I could feel the vibrations through the soles of my shoes. It was coming from right beneath the counter, moving towards the front door. He was cutting off my escape. I looked frantically around the diner, the back door in the kitchen. That was my only option. I sprinted back through the dining area, weaving between the tables, the flickering lights making my vision jump and blur. The thudding followed me, a relentless, terrifying rhythm beneath the floor. As I reached the kitchen, I could hear him moving faster now, almost directly beneath me. The back door was just ahead. I lunged for it, fumbling with the deadbolt. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the metal. Thump, 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 thump. The sound was right behind me now, just under the kitchen floor. I could feel the floorboards groaning, straining under the weight. Finally, the deadbolt clicked. I yanked the door open, practically tearing it off its hinges, and burst out into the cold night air. I did not stop running. I did not look back. I ran blindly through the small alley, into the dark woods that surrounded the diner. Branches clawed at my face and clothes. Roots tripped me, but I did not care. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I collapsed in a heap, gasping for air, miles from the diner. I lay there, shivering, tears streaming down my face. The image of that chipped ceramic bird burned into my mind. He knew where I was. He had found me, and he had been waiting. When I finally managed to stumble my way back to the highway, I flagged down a passing trucker. He was a kind, grizzled old man who took one look at my bloodied, torn clothes and terrified face and did not ask too many questions. He drove me to the nearest police station in the next town over. Explaining it to the police was even harder this time. Another hidden squatter, another journal, another ceramic bird. They looked at me like I was insane. They checked out the diner. Of course, they found the walk-in freezer door still latched. Nothing inside but frozen food. They searched the floorboards, the walls. Nothing. No hidden passages. No signs of anyone living there. The only thing they found was the chipped ceramic bird, lying on the kitchen floor, right where I would dropped it. They concluded I was suffering from severe PTSD, that my mind was playing tricks on me. They suggested I seek professional help. They even called Mark, who, bless his heart, backed me up about the trauma, but seemed genuinely confused about the squatter part. He just kept saying, "Old building. Ethan, old building." I never went back to the last stop. I never saw Mark again. I left that town, left everything behind. It has been a few years since then. I have moved around a lot. I do not stay in one place for long. I work odd jobs, mostly remote, where I do not have to interact with too many people. Chloe and I, we never reconnected. I hear she is doing well, found some peace. I hope she has. Me, peace is a foreign concept. I check the locks on my doors and windows multiple times a night. I scan every room, every shadow, before I can relax. I avoid old buildings, isolated places, flickering lights. If I hear a creak, a thud, a whisper, my heart still jumps into my throat. Because I know he is still out there. He is a shadow, a whisper, a presence under the floorboards. He is the one who leaves little tokens, little messages, just to let me know he is not forgotten. Sometimes I will find a small, peculiar item in my apartment, a single, faded playing card, a button from a shirt I do not own, a crudely drawn heart with a C scratched into it, just like on our old bathroom mirror, always in a place I would not immediately notice, but would eventually find, always a subtle reminder. He does not want to hurt me. I do not think, not physically. Anyway, he just wants to be closer. He wants to be my guardian, my silent observer. And that, in itself, is a horror I would not wish on my worst enemy. Because you can run, but you can never truly hide from a ghost that lives in the walls of your life. And every day, I wake up knowing he is out there, somewhere, watching, waiting for his next chance to reconnect. And that, my friends, is the real nightmare. You know, I thought I was pretty good at spotting red flags. After a string of absolute disasters, The guy who talked about his ex for 2 hours. The one who tried to sell me crypto. The dude who showed up in a full cosplay outfit. Without warning mark felt like a godsend. Charming Bumble profile. Shared interests. A plan for a romantic dinner and stargazing. He was handsome. Seemed like a true gentleman. And that sleek SUV he picked me up in, it just added to the whole dream come true vibe. But then, that first little crack. My elbow brushed against something soft, almost damp, on the back seat floor. My hand recoiled before I could even process what it was. And Mark, without missing a beat, just dismissed it. Something like that. He would said, telling me not to worry. But the way he said it, the dismissive tone, it felt wrong. Like he was shooing away a fly, not addressing a valid concern. Dinner started out okay. He was engaging, attentive, but then it shifted. His intense gaze felt less flattering and more like he was dissecting me. And his uncanny knowledge of my niche interests, my private social media posts, it was not just a little research. It was a deep dive, the kind of deep dive that makes you wonder if he would have been living in your browser history. I would have done my own pre-date research. Sure, but it felt obsessive. And then, the pet story. He mentioned his golden retriever. Buddy, my heart literally lurched. I knew that name. I would found it on his old, abandoned MySpace profile during my own desperate, admittedly obsessive, deep dive into his past. I tried to play it off, mumbled something about it being a common name, but Mark's smile, that perfect, charming smile, just vanished. His eyes, those intense, dark eyes, fixed on me, unblinking. You knew that. Did not you? He whispered. And that is where we left off. My blood ran cold. He knew I would stalk him. The charming Mark was gone, replaced by a man with a dark, calculating glint in his eyes. The restaurant, with its soft lighting and gentle chatter, suddenly felt like a gilded cage. All I wanted was to escape. The air in the restaurant thickened, pressing down on me. Every clink of cutlery, every murmur of conversation from other tables felt amplified, yet distant, like I was underwater. Mark's gaze was a physical weight, pinning me to my seat. My mind raced, trying to formulate an excuse, a way out. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I saw it on your LinkedIn. I stammered, delight tasting like ash in my mouth. It was a pathetic attempt, even to my own ears. LinkedIn does not usually feature childhood pets from MySpace. A slow, predatory smile stretched across Mark's face, but it did not reach his eyes. His eyes remained cold, assessing. Linkage. Huh, he murmured, his voice a low rumble that barely carried above the ambient noise, yet somehow cut through everything else. Interesting. I do not recall ever mentioning Buddy on my professional profile. My face flushed. I was caught, plain and simple. And the way he said, Buddy, it was not with affection, but with a strange, almost possessive emphasis, like he was testing me, seeing how deep I would gone, how much I knew. Look, I started, try to regain some semblance of control. I do a little research before dates. It is just being safe. You know, everyone does it. I found your old MySpace. Okay, I was curious. I tried to sound offensive, annoyed even, hoping it would mask the terror that was starting to bloom in my chest. He leaned back in his chair, his smile widening, but it was a smile devoid of warmth. It was a smile of a cat playing with a mouse. Curious, he repeated, savoring the word. Yes, I suppose you were. just like I was curious about you. The implication hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. His curiosity had clearly gone far beyond a quick gut goose search. He knew my niche interests, my private posts. He knew the name of a long dead pet from an abandoned social media profile. This was not just research, it was surveillance. Okay, Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This is getting a little intense. I think I am just going to call it a night. I started to push my chair back, my hand instinctively reaching for my purse on the table. But before I could even get an inch of movement, his hand shot across the table, his fingers wrapping around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, not painful, but firm enough to convey an undeniable message: you're not going anywhere. Nonsense, he said, his voice still low, but with an edge that had not been there before. We have not even had dessert yet, and we certainly have not gone stargazing. That was the plan. Was not it? My beautiful, intelligent date, under the stars. His words were sickeningly sweet, a sugar coating over a bitter, terrifying truth. He was no longer trying to be charming. He was exerting control. I could feel the pulse throbbing in my wrist under his thumb. I looked around desperately, but no one was paying attention to our table. We were just another couple having dinner. No one would notice if a quiet conversation turned into something much darker. I forced a laugh. A brittle, fake sound. Oh, right, stargazing. But, you know, it is getting late, and I have an early morning. No, you do not, he interrupted, his eyes still fixed on mine. You took tomorrow off. Remember, you mentioned it on your private Instagram story last week. Something about needing a mental health day after a particularly stressful project at work. My breath hitched. He knew my private schedule. Details I would only share with a select few friends. This was not just a deep dive, this was a complete invasion. My stomach churned, a cold knot of dread tightening with every word he spoke. Mark, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Let go of my hand. His smile faded entirely. His grip remained. We are going stargazing. Your name, he said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth. It is going to be beautiful. I have picked out the perfect spot. He slowly released my wrist, but the gesture felt like a concession, not a capitulation. He knew I would not try to make a scene in a crowded restaurant. He knew he had me. The rest of dinner was a blur of forced politeness and growing terror. I picked at my food, unable to swallow, while Mark ate with an unnerving calm, occasionally glancing at me with that same cold, analytical gaze. He talked about the constellations, about the vastness of space, about how small and insignificant we all were in the grand scheme of things. But his words were laced with a subtle menace, a sense of impending doom that made my skin crawl. Every time he mentioned the perfect spot, a shiver ran down my spine. Finally, mercifully, the check came. Mark paid, his movement smooth and unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world, as if he knew he did. Ready? He asked, standing up. I nodded, my legs feeling like jelly. I just want to get out of the restaurant, even if it meant getting into his SUV again. Maybe once we were outside, I could make a run for it. Scream, flag down a taxi, anything. We walked out into the cool night air. The city lights were bright, but they offered no comfort. My phone was in my purse, but I knew I could not just pull it out and call for help with Mark right beside me. I had to be smart. I had to wait for my moment. He opened the passenger door of his sleek SUV for me. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, my mind screaming, do not get in, but the alternative making a scene. Running into the street felt even more dangerous. He was bigger, stronger, and clearly unhinged. I swallowed hard and slid into the seat. The moment I sat down, my elbow brushed it again. That soft, yielding mass on the backseat floor. This time, a faint, metallic smell hit me. Something vaguely earthy, like disturbed soil, but with an undertone that made my stomach clench. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. My eyes darted to the back, trying to see in the dim light, but it was obscured, just a dark shape. Mark got in, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb smoothly. The car was quiet. The only sound the low hum of the engine. The silence was suffocating. So, the perfect spot. I tried to inject some lightness into my voice, but it came out strained and thin. Where exactly is this magical stargazing spot? He glanced at me, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. Oh, it is a little outside the city. Private, no light pollution. You will love it. My heart sank. A little outside the city usually meant a long drive, away from people, away from help. I looked out the window, trying to memorize landmarks, street names, anything that might give me a clue as to where we were going. But soon, the city lights began to recede, replaced by the darker, tree-lined roads of the suburbs. Then, even the suburbs faded, giving way to rural darkness. The streetlights became fewer and farther between. The houses disappeared. We were on a winding country road now, surrounded by dense woods. The kind of woods where the trees loom like silent sentinels, swallowing the moonlight. It is really out here, is not it? I tried to sound casual, but my voice trembled slightly. The best views always are. Mark replied, his eyes fixed on the road. His profile was sharp, illuminated intermittently by the dashboard lights. He seemed perfectly at ease, perfectly in control. I discreetly fumbled for my phone in my purse. My fingers brushed against the cool metal, a tiny spark of hope. If I could just text someone, anyone, but what would I say? Help. My date is taking me to a creepy, isolated spot. It sounded melodramatic, even to me. And what if he saw me? What would he do? My mind raced through scenarios. Should I pretend to be sick? Ask him to pull over? No, that would just give him an excuse to stop in the middle of nowhere. I had to wait until we got to this spot. Wherever it was, maybe there would be other people there, or a house nearby. I clung to that desperate hope. The car turned off the main road onto a narrow, unpaved track. The SUV bounced and rattled over the uneven ground, sending small stones skittering. The trees here were even thicker, forming a dense canopy that blocked out almost all light. It was pitch black outside, a suffocating darkness that pressed in on the car. Almost there, Mark said, a note of excitement in his voice that was utterly chilling. My eyes scanned the darkness, searching for any sign of human habitation. Nothing, just trees, and the faint, unsettling smell that seemed to emanate from the back seat, growing stronger now. It was definitely metallic, but also musky, like an animal, a dead animal. We drove for another few minutes, the track getting rougher, until we finally emerged into a small clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a house. It was not a cabin or a rustic cottage. It was a modern, almost minimalist structure, all sharp angles, dark wood, and large glass panels. It looked like something out of an architectural magazine or a high-end Airbnb, but it was completely isolated, surrounded by those dense, whispering woods. No other lights, No other houses. Nothing. Welcome, Mark said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the trees. This is our private stargazing sanctuary. He got out of the car and walked around to my side, opening the door for me. I hesitated, my gaze sweeping over the house. It looked too perfect, too clean, too isolated. Mark, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. This is not what I was expecting. He chuckled, a low, humorless sound. Oh, I think it is exactly what you were expecting. You have been looking for something special. Have not you? Something unique, something memorable. He held out his hand. I stared at it, then at the dark woods, then at the glass-paneled house. I had no choice. I took his hand, my fingers cold and clammy against his warm, firm grip. He pulled me gently out of the car. As I stood up, a wave of nausea washed over me. The smell from the back seat was undeniably stronger now that the car door was open. It was definitely that metallic, musky odor, but now with a faint, cloying sweetness underneath, like something decaying, but preserved. My eyes darted to the back seat again, and this time, in the faint light filtering from the house's interior, I saw it more clearly. A large, dark mass, covered by a tarp or a heavy blanket, and from beneath it, something else. A strand of coarse, golden brown fur. My breath hitched. Golden retriever. Buddy, my mind reeled. Was it his dead dog? Why would he have a dead dog in his car? Why would he bring it on a date? My thoughts spiraled into a horrifying abyss, each possibility more grotesque than the last. Mark tugged my hand gently. Come on, let us get you inside. It is even better on the inside. He led me towards the house. The path was paved with smooth, dark stones, perfectly manicured. Everything about this place screamed expensive, meticulous planning. As we got closer, I saw that the house had strategically placed Sate el exterior lighting, illuminating the entrance, but leaving the surrounding woods in profound darkness. The front door was a massive slab of dark wood, sleek and modern. Mark produced a key from his pocket, a heavy, old-fashioned looking key, not a modern keycard or fob, and inserted it into the lock. The tumblers clicked with a satisfying, almost theatrical thud. He pushed the door open, revealing a breathtaking interior. High ceilings, exposed wooden beams, a massive stone fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out into the utterly black woods. It was beautiful, undeniably, but it was also unnerving in its perfection, its isolation. Wow, I managed, my voice thin. Is not it? Mark beamed. A genuine smile this time, but it felt even more unsettling after his earlier coldness. It was like he was showing off his masterpiece. I designed it myself, every detail. For moments like these, he led me inside, past a spacious living area, towards a kitchen that looked like it belonged in a Michelin star restaurant. Everything was spotless, gleaming, unused. So, this is your Airbnb? I asked, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the growing pit in my stomach. He laughed, a short, sharp sound. Airbnb. Oh, no, this is not an Airbnb. This is my personal sanctuary, my retreat. I just told you that to make you feel more comfortable. You know, less intimidated by a private, isolated property. He paused, looking directly at me. But you are not intimidated. Are you? You are adventurous. You are curious. That is what I like about you. The hairs on my arms stood on end. He had not just stalked me, he had crafted this entire scenario, this entire persona, to appeal to my specific traits. He had not just found a date, he would found a target. "Let me show you around," he said, his hand lightly on my back, guiding me deeper into the house. It was not a gentle touch, it was a subtle push, a reminder that he was in control. We walked through a dining room, a study with shelves filled with untouched books, a guest bedroom that looked like it had never seen a guest. Every room was immaculate, devoid of any personal touches, any signs of life. It felt like a stage, meticulously set for a performance, my performance. "And this," he said, finally stopping at a large, sliding glass door that led out onto a spacious deck. "This is where we will do our stargazing. Perfect vantage point." I walked toward the glass, my eyes drawn to the inky blackness beyond. The stars were indeed spectacular, a glittering tapestry against a velvet sky, unmarred by city lights. But the beauty was overshadowed by the chilling realization of our isolation. "It is beautiful," I murmured, trying to keep my voice neutral. I reached for the handle of the sliding door, a desperate, unconscious attempt to feel some control, some way out. But the handle did not budge. It was locked. I tried again, pushing harder, twisting the latch. Nothing. It was secured from the inside, but with a mechanism that looked sturdy, almost industrial. "Oh, that," Mark said, his voice calm, almost amused. "Yes, it is a special lock, for security. You know, out here in the woods, you can't be too careful." My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Security from what, Mark?" I asked, turning to face him. My voice was tight, thin. He smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. "From the outside, mostly, would not want any unwanted visitors, or anyone leaving unexpectedly." The implication hit me like a physical blow. Anyone leaving unexpectedly. I spun around, my gaze darting to the other windows, the other doors, the front door we would come through, the back door in, the kitchen, every single one. I ran to the kitchen, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and tried the back door. Locked. I tried the windows. Locked, with heavy-duty latches that looked like they were designed to withstand a siege. "Mark, what is this?" I demanded, my voice rising, laced with genuine panic now. "Why are all the doors locked? Let me out." He stood in the middle of the living room, watching me, his expression unreadable. "Oh, do not worry. Your name. You are perfectly safe. Safer than you have ever been. In fact, you are exactly where you are meant to be." My mind screamed. This was not an Airbnb. This was a prison. And he was not a charming date, he was my captor. I rushed back to the front door, my hands fumbling with the heavy lock. It was a deadbolt, thick and unyielding. I tried to turn the key, but it was set in a way that defied my frantic attempts. "It is a special lock," Mark said again, his voice echoing in the vast, empty house. "Only opens from the outside, with the right key, of course." He jingled the old-fashioned key in his hand, the one I used to let us in. My blood ran cold. He had locked us in with a key that only worked from the outside. He had trapped me. "Why? Mark, why are you doing this?" I pleaded, my voice cracking. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. I could not break down. Not now. I needed to think. He walked slowly towards me, his footsteps soft on the polished concrete floor. "Because your name," You are special. You are different. You are everything I have been looking for. He reached out, his fingers gently touching my cheek. I flinched away, my skin crawling at his touch. Do not touch me, I hissed, backing away until my back hit the cold. Hard wall. His smile vanished. The mask of charming psychopath fell away completely, revealing something truly terrifying underneath. His eyes were no longer just cold, they were devoid of any humanity. Empty. You do not understand. Do you? He said, his voice dropping to a low. Menacing, growled. I have spent months preparing for you, watching you, learning everything about you. Your likes, your dislikes, your fears, your dreams, your little mental health days. I know you better than anyone. He took another step closer, and I instinctively slid along the wall, try and create distance. The golden retriever. Buddy, he continued, his voice taking on a strangely wistful tone. He was my very first project, a loyal companion, until he outlived his usefulness. Just like all of them eventually do, my stomach rebelled. What are you talking about? First project. Outlived his usefulness. The metallic, musky smell from the car. For a horrifying picture began to form in my mind. Oh, you will see, he said, a dark gleam in his eyes. You will understand everything soon enough. But first, we have our stargazing. And then we can truly begin our journey together. He advanced towards me, slowly, deliberately, like a predator cornering its prey. My mind screamed for an escape, but there was nowhere to go. The house was a fortress, expertly designed to keep me in. I glanced around, frantically searching for anything, any object I could use as a weapon. A heavy vase on a nearby table, a fireplace poker, anything. But the minimalist design meant there was nothing readily available. You are not going to hurt me, I said, trying to project confidence I did not feel. Someone knows I am with you. My friends know. My family. They will come looking for me. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, my dear, you told your friends you were on a first date. You did not give them my full name, did you? Just Mark from Bumble. And you told them you might be out late, enjoying the night. They won't start worrying until tomorrow afternoon, at the earliest. By then he trailed off, his gaze lingering on me, a chilling promise in his eyes. By then, it will be too late. He was right. I had not given anyone his full name. I had not shared my location. I had been so excited for a good date. I would let my guard down, just a little. And now, that little lapse in judgment had led me here, to this isolated, beautiful, terrifying house, with a man who knew everything about me, and who clearly had no intention of letting me leave. He took another step, closing the distance between us. My back was pressed hard against the wall. Nowhere left to go. His eyes, once so charming, were now pools of cold, calculating madness. Now, he said, his voice soft, almost tender. Let's go outside. The stars are waiting for us. And I have something very special to show you. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. The perfect date, the charming man, the romantic stargazing. It was all a meticulously crafted lie, a trap set by a monster. And I, like so many before me, had walked right into it. The only question now was, would I ever walk out? Dinner was different. His intense gaze, which at first felt flattering, started to feel more like an examination, like he was dissecting me. And then came the red flags, one after another. like a parade of warning signs I was too slow to acknowledge. His uncanny knowledge of my private social media posts was not just research anymore, it was obsessive. It was too much. The final, chilling blow was his casual mention of his golden retriever. Buddy. I would found that name on his abandoned MySpace during my own. Admittedly less than ethical. Deep dive, my slip-up, my shocked expression confirmed his suspicion. That is when the mask truly fell. The charming facade shattered into a million pieces, revealing something cold, hard, and utterly terrifying underneath. He knew I would stalk him, but it was abundantly clear he would stalk me far more deeply. He grabbed my wrist, his grip like iron, and uttered the words that sent a jolt of pure ice to my veins. You have taken tomorrow off. A detail from my private Instagram. My terror, already a tangible thing, mounted, threatening to consume me whole. He did not ask. He did not suggest. He forced me back into his SUV, and that soft mass on the backseat floor, the one I would dismiss as a dog mess. Now, in the suffocating silence of the night, it emitted a faint, metallic, musky smell. The click of the door lock was painfully loud in the sudden, oppressive quiet of the SUV. My wrist still throbbed from Mark's grip, a phantom echo of his possessive strength. I was strapped in, the seatbelt digging into my shoulder, a sudden, inescapable prison. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, desperate to escape. Every nerve ending in my body screamed, "Run! Get out! Now!" But where? We were already moving, the sleek SUV gliding silently through the deserted streets, away from the warm glow of the restaurant, away from the safety of civilization. I risked a glance at Mark. His profile, once so handsome and inviting, was now a stark, rigid line of menace. His jaw was clenched, his eyes fixed on the road, but I could feel their intensity. A burning gaze that saw not me, but some twisted projection of his own making. The charming smile was gone, replaced by a thin, cruel line. He looked satisfied, like he would finally caught something he had been hunting for a very long time. Where are we going? My voice was a reedy whisper, barely audible over the hum of the engine. It was a stupid question. I knew he was not going to tell me, but I had to say something, anything, to break the suffocating silence. He did not look at me. "Somewhere we can be alone," he said, his voice low, devoid of the warmth it had held just an hour ago. It was flat, chillingly calm, like he was discussing the weather. "Somewhere we won't be disturbed." My gaze darted to the back seat, the soft mass. It was larger than I remembered, partially covered by a dark, crumpled blanket. The metallic, musky smell was stronger now, a sickly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of blood, fresh blood. My mind raced, trying to process, to deny, to rationalize. A dog, a dead animal. No, the smell was too specific, too human. My breath hitched. "What is that?" I asked, my voice cracking this time. I pointed, my hand trembling uncontrollably. Mark finally turned his head, just slightly, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Then to me, a slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. It was not charming anymore. It was a predator's smile. "That," he said, his voice almost a purr, "is a little something I picked up earlier. A mistake. A loose end." He paused, his eyes drilling into mine. "You would not believe how much trouble some people can cause, just by not knowing when to be quiet." My blood ran cold. Loose end. Mistake. People. The implications were horrifying, unfathomable. This was not just a bad date. This was a nightmare. A real, living nightmare. The SUV veered off the main road, turning onto a narrow, unlit lane. Trees, dense and dark, pressed in on either side, their branches clawing at the night sky. The city lights, once a comforting glow, were now a distant, fading memory. We were plunging into darkness, into isolation. "Mark, please," I pleaded, my voice barely holding together. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise. I will forget everything. Just let me out." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Forget everything." "Oh, no, sweetie, that is not how this works. You see, you are special. You are mine, and you have been a very naughty girl, digging around where you should not have been. We can't have that, can we?" He reached over, his fingers brushing my cheek, and I flinched violently. His touch was cold, clammy. "Do not worry. We are going to fix you." Fix me. The words echoed in my head, a chilling promise. What did he mean? Fix me? What did he do to the loose ends? I tried the door handle. Locked. Of course. My eyes frantically scanned the interior, searching for anything, any tool, any opportunity. My phone. Where was my phone? It was in my purse, which was still on the floor of the passenger seat, just out of reach. I tried to stretch, to grab it, but the seatbelt held me fast. "Do not even think about it," Mark said, his voice sharp. He had not even looked, but he knew. He always knew. I have disabled the GPS. No signal out here anyway. And even if you could call, who would you call? Your mom, your best friend. They would not know where to look. He laughed again, a low, guttural sound. "You are all alone out here, darling. Just you and me." Panic, raw and visceral, clawed at my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to force back the tears, trying to think. I had to stay calm. I had to. If I panicked, I was dead. The car continued its journey, bumping along what felt like an increasingly unpaved road. The trees grew thicker, the darkness more absolute. Occasionally, the headlights would illuminate a rusted sign, or a crumbling fence, hinting at abandoned properties, forgotten by time. This was no place for a romantic stargazing date. This was a place for secrets, for things to disappear. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, the SUV slowed. We turned sharply, driving through what looked like a dilapidated gate, half hidden by overgrown weeds. The headlights cut through the gloom, revealing a long, winding dirt path leading deeper into the woods. At the end of the path, a structure slowly materialized out of the darkness. It was a cabin, not a cozy, rustic cabin, but a derelict, isolated shack. Windows were boarded up, paint peeled from the rotting wood, and the porch sagged precariously. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and I was about to be the star. Mark pulled up close to the cabin, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and that awful, metallic musk. "Welcome home," Mark said, turning to me, his eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. His smile was wider now, revealing perfectly white teeth that looked too sharp, too predatory. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. I watched, paralyzed, as he walked around to my side of the car. My hand instinctively went to the door handle, but it was still locked. He opened the door, and the interior light flickered on, illuminating my terrified face. "Out!" he commanded, his voice devoid of any warmth. I hesitated. Every fiber of my being screamed no, but what choice did I have? He was bigger, stronger, and he clearly had no compunction about violence. "Now," he repeated, his hand reaching for my arm. I flinched, pulling back, but he grabbed me anyway, his fingers digging into my flesh. He pulled me out of the SUV, yanking me roughly onto the damp ground. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape route, but the woods were a black, impenetrable wall. The cabin loomed behind Mark, a dark, silent sentinel. He still held my arm, his grip unyielding. "Do not even think about running," he said, as if reading my mind. "You would not make it 5 feet, and then I would have to be disappointed. And you do not want to disappoint me, do you?" His voice was a low growl. He began to pull me towards a cabin. My eyes flicked back to the SUV, to the back seat. The blanket had shifted, and underneath, I saw it, a pale, slender hand, a woman's hand, with a silver ring on the ring finger. My breath caught in my throat. It was not just a loose end. It was a body, a woman's body. The metallic smell intensified, making me gag. "Oh, do not worry about her," Mark said, noticing my gaze. He followed my line of sight to the back seat. A flicker of something, bride, annoyance, across his face. She was difficult, not as understanding as, "You will be." He tugged me harder. "Come on, let us get you settled." He dragged me up the rickety steps of the porch. The wood groaned under our weight. The front door, a heavy, dark slab, creaked open, revealing an inky blackness within. No lights, no signs of life, just a smell of dust, decay, and something faintly chemical. He pushed me inside, and I stumbled, falling onto a cold, grimy floor. The door slammed shut behind me, plunging me into total darkness. My heart thundered. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. Then, a click, a faint beam of light cut through the gloom. Mark had a small flashlight. He pointed it at me, the beam blinding me for a moment. As my eyes adjusted, I saw the room. It was sparsely furnished, if you could even call it that. A dusty, tattered armchair in one corner, a rickety table in the center, and what looked like a cot against another wall. But it was the other, details that made my blood run cold. There were chains, thick, rusty chains hanging from the ceiling and bolted to the walls. And on the table, glinting in the flashlight beam, were various tools, knives, pliers, a saw, and a roll of heavy-duty duct tape. My stomach lurched. Mark's face, illuminated from below by the flashlight, looked demonic. His eyes were wide, unblinking, filled with a terrifying, manic glee. "See," he said, his voice echoing eerily in a confined space. "Plenty of room, plenty of privacy." He moved towards me, slowly, deliberately. I tried to push myself further into the wall, but there was nowhere to go. "Mark, please," I whispered, tears finally streaming down my face. "Do not do this. I am begging you." He knelt in front of me, his eyes locking onto mine. "You do not understand, do you?" he said, his voice surprisingly soft, almost gentle. which made it even more terrifying. I have been looking for you for so long. All those others, they were just practice, just stepping stones. Others, the word barely escaped my lips. He nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Yes, the ones who did not understand, the ones who could not appreciate what I was offering, the ones who just disappeared. He smiled, a truly chilling, self-satisfied expression. You know, it is funny. Every woman I matched with on Tinder, after a few chats, they would just mysteriously delete their accounts. Poof, gone, like they never existed. My blood ran cold. The outline from the prompt, the detail I was supposed to weave in, just hit me like a sledgehammer. Every woman he matched with on Tinder mysteriously deleted their account after chatting. It was not just a pattern he observed, it was a pattern he created. He was not just a stalker. He was a serial killer. And those deleted accounts, those were his victims. You killed them. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. He shrugged, a casual gesture that made my skin crawl. Killed is such a strong word. I helped them move on. They were not right for me. They were not you. He reached out, his hand brushing my hair back from my face. I shuddered. But you are perfect. You are smart. You are beautiful. And you are just as curious as I am. You stalked me. Did not you? Just a little bit. That is why I knew you were the one. His logic was so twisted, so utterly insane, that it almost paralyzed me. He saw my fear, my revulsion, and interpreted it as something else entirely. We're have so much fun together, he continued, his eyes gleaming with disturbing excitement. I have got plans, big plans. We're going to make beautiful things. Art, really. And you are going to be my muse. He stood up, towering over me. But first, we need to make sure you are comfortable and that you won't wander off. He moved towards the table, picking up a roll of duct tape. My heart hammered. This was it. This was where I either fought or died. And I was not going to die without a fight. As he turned his back for a split second, my eyes darted around the room, desperately seeking anything. My gaze landed on a loose floorboard near where I was sitting. It was slightly warped, darker than the others. I would notice it when I fell. Could it be? He turned back, the roll of tape in his hand. Hold still, he said, his voice flat. No, I screamed, a guttural sound I did not know I was capable of, with a surge of adrenaline. I lunged forward, not at him, but at the loose floorboard. I clawed at it, my fingers scraping against the rough wood. It lifted slightly. Mark, caught off guard by my sudden movement, lunged toward me. What are you doing? He roared. My fingers found something underneath the board, something hard and metallic, a rusted, forgotten wrench. It was small, but heavy. I yanked it out, barely registering the pain as my fingers scraped. He was almost on me. I did not think. I just reacted. I swung the wrench with all my might, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a grunt of pain, and Mark staggered back, dropping the flashlight. The room plunged into darkness again. You bitch. His voice was a snarl of rage, closer than I expected. He was still standing. My hit had not been enough. I scrambled to my feet, the wrench clutched in my hand. My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. I could hear him moving, cursing, breathing heavily in the darkness. He was disoriented, but not out. Where are you? You little rat. He snarled, his voice filled with venom. I held my breath, trying to orient myself. The door. I had to get to the door. I knew roughly where it was. I took a tentative step, then another, my hands outstretched, feeling for obstacles. The air was thick with the smell of dust and Mark's rage. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my ankle. I shrieked, stumbling, and fell hard. The wrench flew from my grasp, clattering somewhere in the darkness. Mark was on me in an instant, a heavy weight pinning me to the floor. His hands were around my throat, squeezing. "You think you can get away from me?" he hissed, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and foul. "You think you can hurt me?" My vision blurred. Stars exploded behind my eyes. I clawed at his hands, but they were like steel bands. My lungs burned, screaming for air. This was it. This was how it ended. But then, a memory, a flash of insight. His MySpace, his profile picture, a golden retriever. Buddy, a dog person. They often had weaknesses. With a last, desperate gasp, I managed to croak out a single word. "Buddy." His hands hesitated. The pressure on my throat lessened. Just a fraction. It was enough. Enough for a sliver of air. Enough for a desperate thought. He loved that dog. He stalked me, but he still loved that dog. "What about Buddy?" he growled, his voice still full of rage, but with a hint of confusion. "He misses you." I choked out. A desperate, insane lie. "He is waiting for you. You left him alone." It was a long shot, a ridiculous gamble, but it was all I had, and for a split second, it worked. The pressure on my throat eased further. His hands loosened, not releasing me, but no longer crushing my windpipe. He was thinking. He was hesitating. In that precious moment of weakness, I twisted, thrashing with all my might. My knee came up, catching him squarely in the groin. He cried out, a sharp, pained yell, and recoiled, clutching himself. I scrambled away, gasping for air, my throat raw and burning. I needed a weapon. I needed to get out. My eyes darted around, trying to penetrate the darkness. Where was that wrench? Then, a faint, rhythmic drip. Drip, drip reached my ears. The metallic smell was stronger in this direction. The back of the cabin, the soft mass, the woman. My mind, fueled by adrenaline and terror, made a connection. If Mark had brought her in, he must have parked the SUV close to the back. There might be another door, a back door. Stumbling, I ran toward the sound, toward the smell, my hands outstretched. I tripped over something, a chair perhaps, but kept going. My fingers brushed against a cold, rough surface, a wall. I followed it, feeling for an opening. "You are not going anywhere," Mark roared, his voice still pained. But closer now, he was coming after me. My hand found a doorknob. It was stiff, rusted, but it turned. I pushed, and the door groaned open, revealing a sliver of moonlight. Freedom. I burst out of the cabin, gasping for breath, into the cold night air. The SUV was indeed parked, just feet away, its dark silhouette a menacing presence. The back door of the cabin opened onto a small, overgrown yard, surrounded by the dense, dark woods. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran towards the tree line, toward the impenetrable darkness, hoping to lose myself in the wilderness. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But the fear of Mark was a far greater motivator. "Get back here." His voice echoed behind me, filled with murderous intent. I could hear his heavy footsteps thudding on the damp earth. He was fast, too fast. I pushed harder, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping my feet. I fell, scraping my knees, but scrambled back up without hesitation. I ran deeper into the woods, the trees becoming my only shield. I ducked, weaved, and dodged, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. The moonlight was barely filtering through the thick canopy, making everything a confusing blur of shadows. Then, a sudden, blinding light. Mark had found the flashlight. Its beam cut through the darkness, sweeping through the trees, searching for me. "I see you," he yelled, his voice closer now. I dove behind a thick tree trunk, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to meld with the shadows. My breath hitched in my throat. He was so close. I could hear his heavy breathing. The beam of light swept past my hiding spot, then back again, lingering. My heart pounded so hard I thought he must hear it. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying, begging for him to miss me. He did not. The light stopped. It was shining directly on my tree. "Found you," he whispered, his voice laced with triumph and a chilling, predatory calm. I did not wait. I burst from behind the tree, running in a new direction, deeper into the unknown. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, his pursuit relentless. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to keep moving. My vision was blurring, my body screaming in protest. I was exhausted, terrified, and rapidly losing hope. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, a faint, distant glow. Not the cabin, not the SUV, something else. A house, a road, civilization, hope, a tiny, fragile spark, ignited within me. I pushed harder, focusing all my remaining energy on that distant light. The ground became uneven, sloping downwards. I stumbled, slid, and then plunged forward, tumbling down a steep embankment. I landed hard at the bottom, my head hitting something solid. Pain exploded behind my eyes. My vision swam. I lay there for a moment, dazed, gasping for air. I could hear Mark above me, his heavy footsteps stopping at the edge of the embankment. "You can't hide forever," he roared, his voice filled with fury. "I will find you. I always find them." I forced myself up, shaking my head to clear the fog. I was in a shallow ravine, a small stream gurgling nearby, and just beyond, through the trees, the light was clearer now. It was definitely a house. A real, inhabited house, with a renewed surge of adrenaline. I pushed through the last line of trees, bursting out into a clearing, and there it was, a small, quaint farmhouse, its windows glowing with warm, inviting light. A porch swing sat on the front porch, and a well-maintained garden stretched out beside it. It was a beacon of safety in the terrifying darkness. I ran towards it, screaming, "Help! Please, help me!" My voice was hoarse, ragged, but I screamed with every ounce of strength I had left. The front door of the farmhouse opened almost instantly. A man, older, with a kind, worried face, stepped out, a shotgun held loosely in his hands. His eyes, wide with surprise, landed on me, a disheveled, bleeding wreck, bursting from the woods. "What in God's name?" he exclaimed. "He is coming. He is going to kill me." I shrieked, pointing back towards the woods. Just then, Mark emerged from the tree line, his eyes blazing with feral rage, the flashlight still clutched in his hand. He saw the man, the shotgun, and he hesitated for the first time. I saw a flicker of something other than pure menace in his eyes. Surprise, maybe even fear. Stay back, the farmer yelled, raising the shotgun slightly. Get off my property. Mark stood frozen for a moment. Then his gaze, full of venom, fixed on me. You will regret this, he snarled, a promise of future horrors. Then he turned and melted back into the shadows of the woods, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. I collapsed onto the farmer's lawn, sobbing uncontrollably, the adrenaline finally draining from my body, leaving me weak and trembling. The farmer rushed over, lowering his shotgun, his face filled with concern. Are you all right, miss? He asked, helping me up. What happened? Who was that man? I could barely speak, gasping for breath, my throat raw. He tried to kill me. I managed to croak out. He has a body in his car, in a cabin back there. The farmer's eyes widened. He led me inside. His wife, a gentle-looking woman, immediately wrapping me in a blanket and offered me a glass of water. They called the police. The next few hours were a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and endless questions. I recounted the story, every horrifying detail, from the Bumble profile to the metallic smell, to the hand under the blanket, to the chains in the cabin, to Mark's chilling confession about the deleted accounts on Tinder. The police took it all down, their faces grim. They found the cabin. They found the SUV, and they found a soft mass in the back seat, wrapped in a tarp, just as I had described. It was a woman. Her name was Sarah. She had been reported missing 2 days prior. They searched the woods for Mark, but he was gone, vanished, like a ghost. His sleek SUV was still there, but he had melted into the night, leaving no trace. The police launched a full-scale manhunt, but the dense, sprawling woods offered countless hiding places. I spent weeks recovering, both physically and mentally. The bruises faded, but the nightmares lingered. The image of Mark's predatory smile, the smell of blood, the feel of his hands on my throat, they were etched into my mind. I could not sleep without the lights on. Every shadow seemed to hold his menacing presence. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside my window, made my heart leap into my throat. They never caught Mark. His name, his face, became a cold case file, a warning on the news. The police suspect he had other victims, other deleted accounts that had simply vanished without a trace, their families left with unanswered questions. I eventually moved away, changed my name, tried to build a new life, far from the woods, far from the memory of that night. But some things you can never truly escape. Sometimes, when I am walking alone at night, or when I see a dark SUV drive past, a cold dread washes over me. I hear his voice, calm and chilling. You will regret this. And I know he is still out there, somewhere, waiting, hunting. And sometimes, I wonder if he is still looking for his perfect muse. And I wonder if I will ever truly be safe again. It started like a dream. Honestly, Mark, from Bumble, was everything you would hope for in a first date. Charming, funny, attentive. He looked even better in person than his photos, which, let us be real, is a rare blessing in the dating app world. We had dinner, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. I felt myself genuinely relaxing, letting my guard down. He asked all the right questions, seemed genuinely interested in my answers, and even made me laugh till my sides ached. I remember thinking, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is finally a good one. But then, the dream started to curdle. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. His intense gaze, For instance, at first, it felt flattering, like he was truly seeing me. But as the night wore on, it shifted. It became less admiring and more dissecting. Like he was not looking at me, but through me, trying to uncover something hidden. Then came the uncanny knowledge. He would casually drop details about my life that I knew I had not shared. Things from my private social media posts, not just public ones, but stories and pictures I would only share with a select group of friends. He mentioned my cat, Mittens, and a specific silly photo I would post of her wearing a tiny hat. He talked about my recent trip to the mountains, specifically referencing a picture of a sunrise that I would only put on my private Instagram story for a few hours. Each revelation was a tiny prick of unease, building into a growing sense of dread. My charming date was a stalker. The final, chilling blow came when he leaned in, a predatory glint in his eyes, and whispered, "You know, it is great you took tomorrow off. We will have so much more time." My blood ran cold. I had taken tomorrow off. It was a detail I would mention in a private Instagram caption, a throwaway line about needing a mental health day. Absolutely no one outside my closest circle should have known that. That is when I knew this was not just a bad date. It was a nightmare unfolding in real time. He was not just creeping on my public profiles. He had burrowed deep into my digital life, meticulously gathering information. I tried to play it cool, to laugh it off, to make an excuse to leave. But it was too late. His charming facade crumbled completely, revealing the monster underneath. His grip, which had been gently guiding me towards his sleek, dark SUV moments before, became an iron vice on my arm. He shoved me into the passenger seat, the force of it knocking the wind out of me. The doors locked with a sickening thud. Panic seized me. I scrambled for the handle, but it would not budge. He just smiled, a chilling, humorless grin, and started the engine as he pulled away from the restaurant, leaving the bright lights and safety behind. My eyes darted to the back seat. There was a damp object there, covered by a tarp. Earlier, when I would first gotten in, I would dismiss it as dog mess or some forgotten camping gear. Now, with my senses on high alert, a faint, metallic, musky smell wafted from it, a smell that made my stomach churn with primal fear. He caught my gaze in the rearview mirror, just a loose end I had to pick up. He said, his voice now devoid of any warmth, a flat, chilling monotone. "But do not worry. You are my priority now." The words were a hammer blow. I was no longer just a date. I was a target. I was next. We drove for what felt like an eternity, leaving the city lights behind, heading deeper into the rural darkness. My mind raced, frantically trying to think of an escape, a way out, but my body was frozen with terror. My voice caught in my throat. Finally, he turned off the main road onto a bumpy, overgrown track. The SUV lurched and groaned, its headlights cutting through the inky blackness. We pulled up to a derelict cabin, a skeletal structure silhouetted against the faint moonlight. It looked abandoned, forgotten, a place where no one would ever think to look. He cut the engine, plunging us into an oppressive silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. He got out, came around to my side, and yanked the door open. His grip on my arm was agonizing, his fingers digging into my flesh. He dragged me out, forcing me toward the cabin. As he fumbled with the rusty padlock on the door, my eyes adjusted to the gloom. Inside, the single beam of moonlight filtering through a grimy window illuminated a horrifying tableau chains hanging from the ceiling, their links glinting dully, a workbench laden with an assortment of tool saws, knives, pliers, all meticulously arranged and disturbingly clean. My breath hitched. This was not just a place to hold someone, this was a place to do unspeakable things. He finally got the door open, pushing me inside. The air was thick with the smell of old wood, damp earth, and something metallic and sweet, like dried blood and fear. It was the same musky smell from the back seat, amplified 100-fold. He spun me around, pushing me against a rough wooden beam. His face was inches from mine, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying, cold satisfaction. "You see, I am an artist," he whispered, his voice a low, guttural growl. "And I need subjects of my art. My collection." He gestured vaguely around the cabin with his free hand, as if indicating invisible masterpieces. That loose end in the car. He was a difficult one. Did not appreciate my vision. "But you are different. You have such potential. You are going to be my masterpiece." He admitted he had already taken care of one loose end, and I was next. He said I was going to be his art project. The words echoed in the small, suffocating space, sealing my fate. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. This was it. This was how it ended. He released my arm, stepping back to admire his canvas. This was my chance. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape. Anything. The cabin was small, maybe 15 by 20 feet. The only window was high up, barely a slit, covered in grime and cobwebs. The door was now bolted from the inside. Mark was reaching for something on the workbench, a glinting object I could not quite make out in the dim light. His back was turned to me for a precious second. It was now or never. Adrenaline surged through me, overriding the paralyzing fear. My gaze fell on a rusty, jagged piece of metal sticking out from the wooden beam. Next to me, maybe a broken nail or a forgotten piece of hardware. Without thinking, I wrenched my arm free from a beam, scraping my skin but barely feeling it. I lunged forward, not at him, but toward the far corner where a stack of old, rotting crates was piled precariously. The noise of my movement startled him. He spun around, a large, wicked-looking hunting knife now in his hand. "What do you think you are doing, darling?" he purred, a chilling smile spreading across his face. He started to advance, slowly, deliberately. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrambled onto the unstable crates, pushing them further, creating a barrier, a distraction. One of the crates gave way under my weight, sending a shower of splinters and rotten wood to the floor. The noise was deafening in the silence. He paused, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Now, let us not make this difficult." As he took another step, I saw it, tucked away under the workbench. Almost hidden was a small, heavy-looking wrench. It was not much, but it was something. I launched myself towards it, practically diving, my fingers closing around the cold, greasy metal. He was on me in an instant, his hand clamping over my ankle, yanking me back. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, finally finding my voice. He dragged me across the rough floor, splinters digging into my skin. I lashed, "Ow!" swinging the wrench wildly. It connected with something hard as shin. I think he grunted in pain, his grip momentarily loosening. It was all I needed. I kicked out with my free foot, catching him squarely in the chest. He stumbled back, surprised, his knife clattering to the floor. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and ran for the door. It was locked, of course. My eyes darted back to the window. It was small, but just maybe, it was high, but the broken crates offered a precarious perch. I climbed onto them, my hands shaking as I reached for the grimy glass. It was thick, old, and would not budge. Mark was recovering, a look of pure rage contorting his face. He was coming for me, his eyes burning with murderous intent. In a desperate, primal surge of strength, I swung the wrench at the window pane. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, shards flying everywhere, some embedding themselves in my arm and face. I did not care. The cold night air rushed in. A breath of hope, he roared, lunging forward. I squeezed through the jagged opening, tearing my clothes, cutting my skin on the broken glass and rough wood. I felt his hand grab my foot, pulling me back. I screamed again, kicking, clawing, fighting for my life. My foot slipped free, and I tumbled out of the window, landing hard on the damp, muddy ground outside. The fall knocked the wind out of me, but I did not stop. I scrambled to my feet, my body screaming in protest, and ran. I ran, blindly, propelled by pure terror, into the dense, dark woods surrounding the cabin. The sounds of Mark's enraged shouts echo behind me, growing fainter as I pushed myself harder. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my hair and clothes. Thorns snagged my skin. My bare feet, having lost my shoes somewhere in the cabin or the struggle, pounded against the uneven ground, hitting roots and rocks. I could feel the blood oozing from my cuts, mixing with the mud. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until I thought I would collapse. I could still hear his shouts in my head, feel his grip on my arm. Every shadow was him. Every rustle in the leaves was his pursuit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the woods onto a narrow, unpaved road. It was deserted, no lights in sight, but it was a road. Hope, raw and fragile, flickered within me. I kept running, stumbling, my vision blurring with tears and exhaustion, until I saw a faint light in the distance. It was a farmhouse, small and isolated, but a beacon of safety. I ran towards it, screaming, "Help, please, help me." My voice was hoarse, barely a whisper, but I poured every ounce of desperation into it. A porch light flickered on, and an elderly man, followed by a woman, peered out. They looked startled, then horrified, as they saw my disheveled, bloody form. They hesitated for a moment, understandably wary of A, wild-eyed, mud-covered stranger bursting out of the woods in the middle of the night. But my raw terror must have been evident. "Please," I choked out, collapsing onto their porch. "He tried to kill me." They helped me inside, their faces etched with concern. The woman, Martha, gentle and kind, immediately started tending to my cuts, while the man, George, called the police. I tried to explain, tried to piece together the disjointed horrors of the last few hours. The charming date, the stalking, the cabin, the tools, his chilling words, the escape. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. The police arrived about 30 minutes later. 2 officers, their faces grim as they listened to my frantic, tearful account. They took down every detail. I could remember Mark's name, his description, the make and model of his SUV, the approximate location of the cabin. They tried to be reassuring, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. A bumble date turning into a serial killer inn, a derelict cabin. It was a lot to take in. They took me to the nearest small-town hospital. I was examined for injuries, cuts, bruises, abrasions, a mild concussion from the fall. They took samples for a rape kit, just in case. though thankfully, he had not gotten that far. The metallic smell from the car and the cabin seemed to cling to me, a phantom odor that made me feel sick. After what felt like endless questioning and medical checks, I was finally released. My parents, who lived a few hours away, had been called and were already on their way. My best friend, Sarah, met me at the hospital. Her face pale with shock and worry. Her hug was the first genuine comfort I would felt in hours. Going home was surreal. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, now felt exposed, vulnerable. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every distant car alarm sent shivers down my spine. I checked the locks repeatedly, triple checking, quadruple checking. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mark's face, heard his chilling words, smelled the metallic musk of the cabin. Nightmares plagued a few hours of fitful sleep I managed to snatch. The police followed up, but without a specific address for the cabin. And with Mark's car being untraceable, he must have used a burner phone and fake details for Bumble. They had little to go on. They searched the general area I described, but found nothing. He had covered his tracks, cleaned up his mess. They told me they would keep an eye out, but their tone implied they did not have much hope. I felt a crushing sense of despair. He was out there, and I was just another crazy story. The next morning, I was a wreck. My body ached. My mind was a fog of fear and exhaustion. Sarah was still with me, trying to coax me to eat something. I could not. I just sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring blankly at the TV. Sarah had put on a local news channel, just for background noise, hoping it might distract me from the terror in my own head. The anchor was talking about local politics, then a segment on a new restaurant opening. My eyes were glazed over, not really processing anything. Then, the screen changed. A breaking news alert flashed across the bottom. We interrupt this program for a developing story. The anchor said, her voice grave, police in a neighboring county are searching for a man in connection with a series of gruesome disappearances and murders. My heart gave a painful lurch. I did not know why, but a cold dread began to creep up my spine. Authorities have released a composite sketch and a photo of the suspect, identified as Mark Jensen, age 32. He is considered armed and extremely dangerous. If you have any information, please contact law enforcement immediately. And then, the screen showed it. A photo, slightly blurry, but unmistakably him. It was Mark, the man who had almost killed me just hours before. The charming Bumble date. His face, now plastered across my TV screen, was the same face that had haunted my nightmares. My breath hitched in my throat. I felt a scream building, but it was trapped, a silent terror. Sarah looked up, seeing my ashen face, and then her eyes followed mine to the screen. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The news report continued, detailing the horrors. Jensen is believed to be responsible for at least 3 disappearances in the past 6 months, with the bodies of 2 victims recently discovered in a remote, derelict cabin in the woods outside of Blackwood Creek. Sources close to the investigation described the scene as horrific, suggesting a pattern of torture and mutilation consistent with the suspect's alleged art projects. Art projects? The words hit me like a physical blow, echoing Mark's chilling confession in the cabin. My legs gave out, and I slid to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The metallic, musky smell, the chains, the tools, the loose end in his car, it all clicked into place with horrifying, stomach-churning clarity. The object in his back seat was not just a loose end, it was the loose end. A body, a recent victim. He had not just intended to kill me, he intended to turn me into one of his grotesque art projects. I had escaped a serial killer. Sarah dropped to her knees beside me, wrapping her arms around me, trying to comfort me as I sobbed. A mixture of terror and overwhelming, nauseating relief. My phone rang almost immediately. It was Detective Miller, one of the officers who had taken my statement. His voice was different now. Urgent, apologetic. Miss Peterson, we just saw the news. We need you to come down to the station. Immediately. Your story, it just became incredibly credible. Working with the police after that was a blur. My detailed account of Mark, the cabin, his methods, his art project obsession became crucial evidence. I looked at mugshots, identified him from various angles. My torn, bloody clothes, which the police had initially dismissed as minor evidence, were now sent for forensic analysis, confirming the struggle and the presence of his DNA. The media frenzy that followed was overwhelming. My story, the young woman who escaped the notorious Bumble killer, was everywhere. Reporters camped outside my apartment building. TV crews tried to ambush me whenever I left. My face, alongside Mark's, was splashed across every news outlet. I felt exposed, vulnerable. My private horror turned into public spectacle. The manhunt for Mark Jensen intensified. Every news update was a fresh wave of anxiety. Was he caught? Was he still out there? Lurking, watching, waiting for me. Every shadow outside my window. Every unfamiliar car driving by. Every stranger who looked at me a second too long sent my heart racing. I slept with a knife under my pillow, jumping at every sound. Weeks passed. The police found more evidence, more gruesome details about his other victims. They confirmed the cabin I described was indeed the scene of his horrific crimes. They found other art projects, sickening displays that confirmed his twisted mind. The sheer depravity of it all was almost too much to bear. Then, one evening, the news broke. Mark Jensen had been caught. He was apprehended trying to cross the border after a high-speed chase. A wave of relief, so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. He was behind bars. He could not hurt anyone else. He could not hurt me. The trial was a gruesome affair. I had to testify, reliving the nightmare in front of a courtroom full of strangers, facing the monster who had almost ended my life, hearing the full extent of his crimes. The meticulous planning, the utter lack of remorse, was sickening. He was a predator, a monster masquerading as a charming date, and I had been lucky, incredibly lucky, to escape his clutches. He was convicted on multiple counts of murder and aggravated assault, sentenced to life without parole. But even with him locked away, the trauma never truly leaves. The memory of his intense gaze, his chilling words, the metallic smell of that cabin, it is all seared into my mind. I still check the locks multiple times. I am hypervigilant, constantly scanning my surroundings. And online dating. Well, let's just say I have not been on a date since. The thought of swiping right, of trusting a stranger with my time, my personal details, my safety, it is a hurdle I do not know if I will ever clear. So, yeah, that is my story. And every time I hear about a bad date, or someone getting catfished, I think about Mark. You never really know who is on the other side of that screen, do you? You put yourself out there, hoping for connection, for love. And sometimes you find a monster. Stay safe out there. Guys, seriously, because some nightmares do not just happen in your sleep. They can happen on a first date. It all started, as these modern horror stories often do, with a swipe right. Mark from Bumble. His profile picture showed him hiking a scenic mountain trail. A wide, genuine smile on his face, eyes crinkling at the corners. He had a dog, a golden retriever, pictured playing fetch in a sun-drenched park. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for indie films and trying new ramen places. He seemed, in a word, perfect, charming, funny, attentive in our texts. We clicked immediately. Our conversations flowed effortlessly, and I genuinely looked forward to meeting him. Our first date was at this cozy Italian place downtown, the kind with dim lighting, checkered tablecloths, and a lingering scent of garlic and oregano. Everything started off exactly as I would hoped. He was even more handsome in person, and his humor translated perfectly from text to real life. We talked about everything: our jobs, our travel dreams, even our families. The wine flowed, the pasta was delicious, and I started to feel that familiar, comforting warmth of finally letting my guard down with someone new. It was, for a good hour or so, a truly beautiful evening. But then, things started to shift. It was not a sudden, jarring change, more like a slow, creeping shadow extending across the table. His intense gaze, which I would initially found flattering, began to feel less like admiration and more like dissection. Like he was not just looking at me, but through me, analyzing every twitch, every micro expression. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, that I was just out of practice with dating. Then he casually dropped it. So, your cat, Mittens, right? She looks like she is quite the diva, always demanding attention on those plush blankets. My fork, halfway to my mouth with a piece of ravioli, froze. Mittens, my cat, how did he know her name? And the plush blankets. I would only ever posted pictures of her on my private Instagram, the one with like 30 followers, mostly close friends and family. It was locked down. I was sure of it. My stomach did a little flip. Oh, yeah, I stammered, trying to sound nonchalant. She is definitely a diva. How did you know her name? He just smiled, a little too wide, a little too knowing. Oh, I just picked up on it. You know, from your posts. My heart started to beat a little faster. My posts, my Instagram is private. Mark, his smile did not waver. Is it? Huh, maybe I just have a good memory. Anyway, speaking of mountains, that hike you did last fall, the one in the Rockies, the view from that peak looked incredible. You looked so happy up there. The mountain, the one I would post about months ago. A solo trip I would take to clear my head after a tough breakup. Again, private, very private. My blood ran cold. This was not just a good memory. This was something else entirely. My earlier warmth evaporated, replaced by a sudden, icy dread. I tried to play it cool, to laugh it off, but my voice felt tight. Wow, you really did your homework. Huh, he chuckled. A low, unnerving sound. Just like to know who I am spending my time with. Would not you agree? His eyes, still fixed on mine, seemed to bore into my very soul. The charming facade had cracked, revealing something predatory underneath. The air around us, which had been so light and easy, now felt thick with an unspoken threat. I could practically taste the fear rising in my throat. I knew, in that instant, that I had to get out of there. My mind raced, trying to formulate an escape plan that would not make him suspicious, would not escalate whatever this was. I feigned a sudden headache, clutching my temples. Oh, wow. This just hit me like a ton of bricks. I think I need to head home. I am so sorry. Mark. He watched me, his smile fading slightly, replaced by a look I could not quite decipher: disappointment, annoyance, something far more sinister. Already, we were having such a good time. I know, I am so bummed. I lied, forcing a weak smile. But this headache is just killer. I really should go lie down. I fumble for my purse, pulling out my wallet. Let me just cover my half. Nonsense, he said, his hand suddenly on my wrist. A light touch that felt like a brand. I invited you. I have got it. His grip was firm, not painful, but enough to make me acutely aware of his strength and my own vulnerability. I pulled my hand away as subtly as I could, my skin prickling. No, really, I insist, I said, my voice a little too high. I dropped a 20 on the table, more than enough for my meal, and stood up, trying to project an air of normalcy I was far from feeling. Thank you for dinner, Mark. I had an interesting time. He stood too, slowly, his height suddenly more imposing. I did too. A very interesting time. Indeed, he walked me to the door, his presence unervingly close, and I practically bolted out of the restaurant, not even bothering to say goodbye. The cool night air hit my face like a slap, and I gasped, my lungs burning. My car was parked a few blocks away, and I power walked, nearly ran, through the bustling streets, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every stranger seemed to be watching me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see Mark emerging from the restaurant, following me, but no one was there, just the usual Friday night crowd. I finally reached my car, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I practically dove inside, locking the doors with a frantic click, and started the engine. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound, but the sense of unease did not dissipate. As I drove, I kept checking my rear-view mirror, my eyes darting from side to side. Was that his car? No, just a Honda Civic. Was that him walking on the sidewalk? No, just a random pedestrian. Every red light felt like an eternity, every turn a potential ambush. I finally pulled into my apartment complex's parking lot, the familiar layout a small comfort. My building was a red, brick, 3-story walk-up. Nothing fancy, but it was my sanctuary. I parked in my usual spot, right beneath a sputtering street lamp, and sat there for a moment, just breathing, trying to calm my frayed nerves. The adrenaline was slowly receding, leaving behind a shaky exhaustion. I told myself it was over. He was just a weird guy, a creep, and I would block him on everything and never think about him again. I grabbed my bag, got out of the car, and headed towards the entrance, my steps quicker than usual. As I reached my apartment door on the second floor, the familiar scent of my neighbors cooking a mix of curry and garlic, usually comforting, now seemed muted, distant. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, immediately hitting the light switch. The warm glow of my living room lamp filled the space, illuminating my cozy, cluttered apartment. Mittens, my fluffy orange cat, immediately wound around my ankles, purring loudly, demanding her usual head, scratches. I bent down, burying my face in her soft fur, taking a deep, shaky breath. Oh, Mittens, I whispered. You have no idea what a weird night I just had. I kicked off my shoes, dropped my purse on the small table by the door, and went straight for the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. My hands were still trembling slightly. I took a long, slow drink, leaning against the counter, trying to process everything. The casual mention of Mittens, the mountain hike, the unsettling gaze, his hand on my wrist. It all coalesced into a chilling realization. This was not just a bad date. This was a warning. I pulled out my phone, intending to block Mark immediately, delete his number, scrub him from my digital existence. As I unlocked the screen, a notification popped up, a text message from an unknown number. My blood ran cold. It was not Mark's number. I was sure of it. I had not even saved his contact after our initial texts. My thumb hovered over the message, a sudden, primal fear gripping me. I almost did not open it, but a morbid curiosity, a terrifying need to know, compelled me. I tapped it. The message was short. 2 lines. I love the skeleton in your closet. Do not worry. I put it back. My phone slipped from my suddenly numb fingers, clattering onto the kitchen tile. My breath hitched in my throat. A choked gasp. The words swam before my eyes, burning themselves into my brain. The skeleton in your closet. I put it back. It was not a metaphor. It could not be. My mind flashed to the back of my closet, the one in my bedroom. There, tucked away behind a stack of old shoe boxes and forgotten sweaters, was a life-size plastic skeleton. It was a leftover Halloween decoration from a party I would thrown years ago. One I would never gotten around to putting in storage. It was in a duffel bag, folded up, practically invisible unless you were actively looking for it. No one knew it was there. No one. Not my friends. Not my family. It was just a quirky, embarrassing secret. And Mark knew about it. He knew it was there. He knew it was in my closet. And he would have been in my apartment. A wave of nausea washed over me, so intense it made my head spin. I stumbled back, grabbing onto the counter for support. My knuckles white. My apartment, my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a trap, a stage where someone else had been moving unseen. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building seemed to whisper his name. Mittens, sensing my distress, rubbed against my legs again. Her purr small, fragile comfort in the face of overwhelming terror. I scooped her up, holding her tightly, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I forced myself to move, my legs feeling like lead. I had to check. I had to know. Clutching Mittens, I crept toward my bedroom, every step agonizingly slow. The door was slightly ajar, just as I would left it that morning. I pushed it open fully, my eyes scanning the room. Everything looked normal. My bed was unmade. A pile of clothes sat on the chair. My bookshelf was neatly organized. Then I approached the closet. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, pulling it open with a groan of old wood. I peered inside, my gaze immediately going to back, behind the hanging clothes. And there it was, the duffel bag, tucked away, just like I would left it. But was it? I reached in, my fingers brushing against the rough fabric. I pulled it out, my breath catching in my throat. The zipper was slightly open. I had not noticed that before. I never left it open. And as I pulled the bag further into the light, I saw it, a tiny, almost imperceptible tear in the fabric near the top, where one of the skeleton's plastic ribs would have been. And then, a faint, metallic glint, nestled amongst the plastic bones, partially visible through the tear, was a small, silver charm. It was a tiny, intricately carved mountain peak. The exact kind of charm you would find on a necklace. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. But this time, it was a deeper, more profound chill. This was not just a message. This was a calling card, a trophy. He had not just seen the skeleton. He had touched it. He had left something behind. He had been in my home. He had been in my bedroom. While I was out. While I was on a date with him. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He must have got my address somehow. Probably from my social media. Just like he got all the other private details. He would probably been watching my apartment, waiting for me to leave. And then, while I was sitting across from him, trying to make polite conversation, he was here, in my space, rummaging through my belongings, leaving a chilling reminder of his presence. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I dropped Mittens, who immediately darted under the bed. Sensing my terror, I ran to the front door, checking the locks, then the windows, making sure everything was secured. But it was too late. He had already been here. The sense of violation was overwhelming. My skin crawled. I felt dirty, exposed. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I tried to call someone. My best friend, Sarah. It was late, but I did not care. She picked up on the third ring, her voice groggy. Hello, Sarah. Oh my God. Sarah, you won't believe what just happened. My voice was a shaky whisper, barely coherent. I tried to explain, stumbling over my words, the details tumbling out in a frantic rush, the date, the creepy comments, the escape, the message, the skeleton, the charm. There was a long silence on the other end. Wait, slow down, she finally said, her voice now fully awake, laced with concern. He was in your apartment. Are you sure? Maybe it was a prank, or you left the door unlocked. No, Sarah, I am never that careless. And the charm, it is a mountain. Sarah, just like the one he mentioned. He left it in the skeleton bag. I was practically sobbing now. He was here. He was in my house. Sarah tried to reassure me, telling me to call the police, to stay calm. But how could I be calm? My home, my safe space, had been breached. I hung up with Sarah, promising to call her back after I would contact the authorities. My hands were still shaking as I dialed 911. The dispatcher's calm, even voice was a stark contrast to my internal chaos. I explained everything, trying to keep my voice steady, to sound rational. The police officer, who arrived about 20 minutes later, was a young woman, kind but professional. She listened patiently as I recounted the entire terrifying ordeal. From the Bumble profile to the mountain charm, she walked through my apartment, shining her flashlight into corners, checking the windows and doors. She found no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no Jimmy locks. Are you absolutely sure you locked everything before you left tonight? Madam, she asked, her tone polite, but hinting at skepticism. Yes, I am always careful. I insisted, my frustration mounting. He must have a key, or pick the lock, or I do not know. But he was here. I showed her the duffel bag, the tiny tear, the mountain charm. She picked it up carefully, examining it. It is a small charm. Could have been in there for a while. Maybe it got tangled in something when you moved it last. No, I cried, exasperated. I have never seen this before. And he mentioned the mountain and my cat. He knows things. He is a stalker. She nodded slowly, writing in her notepad. I understand your concern. Madam, we will file a report. We can't really do much without definitive proof of forced entry or a direct threat. This is a bit circumstantial. The text from an unknown number. The charm it is unsettling. Yes, but not concrete evidence he was physically in your home. You said he did not make any direct threats to harm you during the date, right? No, but he knew things, and he was in my closet. I felt like I was screaming into a void. She was being polite, but I could tell she did not fully believe me. It felt like I was describing a ghost, something intangible. She took the charm as evidence, promising to have it analyzed, though she did not sound hopeful. She advised me to change my locks immediately, to be extra vigilant, and to block Mark's number and any unknown numbers. She gave me a card with her contact information and left, leaving me alone in my apartment, feeling more exposed and terrified than ever. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I changed my locks the very next morning, installing a deadbolt and a chain lock on the front door. I bought a security camera for my living room, pointed at the entrance. I scrubbed my social media, deleting old posts, going through my privacy settings with a fine-tooth comb. I blocked Mark's number and the unknown number that had sent the chilling text. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window made me jump. I barely slept, haunted by the image of Mark's unsettling smile, his dissecting gaze, and the knowledge that he had been in my home. Mittens, usually so playful, seemed to sense my anxiety. She stuck to me like glue, often staring intently at the apartment door, her ears swiveling, as if listening for something I could not hear. It only amplified my fear. Was she reacting to my stress, or to something else? A week passed, then two. The initial terror began to recede, replaced by a dull, persistent ache of anxiety. I started to tell myself that maybe the police officer was right. Maybe it was all a misunderstanding, a weird coincidence, my own paranoia running wild. Maybe the charm had been there all along, and I just never noticed. Maybe Mark was just a really good internet sleuth who got a kick out of unnerving people. I tried to rationalize it away, to convince myself that I was safe. Then, the voicemail started. They were not from Mark's number. They were from a restricted number. Always at odd hours, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I never picked up. They were always short, just a few seconds long. And they were always the same. The distinct sound of a cat purring. A very loud, very happy purr. It was Mittens. I knew her purr. I spent every day with that cat, and it was unmistakably her purr. My blood ran cold again. How could he have a recording of Mittens purring? He had never met her. He had never been to my apartment when I was there. The only way he could have gotten that recording was if he had been in my apartment, alone, with my cat. The rationalization shattered. He had been here. He was still out there, and he was taunting me. I called the police again. Frantic. They listened, but the restricted number meant they could not trace it. They said a cat purring was not a direct threat. They advised me to change my number, to get a restraining order if he made direct contact. But he was not making direct contact. He was playing a twisted game. I became a recluse. I stopped going out, except for work and groceries. I kept my blinds drawn, my lights low. I started double-checking my car every time I got in, looking under it, in the back seat. I started carrying pepper spray. I was constantly on edge, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected noise. One evening, I was home, trying to distract myself by watching a movie. Mittens was curled up on my lap, purring contentedly. Suddenly, her ears perked up. She lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the living room window, which was covered by thick blinds. Her purr stopped. She let out a low, guttural growl, a sound I would only heard her make at the vacuum cleaner. Her tail twitched. Her fur bristled. My heart leaped into my throat. "What is it?" "Mittens," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She jumped off my lap, landing silently, and crept toward the window, her body low to the ground. Like a hunter, she sniffed at the bottom of the blinds, then let out a sharp, angry hiss, scratching at the fabric. I froze. Something was out there. Someone. I slowly, cautiously, got up. My hand reached for the heavy iron poker by the fireplace, my only weapon. My eyes were glued to the window. I could hear nothing from outside, just the distant hum of city traffic. But Mittens was still hissing, her claws tearing at the blinds. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I ripped the blinds open. Nothing, just the dark, empty street below, and the flickering street lamp. But then, my gaze dropped to the windowsill, and there, nestled against the glass, was a single, white rose. Its petals were just beginning to wilt, a thin layer of dew clinging to them. My blood ran cold for the third, and most terrifying time. My apartment was on the second floor. There was no balcony, no fire escape near that window. The only way that Rose could have gotten there was if someone had climbed up the side of the building, or, more horrifyingly, if they had been inside my apartment and placed it there, perhaps even earlier that day, knowing I would eventually find it. My breath hitched. He was not just watching me. He was testing me. He was playing with me. He was showing me that he could get to me. Anytime, any place. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Mittens, startled, yowled and darted under the couch. I stumbled back, dropping the poker with a clatter, my legs giving. Ow! I collapsed onto the floor, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I knew, in that moment, that this was not going to end. Not with a restraining order. Not with a new phone number. Not with new locks. Mark was not just a creep. He was a predator. And I was his prey. I did not know how long I lay there, sobbing, curled up in a ball on my living room floor. Eventually, the tears stopped, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. I could not live like this, in constant fear. I could not let him win. I packed a small bag, grabbed Mittens, and left my apartment, not looking back. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay. I called Sarah again, my voice hoarse but steady. She was immediately there for me, offering her spare room. No questions asked. I stayed with Sarah for weeks, then months. I eventually moved to a different city, a different state, trying to disappear. I changed my name, my phone number, even my appearance. I cut off all social media. I live a quiet life now, always looking over my shoulder, always checking the locks, always scanning faces in a crowd. I never heard from Mark again. Not directly anyway. No more texts. No more voicemails. The police never found him. Never even got close. He just vanished, like a ghost. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the shadows dance on the walls, I still hear it, that distinct, happy purr, and I wonder, was it really Mittens on those voicemails? Or was it a recording he took of another cat, just to mess with my head? And sometimes, when I am alone, I feel it, that intense, dissecting gaze, like someone is watching me, through the window, through the walls, through the very fabric of my new life. Always watching, always waiting, because you see, the thing about skeletons in closets, even if you move, even if you change your name, even if you think you have escaped, they have a way of following you. And some people, some monsters, they just love to know your secrets, and they love to remind you that they know. And that, my friends, is the real horror of it all. Knowing that somewhere out there, Mark is still out there, and he knows exactly where to find the skeleton in my new closet. That was the last straw. I packed up, grabbed mittens, and I ran. I changed everything. New state, new name, new phone number, new job. I scrubbed my online presence until it was practically invisible. I wanted to disappear. And for a while, I thought I had. The first few months were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. Every shadow was Mark, every unfamiliar car, every late night sound. It all set my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. Mittens, bless her little furry heart, was my only constant, my only comfort. She would curl up on my chest, purring, and for a few brief moments, I could almost forget. Almost. I found a small apartment in a quiet, unassuming town about 1,000 miles from my old life. It was nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom on the ground floor, this time no more second-story windows for anyone to climb. The windows had good locks, and I bought an alarm system, motion sensors, the whole 9 yards. I was determined to build a fortress, not just around my home, but around my heart. Slowly, painstakingly, I started to rebuild. I got a job as a graphic designer, working mostly from home, which suited my still fragile nerves. I made a few tentative acquaintances at a local coffee shop, but I kept everyone at arm's length. My past was a phantom limb, constantly aching, a secret I could not share. Who would believe me anyway? The police had not. After about a year, the edge of the paranoia started to dull, not disappear, never disappear, but it became a low hum instead of a piercing shriek. I was starting to feel safe, or at least safer. I even considered dating again. You know that feeling, when you've been burned so badly, you are afraid of even the smallest spark. But there's still that tiny, hopeful ember deep inside you. That was me. So I decided to try a local dating app, one that was less mainstream than Bumble, hoping to avoid the kind of sophisticated creep I would encounter before. I figured a smaller pool, a more local vibe, might be safer. That is where I met Alex. Alex was nice, genuinely nice. He was a history teacher at the local high school, a little nerdy, with kind eyes and a laugh that crinkled him at the corners. He was tall, but not intimidatingly so. And he had this gentle way about him that immediately put me at ease. He did not have Mark's slick charm or intense gaze. He was just Alex, normal. Our first date was at a casual diner, not a fancy Italian place. We talked for hours about everything and nothing books, movies, his love for obscure historical facts, my work. I told him a heavily sanitized version of my past, omitting the stalker details, just saying I had gone through a rough breakup and needed a fresh start. He listened, empathetic, and did not push for details. It was refreshing. It was safe. We started seeing each other regularly. He would bring me coffee in the mornings, surprise me with my favorite obscure brand of tea, which I would only mention once, in passing. And he always remembered the little things. He was attentive, thoughtful, maybe a little too attentive. I sometimes thought, but then I would dismiss it. I was just being paranoid. My old wounds were flaring up, He was just being a good boyfriend. He loved Mittens. Or at least, he acted like he did. He would scratch her behind the ears, talk to her in a soft voice. Mittens, though, was a different story. She tolerated him, which was a step up from her usual reaction to strangers. But she never truly warmed to him. She would not sit on his lap. And sometimes, if he reached for her too quickly, she would let out a low, guttural growl that would make the hair on my arms stand up. I would always apologize, explaining her past trauma, and Alex would just nod understandingly. Poor thing, he would say. She has been through a lot. That was another thing. He was always so understanding of my past trauma. Sometimes, it felt like he understood it a little too well. He would say things like, "It is natural to feel watched after what you've been through," or that sense of unease. "It is just your body protecting itself." It was comforting, yes, but also a little unnerving. How did he know exactly what I was feeling? I had not gone into detail. He never invited me to his place. This was the biggest red flag, one that I repeatedly tried to rationalize away. He lived in an older house on the outskirts of town, in a more rural area. He said he was living with his ailing grandmother, and it was a bit of a mess and not really suitable for guests. I understood, of course, family first, but after 3 months of dating, it started to feel strange. Every time I hinted at it, he would deflect, charmingly, but firmly. Soon, he would promise, "When I get things sorted." Then came the incidents. Small things at first, almost imperceptible. I would leave my favorite mug on the kitchen counter, and later find it in the sink, washed. I would swear I put my keys on the hook by the door, only to find them on my dresser. My apartment was small, and I was meticulously tidy, a habit born of wanting to know immediately if anything was out of place. I would blame myself, my own forgetfulness. "You are just stressed," I would tell myself. "You are still not sleeping well." One evening, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized my favorite silk scarf, a gift from my grandmother, was not where I usually kept it. I searched everywhere, growing frustrated. Finally, I found it, neatly folded, tucked into the pocket of a coat I had not worn in weeks, hanging in my closet. My closet. The word sent a shiver down my spine, echoing the skeleton incident, but it was just a scarf, right? I must have put it there myself and forgotten. Must have. A few days later, Alex surprised me with a small gift. It was a keychain, a tiny, intricately carved wooden cat. I saw it and thought of Mittens. He said, his eyes warm. "And you." It was sweet, genuinely thoughtful. But as I looked at it, I felt a prickle of unease. The cat was a specific breed, a Maine Coon, with a very distinctive pattern on its fur. It looked exactly like a stray Maine Coon I would volunteer to shelter with. Years ago, before I even met Mark. A cat I would only ever posted about once. In a long deleted blog, post from my pre-Mark life. A post I was certain no one could ever find. "It is beautiful," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "But how did you know I liked Maine Coons so much?" He just smiled, a little too widely. "Oh, I do not know. Just a hunch. I guess. You always seem to notice the big fluffy ones when we are walking past pet stores." I did not press it. I could not. The paranoia was starting to creep back in. Insidious, whispering in my ear. He knows too much. He knows too much. Then, the final push. Alex called me late one Tuesday night. His voice strained and weak. He would had an accident. He would fallen down a short flight of stairs at his house, just a minor tumble. He insisted, but he would twisted his ankle badly. He was in pain, could not really move. His grandmother was away visiting relatives, so he was alone. He needed me. My heart immediately went out to him. This was my chance. I told myself to finally see his home, to prove to myself that my fears were unfounded, to prove that he was just a normal guy who'd had a bad fall. I will be right there, I said, grabbing my keys. The drive to his house was longer than I expected, winding down dark, unlit country roads. The house itself was set back from the road, partially obscured by overgrown trees. It was an old Victorian, a little run down, but charming in a spooky sort of way. A single light glowed in a downstairs window. I pulled into the gravel driveway, my headlights illuminating a rusty old mailbox. My stomach churned. This was it, the moment of truth. I knocked on the front door, and after a moment, Alex hobbled to open it, leaning heavily on a cane. His face was pale, beaded with sweat, and he winced when he put weight on his right foot. "Thank you for coming," he said, his voice raspy. I did not know who else to call. "Of course," I said, stepping inside. The entry hall was dimly lit, smelling faintly of dust and old wood. The living room was to my left, cluttered but cozy, with bookshelves overflowing with books and a fireplace stacked with logs. It looked normal. A wave of relief washed over me. See, I was just being crazy. "I am so sorry about this," he said, collapsing onto a worn armchair. "My ankle is throbbing. I have taken some painkillers, but I think I need more, and I am starving. Do not worry about it," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "Where's the medicine? And what can I get you to eat?" "The painkillers are in the bathroom cabinet, just down the hall. Second door on the left," he instructed, gesturing vaguely. "And for food, there is some leftover lasagna in the fridge. Could you warm it up?" "No problem," I said, heading down the hallway. The house was quiet, almost eerily so. The floorboards creaked under my feet. The second door on the left. I pushed it open. It was a small, tile bathroom, clean and functional. I found the medicine cabinet, pulled out a fresh bottle of painkillers, and brought them back to Alex. He swallowed them with a glass of water I fetched from the kitchen. "Thank you. You are a lifesaver," he murmured, leaning back in the chair, closing his eyes. "I just need to rest for a bit. My bedroom is the first door on the right. Down that same hall. There's a specific blanket on my bed, a blue knitted one. That really helps with the cold when I am feeling sick. Could you grab it for me?" My heart gave a sudden, hard thump. His bedroom. This was it, the place he would kept hidden. "Sure," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "No problem." I walked back down the hallway, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. The first door on the right. I paused, my hand hovering over the doorknob. A faint, almost imperceptible smell seemed to emanate from beneath the door, something earthy, sweet, and strangely metallic. It was not unpleasant, but it was definitely odd. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. It is just a bedroom. He is a history teacher. Probably just messy, like he said. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, yellowish glow that only served to deepen the shadows. The air was thick, heavy, with that same strange, sweet, metallic scent, now much stronger. My eyes struggled to adjust, taking the scene before me. It was not messy. It was filled. Every available surface was covered. The walls were lined with shelves, crammed with jars, bottles, dried herbs, and strange, twisted pieces of wood. There were maps tacked to one wall, old, faded, with circles and lines drawn on them in red ink. Photos, too, but I could not make them out from the doorway. And then I saw them, the dolls, dozens of them, hundreds, perhaps. They were everywhere. Some were small, no bigger than my thumb. Others were almost life-sized. They sat on shelves, hung from the ceiling by thin strings, lay sprawled on the floor. They were crude, hand-stitched from burlap and scraps of fabric, some adorned with buttons for eyes, others with painted faces that seemed to stare blankly into the oppressive gloom. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a collection. This was something else, something ancient and unsettling. My mind screamed voodoo dolls. I forced myself to step further into the room, my legs feeling like lead. The blue blanket. I needed to find the blue blanket. Just grab it and get out. My eyes darted around the room. Try and make sense of the horrifying tableau. Some of the dolls were pierced with pins. Others had tiny, meticulously crafted clothes that resembled modern attire. Some were featureless, just sacks of cloth. Others were disturbingly specific. And then I saw it. It was sitting on a small, rickety table in the center of the room, almost like an altar. It was a medium-sized doll, perhaps a foot tall, made of dark brown fabric. Its face was stitched with exaggerated features, a wide, perpetually surprised mouth, and eyes made of polished black, stones. But it was the hair that made my blood run cold. It was long, flowing, and the exact shade of auburn as my own. Not just similar, not just close. It was my hair. I knew it. I knew the highlights, the subtle undertones, the way it naturally curled at the ends. It was attached to the doll's head in thick, carefully arranged strands. Pinned to the doll's chest was a tiny, familiar-looking charm, a small, silver mountain. My entire body went rigid. The air in my lungs felt like ice. The room started to spin. The mountain charm, mittens, the skeleton in my closet, the locked Instagram, the purring voicemails, the white rose on my windowsill. It was not just a doll. It was my doll. And it was not Alex. It was Mark, or someone who was working with him, someone who had found him, or who had become him, someone who knew every detail of my past, every single terrifying secret I had tried to outrun, my new name, my new state, my new life. It was all a lie. He had found me. He had always been here. My eyes scanned the table around the doll. There were small, framed photographs. My stomach lurched as I recognized them. Photos of me, not just recent ones, but old ones from my previous life. Ones I had thought were long deleted. Photos of my old apartment building. A blueprint, meticulously drawn, of my current apartment. My new apartment. My new closet. The blue blanket. I spotted it, folded neatly on the bed, just a few feet away, but I could not move. My feet were cemented to the floor. My eyes were fixed on the doll, on my hair, on the tiny mountain charm that was his signature. A voice, soft and gentle, broke the horrifying silence. "Everything okay in there, sweetheart?" Alex called from the living room. His voice, once so comforting, now sounded like a predator's purr. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. I had to get out. Now, I forced my gaze away from the doll, forcing myself to look at the blanket. I lunged for it, snatching it off the bed with trembling hands. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold beneath the pillow. I did not dare look, just finding the blanket. I yelled back, my voice coming out thin and reedy. I tried to compose myself, to shove the images of the dolls, of my doll, out of my mind. I walked out of the room, trying to keep my pace even, trying to hide the seismic tremor that was shaking my entire being. I clutched the blanket to my chest like a shield. Alex was still in the armchair, his eyes closed. Got it, he mumbled. Yeah, I managed, my throat tight. Here, I tossed the blanket onto his lap. Thank you, he said, opening his eyes. He smiled. That kind, crinkling-eyed smile. But now it looked like a mask of pure evil. You are the best. I should probably get going. I stammered, backing toward the door. Mittens is alone. I should check on her. His smile did not falter. Oh, she will be fine. She is a smart cat. She knows how to take care of herself. He paused, his gaze lingering on mine, a chilling intensity in his eyes that I had not noticed before, an echo of Mark's unsettling stare. Besides, he added, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper, I bet she is purring right now, just waiting for you to come home. My blood ran cold. He knew everything. I did not say another word. I turned, fumbling for the doorknob, my heart hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it would burst. I pulled the door open and practically ran, out of the house, not even bothering to close it behind me. I scrambled into my car, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped out of the driveway, gravel spitting from my tires. I did not look back. I just drove. The drive home was a blur of tears and hyperventilating. Every shadow on the road seemed to reach for me. Every distant light felt like his eyes watching. I called 911 the moment I was safely inside my apartment. Locks bolted. Alarm armed. There's a man. I choked out. He has voodoo dolls. He is stalking me. He knows everything about me. He is Mark. Or he is working with him. The dispatcher was patient, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. Madam, can you provide any evidence? Did he threaten you? Did you see him do anything illegal? He has my hair. I cried. On a doll. He has pictures of my apartment. My old life. He knows about my cat. We will send an officer to take a report. She said, her voice flat, but without forced entry or a direct threat. There is not much we can do. Another report. Another dead end. Just like before. The officers arrived, listened to my frantic story, looked around my apartment, and found nothing amiss. They advised me to stay away from Alex, to get a restraining order if he bothered me. A restraining order against a ghost who knew how to turn himself into a seemingly normal history teacher. I spent the rest of the night huddled with Mittens, shaking, staring at the ceiling. I had run 1,000 miles, changed my identity, built a new life, a new fortress, and he had still found me. He had wormed his way into my life, into my heart, pretending to be a kind, gentle soul, all while collecting my hair, mapping my home, and constructing my effigy. The next morning, I packed again. This time, there was no hope, no thought of rebuilding, just a primal need to flee. I knew it was useless. He would always find me. The new closet, the new name, the new state, it did not matter. Some monsters do not just find your secrets, they create them. They become them. I am on the road again now. Mittens purring softly in her carrier beside me. I have no destination, no plan, just a desperate, futile urge to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house, that room, that doll with my hair. I know he is out there. I know he is watching. And I know that no matter where I go, no matter how many times I change my name, he will always be there. A shadow in my periphery, a whisper in the dark. Because the real horror is not just that he found me, it is that he proved I can never truly escape. He is not just in my past, he is my future. And the fear, it is not just lingering anymore. It is permanent. It is me. I stared at the doll on the central table. My auburn hair, crudely fashioned from yarn, but unmistakably my hair color. And then, the charm, a tiny silver mountain, dangling from its neck, Mark's signature, his calling card. My blood ran cold, then boiled, then froze again, all in the space of a single, terrifying second. The photos scattered around, they were not just old, they were my old photos. Pictures from my college days, from my first apartment. Even a few blurry ones I barely remember taking. Ones I was sure I would deleted years ago. My long deleted blog. The one with the Maine Coon post. That was not just a throwaway detail. It was a roadmap. He did not just know about a Maine Coon. He knew about my Maine Coon. Mittens. The keychain was not a sweet gesture, it was a warning. A boast. My mind, which had been in a state of slow burn paranoia for a year, suddenly went into hyperdrive. Every vague past trauma conversation, every item slightly out of place in my apartment, every time you had been too understanding about my need for space, it all clicked into place with a sickening thud. He was not just understanding, he knew. He was not just kind, he was calculating. He was not Alex. He was Mark. Or something even worse. The air in that hidden room, already heavy with the scent of dust and something vaguely metallic, suddenly felt suffocating. My throat closed up. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. But my heart was a frantic hummingbird trapped in my chest, beating so hard I thought it would burst. This was not just a creepy hobby. This was a shrine to me. My eyes darted around the room, taking in more details I had not processed in my initial shock. More dolls, all with variations of my features. Some smiling, some with wide, vacant stares. Some were dressed in clothes that looked eerily familiar, like miniature versions of outfits I would worn. There were newspaper clippings. 2. Tacked to a corkboard articles about local disappearances, missing persons. My stomach lurched again. Was that what he had planned for me? To become another forgotten face, immortalized only in his twisted collection, panic, pure and unadulterated, finally broke through the paralysis. Get out. Now. My gaze snapped to the door, the one I would barely noticed, disguised so perfectly in the wall. I needed to move, to run, to escape this nightmare before it fully enveloped me. My hand, trembling so violently it felt alien, reached for the doorknob. It was cold, metallic, and twisted easily. A small mercy, I thought, as I yanked it open. I burst out of the hidden room, not caring about stealth anymore. My priority was distance, fresh air, freedom. The main house felt suddenly cavernous, silent, and infinitely more menacing. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in my ears, punctuated by the frantic thumping of my heart. The front door. That was my only thought. Just get to the front door. Get outside. Get to my car. My car, which felt a million miles away. parked innocently in his driveway. I stumbled through the living room, my eyes scanning for any sign of him. No Alex. Good. Keep moving. My ankle, which had been throbbing with a phantom ache since I would entered this house of horrors, felt like it was on fire. Adrenaline, a cruel mistress, was pushing me forward, but my body felt heavy, uncoordinated. As I reached the front door, my hand outstretched, a glint of metal caught my eye through the sheer curtains covering a window next to the door. It was Alex's truck, parked a little to the side, and the trunk, it was slightly ajar. My brain, despite the terror, registered the detail, a quick, involuntary glance. And that is when I saw it. Neatly coiled rope, a roll of heavy-duty duct tape, a tarp, all tucked away, just visible in the twilight. My blood ran cold again, solidifying in my veins. This was not just a sudden breakdown. This was planned, meticulously, chillingly planned. The ankle injury, the remote house, the hidden room, the dolls, the charm. He had not just been watching me, he would been building this trap, laying the groundwork for months. The rope, the tape, the tarp, those were not for an ankle injury. They were for me. A choked gasp escaped my lips, a pathetic sound of pure dread. My hand froze inches from the doorknob, looking for something. Clara, the voice. It was not the gentle, slightly nerdy voice I would grown accustomed to. This was deeper, colder, laced with predatory amusement that sent shivers down my spine. It was Mark's voice, or the voice of the monster he would become. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was standing in the archway leading to the kitchen, leaning against the frame. No trace of a limp. His face, usually so open and kind, was now a mask of chilling composure. His eyes, which I would once thought were warm and inviting, now held a disturbing glint, a calculating intensity that made my stomach churn. He was holding something in his hand, a small, silver object, a charm, another mountain. Alex. I managed, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. It was a desperate attempt to cling to the illusion, to a reality that was rapidly dissolving. He smiled then, a slow, unnerving smile that did not reach his eyes. Alex's, a persona, a useful one. You liked Alex. Did not you? Clara, so sweet, so understanding. He pushed off the archway, taking a step towards me. His movements were fluid, graceful, utterly devoid of the clumsiness he would displayed earlier. But you know who I really am. Do not you? You always knew. Deep down, you just chose to forget. My mind raced, trying to find an escape. Any escape. The front door was behind me, but he was blocking my path. The windows, too high, too risky. I was trapped. Why? I whispered, my voice barely audible. It was a stupid question. I knew there was no rational why for this kind of madness. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that grated on my nerves. Why? Because you left. Clara, you ran. And you can't run from destiny. You can't run from us. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I told you, did not I? I would find you. I would always find you. I just needed to be patient, to reinvent myself, to become someone you would trust again. But, Mark, you were arrested. I stammered, remembering the blurred details of his capture, the restraining order, the brief, terrifying relief I would felt. He laughed, a harsh, dismissive sound. a minor setback, a temporary inconvenience. They could not hold me forever, and they certainly could not hold my spirit. He held up the silver mountain charm in his hand. This helps. A memento, a reminder of what I am fighting for. His eyes bore into mine, full of a chilling intensity. You were so careful. Clara, so very careful. New name, new town, new life, but you left traces. Always traces. That deleted blog. For instance, not truly deleted, if you know where to look. And that little cat of yours, Mittens, a very distinctive Maine Coon. Very distinctive. My blood ran cold again. Mittens, my poor, innocent Mittens. Was she safe? Had he taken her? Where's Mittens? I demanded, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. His smile widened, a truly grotesque sight. Oh, Mittens is fine. For now, she is a good incentive to ensure you behave. He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the front door. Now, Clara, let us not make this difficult. You are home now, and we have so much catching up to do. My survival instinct, dormant for too long, surged. There was no reasoning with him, no pleading. This was a fight for my life. I did not think. I just acted with a desperate surge of strength. I shoved myself away from the door and lunged past him, aiming for the kitchen. It was a gamble, a desperate, foolish move, but I could not just stand there and wait to be taken. He was faster than I anticipated. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising force. His grip was like iron, his fingers digging into my flesh. I cried out, struggling against him, twisting and pulling with all my might. No, Clara, he said, his voice calm, almost soothing, which made it all the more terrifying. No more running. Not anymore. I kicked, connecting with his shin. He grunted, but his grip did not loosen. I thrashed, clawing at his hand, trying to bite him. Anything to break free, but he was stronger, heavier. He dragged me back, away from the kitchen, towards the center of the living room. My eyes frantically searched for anything I could use as a weapon. A heavy lamp on a side table, a decorative vase. My gaze landed on a small, ornate letter opener on a nearby desk. It was purely ornamental, probably dull, but it was something. As he pulled me past the desk, I made another desperate lunge, reaching for the letter opener. My fingers brushed against the cool metal handle just as he yanked me back. He saw what I was doing. His eyes narrowed. Naughty, Clara, he chided, his voice losing its calm edge. A flicker of anger in his eyes. He twisted my arm, forcing me to drop to my knees. The pain was excruciating. A sharp, searing fire in my shoulder. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound of pain and fear. He did not let go. Instead, he twisted my arm further, pushing me down until I was prone on the floor, face pressed against the dusty carpet. He knelt beside me, pressing his knee into my back, pinning me. Now, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way, he murmured, his breath hot against my ear. But either way, you are staying. I felt a cold, metallic object press against my temple. My breath hitched. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the worst. But it was not a gun. It was the silver mountain charm, cool and sharp against my skin. He was just taunting me. Then, I felt the rough texture of duct tape being pulled from a roll. He was not going to kill me. Not yet. He was going to bind me, and that was, in some ways, even worse. I struggled with renewed fury, bucking and twisting, but it was useless. He was too strong, too determined. The tape was quickly wrapped around my wrists, then my ankles, binding them together. Then, a strip went over my mouth, silencing my screams, muffling my desperate whimpers. The fear was a living thing inside me now, a cold, venomous creature coiling around my heart. He lifted me then, surprisingly easily, like I weighed nothing. My body was limp, heavy with despair. He carried me through the house, past the hidden room, past the kitchen, and down a set of narrow, creaking stairs I had not noticed before. The air grew colder, heavier, smelling faintly of damp earth and something else, something stagnant and unpleasant. The basement. Of course, every horror story has a basement. He set me down gently, almost reverently, on a worn mattress on the floor. The room was dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows. It was a small space, concrete walls, a single, small, grated window high up, near the ceiling, unreachable, unbreakable. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of my surroundings. There was a small table with some tools, a hammer, a saw, a pair of pliers all neatly arranged. A shelf held jars filled with what looked like preserved specimens, floating in murky liquid. My stomach roiled, and in the corner, shrouded under a tarp, was a shape that looked suspiciously like a large cage. He knelt beside me, his face illuminated by the harsh bulb, his expression unreadable. He reached out and gently stroked my hair, his touch sending shivers of revulsion down my spine. There, Clara, he whispered, his voice soft, almost tender. No need to be afraid. You are safe now, with me, where you belong. He removed the duct tape from my mouth, but kept my hands and feet bound. We will talk. We will get to know each other again. Really know each other. I gasped for air, my throat dry and sore. You are insane. I croaked, the words tasting bitter. He chuckled, unoffended. Perhaps, but I am your insane, Clara, and I am the only one who truly understands you. All your fears, all your hidden desires, your trauma. I understand it all because I cause it all, and I can fix it. We can fix it. Together. He spent the next hour talking, rambling about his love for me, his plan. He explained how he would change his appearance, got a new identity, even learned about history to become Alex, the perfect bait. He detailed how he would track my deleted blog, posts, found my new town, found my apartment. He confessed to the moving items, the little invasions of my space, just to see if I noticed, to remind me he was always there. He talked about our future, a twisted fantasy where I would be his companion, his muse, living in this remote house, away from the corrupting influence of the outside world. He even mentioned Mittens again, confirming she was in a cage upstairs, safe, but dependent on him, a bargaining chip, a cruel twist of the knife. My mind, despite the terror, started working. I had to escape. This was not just about me anymore. It was about Mittens too. I could not leave her to this monster. I tried to appear compliant, nodding vaguely, offering non-committal hums when he paused for breath. I watched him, observing his habits, his movements, looking for any weakness, any opportunity. He seemed to genuinely believe I was starting to accept my fate. That was my only advantage. He eventually left, promising to bring Me some food. The lock on the basement door clicked. A sickening sound. Alone in the dim, cold room, I began to test my bindings. The duct tape was strong, but I was desperate. I twisted my wrists, rubbing the tape against the rough concrete floor, trying to fray it, to wear it down. My skin chafed, quickly turning raw and painful. But I ignored it. I had to get out. Hours passed. My wrists were bleeding, but the tape was starting to loosen, just slightly. I could feel the sticky residue against my skin. My fingers were numb, but I kept going, fueled by a primal need to survive. He returned later, bringing a plate of bland food, a sandwich, and a glass of water. He untapped my mouth in one hand, allowing me to eat, watching me with that unsettling, possessive gaze. I forced myself to eat, to drink, to conserve energy. I needed every ounce of strength I had. While he was distracted, watching me, I subtly rubbed my other taped wrist against my thigh, continuing my slow, painful work. Good girl, he murmured. When I finished, he re-taped my mouth and hand, his touch lingering, sending shivers down my spine. See, this is not so bad, is it? We can be happy here. Clara, just us. He left again, and I resumed my struggle. The tape was slowly, agonizingly giving way. My skin was on fire, but I could feel a sliver of hope, a tiny spark in the crushing darkness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my right hand broke free. It was stiff, bruised, and bleeding, but it was free. I quickly untapped my left hand, then my ankles. My legs were numb, but I forced myself to stand, swaying slightly. The door, the lock. I crept towards it, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a heavy, old-fashioned deadbolt. I fumbled with it, trying to pick it, but my fingers were shaking too much, and I had no tools. Panic started to creep back in. Then I remembered the tools on the table. The hammer. I grabbed the hammer, its weight surprisingly comforting in my hand. I stared at the lock, took a deep breath, and brought the hammer down with all my might. Crack! The sound echoed loudly in the small basement. I flinched, expecting him to appear immediately. Silence. I hit it again. Crack! Bang! Splinters of wood flew. The lock groaned, but held. I kept hitting it, a frantic, desperate rhythm, sweat beading on my forehead. My arms ached, but I could not stop. I had to get out. Finally, with a loud, sickening thwack and a splintering of wood, the deadbolt broke, tearing through the doorframe. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow hallway. I burst out, hammer still in hand, my eyes scanning the darkness. The house was silent, too silent. He had to have heard me. Where was he? I crept up the stairs, each step a creaking betrayal. The house was a maze in the dark, every shadow a potential threat. I reached the main floor, the living room. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting eerie patterns on the furniture. Then I heard it, a soft, plaintive meow. Mittens. The sound came from the kitchen. My heart squeezed. I had to get her. I could not leave her. I moved stealthily toward the kitchen, the hammer held tightly in my hand. The meows grew louder, more urgent. I pushed open the kitchen door. There she was, Mittens, in a large, wire cage on the counter, looking terrified. She meowed again, a small, hopeful sound when she saw me. Oh, Mittens, I whispered, relief washing over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of determination. I could not waste time. I fumbled with the cage latch. My fingers clumsy. It was a simple hook, but my hands were shaking so badly I could not open it. I tried the hammer, but it was too big, too unwieldy. Looking for your little friend. The voice, right behind me. I froze. My blood ran cold. He had not been upstairs. He had been waiting. I spun around. Hammer raised defensively. He was standing in the doorway, a chillingly calm expression on his face. He held a large, ornate kitchen knife in his hand, its blade glinting in the dim light. I knew you would not leave her, he said, his voice soft, almost affectionate. That is what I love about you. Clara, your compassion, your loyalty. He took a step into the kitchen, blocking my only exit. But it is also your weakness. My mind screamed. I was trapped again, with Mittens. Let her go. I pleaded, my voice cracking. Please, take me. Just let her go. He chuckled, a dark, humorless sound. Oh, no. Clara, she is part of our family now. She will remind you of your place, your new life. He took another step. Now, drop the hammer, or I will make sure Mittens feels the consequences of your disobedience. His eyes flickered towards the cage, and the knife glinted dangerously. My heart pounded. I could not risk Mittens. I could not. My grip on the hammer faltered. Good, he purred, seeing my hesitation. Smart girl. But as he took another step, his eyes fixed on me, I saw my chance. He was focused on the hammer, on my hands, not on his feet. There was a small, worn rug on the kitchen floor, right in front of the sink. I remembered it from earlier. It was old, slippery. As he reached for me, his knife held low. I did not drop the hammer. Instead, I threw it, not at him, but at the floor, sliding it with all my might toward his feet. He did not see it coming. The hammer skidded across the linoleum, hitting the edge of the rug. He stepped on the rug just as it bunched up. His foot caught. He stumbled, his balance gone. It was a split second, but it was enough. He cried out, falling forward, his knife clattering to the floor. I did not hesitate. I lunged past him, grabbing the cage with one hand, yanking it off the counter. Mittens let out a terrified yowl. He was scrambling to get up, cursing under his breath. I did not look back. I ran, out of the kitchen, through the living room, toward the front door. The broken lock meant it was still slightly ajar. I pushed it open fully, burst out into the cool night air. Mittens' cage clutched tightly in my hand. My car, it was still there, a beacon of hope. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Behind me, I heard the front door slam open. Clara, get back here. His voice was a roar of pure rage. I finally got the car door open, threw Mittens' cage into the passenger seat, and scrambled into the driver's seat. The engine turned over with a cough, then roared to life. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and put the car in reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the driveway. He was running towards the car, a dark silhouette against the moonlight, the glint of the kitchen knife still in his hand. He lunged, trying to grab the door handle, but I was already moving. The car lurched backward, throwing him off balance. Then, forward, I floored the accelerator, not caring about the gravel spraying, not caring about anything but putting as much distance as possible between me and that house, between me and him. I sped down the winding dirt road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. In my rear-view mirror, I saw him standing in the driveway, watching me go, a silent, menacing figure. I could not tell if he was injured, if he was just standing there in shock, or if he was already planning his next move. I drove for hours, not stopping until the sun was starting to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange. I was miles away, in a different county, in a different world. My body ached. My hands were raw and bleeding, and my throat was hoarse from screaming and suppressed sobs. Mittens, still in her cage, was quiet now, huddled in a corner, occasionally letting out a small, trembling meow. I reached over and stroked her through the bars, offering what little comfort I could. She rubbed her head against my fingers, a tiny anchor in the storm of my terror. I found a small, run-down motel on the outskirts of a town I did not recognize. I paid cash, using my old, fake ID. I did not trust anything anymore. Not credit cards, not my real name, not even the quiet kindness of strangers. As I lay in the motel bed, Mittens curled up beside me, purring softly. I felt the tremors finally start to subside, but the fear remained. A cold, hard knot in my stomach. I had escaped, but at what cost? And for how long? He knew my face. He knew my cat. He knew my name, even the one I thought was hidden. He had found me once. What was to stop him from finding me again? The image of him standing in the driveway, watching me disappear, burned into my mind. His calm, predatory gaze, the Silver Mountain charm, the dolls in that hidden room. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not over. This was not an escape. It was just a temporary reprieve. Mark, or whatever twisted entity he had become, was out there, and he would be waiting. He would always be waiting, and I would never truly be safe. Again, all right, gather around, because this one still gives me the shivers. It is not about some creaky old house or a mass killer in the woods. No, this one's a modern kind of horror, the kind that sneaks up on you through your screen, in the middle of your perfectly normal, everyday life. You know how it is these days, right? Dating apps, swipe left, swipe right. It is a jungle out there. But every now and then, you match with someone who seems promising. That is how I met Leo, or at least, that is how I thought I met Leo. We matched on Connect, one of those apps that tries to be a bit more serious. Let's hook up why. His profile was solid good looking. A professional job in graphic design. Said he liked hiking and indie movies. All the right boxes. You know, we messaged back and forth for a few days, and his texts were charming. Witty. Made me genuinely laugh. He seemed like a real catch. After a week of texting, he suggested a video call, just to see if we click in person. He typed, with a little winking emoji. I figured, why not? It is 2023. Video calls are the new first date, especially when you are both busy. Plus, it is a good way to weed out the weirdos before you commit to actually leaving your house. Little did I know, I was about to invite the weirdo into my house. Or at least, onto my laptop screen. I remember setting up my laptop on the kitchen counter, trying to find the best lighting, putting on a decent top, the whole 9 yards. At 7 p.m. sharp, my phone buzzed. It was Leo. Initiating the call, I took a deep breath, hit accept, and there he was. He was even better looking than his pictures. Dark, slightly messy hair, kind eyes, a genuine smile that reached them. He had this calm, confident demeanor, and his voice was smooth. A little deep, we started talking. Just easy conversation. He asked about my day. I asked about his. We found out we both loved a specific obscure band, and that we would both lived in the same city for a year without ever crossing paths. It felt easy, comfortable, almost too comfortable. Looking back, about 20 minutes into the call, we were laughing about a mutual friend's embarrassing college story. And that is when it happened. It was subtle, so subtle, I almost convinced myself I imagined it, as he was mid-sentence. His face glitched. It was not like a bad internet connection, where the picture pixelates or freezes. No, this was different. For a fraction of a second, his features seemed to shift. His eyes, those kind, warm eyes, seemed to elongate, becoming narrower, almost reptilian, and his smile had stretched wider than it should have, revealing teeth that looked a little too sharp, a little too numerous. The skin around his mouth pulled taut, like a mask that was struggling to hold its shape. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, it snapped back. His face was normal again. His voice, which had also seemed to drop a tone, a low, guttural sound that did not belong to him, returned to its smooth, confident timbre. He kept talking, completely oblivious. Or at least, he acted completely oblivious. I blinked. Had I really seen that? I mean, I would have been staring at a screen all day for work. Maybe my eyes were tired, or my internet connection was acting up, even though the rest of the picture was perfectly clear. I actually reached up and rubbed my eyes, trying to clear away whatever visual artifact I thought I would just experienced. "You okay?" he asked, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of genuine concern on his face. Yeah, just long day," I mumbled, forcing a smile. "Must be my internet. You just glitched for a second." He chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Oh, probably. My Wi-Fi can be a bit spotty sometimes, especially with all the neighbors streaming these days. Do not worry about it." And just like that, the moment passed. We continued talking for another hour, and the rest of the call was completely normal. By the time we hung up, I felt a genuine connection. He was smart, funny, and attractive. I chalked the glitch up to a tired brain and a spotty connection, and pushed it to the back of my mind. We scheduled another video call for a few nights later. This time, I was even more relaxed. We talked about our hobbies, our dreams, even some of our past relationships. It was getting a little more personal, a little deeper. He seemed genuinely interested, asking thoughtful follow-up questions, remembering little details I would mention earlier. Then, it happened again. We were talking about travel, and I was describing a trip I took to Italy. He was nodding, smiling, and then his eyes. They did not just elongate this time. They seemed to sink deeper into his skull, becoming shadowed, almost hollow. The irises, usually a warm brown, seemed to darken, to become a flat, unreflective black. His skin, for a brief, horrifying moment, looked papery, stretched thin over sharp, angular bones that were not there a second ago. And his smile, again, that unnatural stretch, as if his jaw was unhinged, like a snake preparing to swallow something whole. This time, it lasted a bit longer, maybe a full second and a half. And his voice, just for a split second, fractured. It was not the smooth, deep voice I would grown to like. It was a distorted, static-laden sound, like a radio tuning between stations, with a low, guttural growl underneath it, almost a whisper that was not quite human. It was a sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Then, snap, he was back, The warm eyes, the natural smile, the smooth voice. He blinked, as if coming out of a daze. "Sorry," he said, shaking his head slightly. "Did you say something?" My connection is really acting up tonight. My heart was pounding. This was not just my internet. This was not just my eyes playing tricks. I had seen it, clear as day. But how could I explain it? How could I tell him, "Hey, your face just turned into something out of a horror movie for a second there"? No, I did not say anything. I stammered, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little shaky. "I think your connection just glitched again." He frowned slightly, then laughed it off. Must be the universe telling me to upgrade my router. He joked. "Anyway, you were saying about Italy." I forced myself to continue the conversation, but my mind was racing. What was that? Was it a filter? Some weird AR effect he was playing around with, but it looked so real. And the sound, that was not a digital filter. That was something else. After we hung up, I immediately called my best friend, Sarah. "Okay, so I am either losing my mind, or this guy I am talking to is a demon." I blurted out. Sarah, bless her heart, listened patiently as I described the glitches. She is practical, grounded. "Honey, it is probably just a bad connection," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. "Or maybe your laptop is old, or his camera is cheap. You know how those filters can mess with things. Sometimes. 2. Some people use those weird beauty filters that make their eyes bigger or their jawline sharper." No, Sarah, this was not a beauty filter. I insisted. This was wrong. His face stretched. His eyes went black. His voice sounded like static in a growl. It was like he was melting, and then snapping back. She laughed. "Okay, now you are being dramatic. Are you sure you are not just, like, super attracted to him, and your brain is making things up?" I sighed. She had a point. I was attracted to him, and maybe, just maybe, I was overthinking it. But the image of his distorted face, the sound of that guttural whisper, it was burned into my mind. Over the next few days, we continued to text, and he was still as charming as ever. He suggested another video call, and despite my growing apprehension, I agreed. Part of me wanted to see if it would happen again, to confirm I was not crazy. The other part of me was terrified of what I might see. This time, I was prepared. I had my phone recording the screen, just in case. I know, it sounds paranoid, but I needed proof, even if it was just for myself. The call started normally. We talked for a while, and I tried to act casual, but I was hyper-aware, watching his face like a hawk. I was looking for the subtle shifts, the telltale signs. And then it happened again. But this time, it was worse. We were talking about our favorite horror movies. Ironically enough, he was describing a scene from an OB movie, making a funny voice, and his face was animated, full of life. Then, his eyes. They did not just darken, they hollowed out. It was like looking into two empty sockets. Black voids where his pupils and irises should have been, and the skin around them. It did not just look papery, it looked cracked, like dried mud, revealing glimpses of something metallic, almost like circuitry. Underneath, his teeth, when he laughed, were no longer just a little too sharp. They were like needles, long and pointed, and there were too many of them, crammed into his mouth at odd angles. The most terrifying part, he did not snap back immediately this time. He held that distorted form for a good 3 or 4 seconds. And during that time, his voice, it was not static. It was a chorus of whispers, layered over each other, speaking in a language I could not understand. But the tone was clear, menacing, ancient, and utterly alien. And then, one of the whispers seemed to rise above the others, coalescing into a single, chilling phrase in perfect English, but with a voice that was gravelly and deep, like stones grinding together. You have no idea what you are looking at. Then, pop, he was Leo again. His eyes were warm, his smile genuine, his voice smooth. He blinked, a slight frown on his face. Sorry, did I cut out again? My internet is really testing my patience tonight. My blood ran cold. I was not just seeing things. I was not just hearing things. He had spoken to me, or whatever that was had, spoken to me through him. I stared at him, my mouth agape, unable to form words. My phone, still recording, felt heavy in my hand. He noticed my expression. Hey, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. He even chuckled, but it sounded hollow to me now. I think I need to go. I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. I am not feeling so good. His smile faltered. Oh, everything okay? You seem a little pale. Yeah, just a headache. I need to lie down. I made some lame excuse, my mind screaming at me to end the call, to get away from this digital monstrosity. Oh, I am sorry to hear that, he said, his voice laced with what sounded like genuine concern. Well, get some rest. We can talk again soon. Maybe we should just meet in person next time. Get rid of these pesky internet issues. Huh. He gave me a knowing wink. I just nodded frantically, then mumbled, yeah, maybe, and practically slammed the end call button. I sat there, staring at my reflection in the black screen of my laptop, shaking. My heart was thumping against my ribs like a trapped bird. I immediately pulled up the recording on my phone. My hands trembled as I scrubbed through the video, looking for the moment, and there it was, clear as day, his face, morphing into that horrific, skeletal, circuit board monstrosity. The eyes, the teeth, the cracking skin, and the sound of layered whispers. And then that deep, gravelly voice. You have no idea what you are looking at. I played it again and again. It was not a trick of the light. It was not my imagination. It was not a bad connection. It was real, and it was terrifying. I called Sarah again, my voice high-pitched and frantic. Sarah, you have to see this. I recorded it. He is not real. He is something else. She was skeptical at first, but when I sent her the video clip, her tone changed. There was a long silence on the other end of the line after she watched it. Holy, what is that? She finally whispered, her voice full of genuine horror. That is not human. I know. I cried, relief flooding me that I was not alone in this. He said, you have no idea what you're looking at. What does that even mean? I do not know, but you need to block him. Immediately. Delete the app. Do not ever talk to him again. She urged, her voice firm. I agreed. I blocked him on the app, deleted the app, and even blocked his number, just in case he had it. I felt a small sense of relief, thinking I had cut him off, that I was safe. But the horror was not just about what I saw. It was about the realization of how easily something so fundamentally wrong could infiltrate our lives, hiding behind a charming profile and a glitchy screen. It made me question everything. How many Leos are out there, pretending to be human, looking for connection, or something worse? For the next few days, I was jumpy, Every notification made me flinch. Every time my internet connection so much as buffered, I felt a cold dread in my stomach. I kept replaying that video, trying to make sense of it, trying to understand what I had encountered. Then, a week later, I got a text message from an unknown number. It simply said you hung up on me. That was rude. My blood ran cold again. How did he get my number? I had blocked him. I had deleted the app. I had not given it out to anyone else recently. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, my heart pounding. A minute later, another text came through from the same number. I was looking forward to our in-person date. I thought we had a real connection. This was beyond creepy. This was a violation. He was not just a digital anomaly. He was something that could cross over, that could find me. I immediately blocked that number too. But the fear was back, stronger than ever. It was not just a glitch anymore, it was a threat. I started doing some digging. I tried to find Leo's profile again, just to see if it was still there. I created a new account on Connect under a fake name, just to search for him. His profile was gone, completely. It was like he had never existed. But I had the video. I had the text. He had existed. I tried searching for his name. Leo Thompson, that was the name he gave me. And his job, graphic designer. Nothing specific. 1,000,000 Leo Thompsons. 1,000,000 graphic designers. Nothing that matched his face or his exact details. It was like he was a ghost, leaving no digital footprint beyond our interactions. I started to wonder if he was, even a person in the traditional sense. Was he an AI, some advanced program, or something far more ancient? Something that had learned to mimic human interaction through our technology. The thought made my skin crawl. One evening, about 2 weeks after the last text, I was at home, trying to relax, watching a movie. My laptop was open on the coffee table, just for background noise. My phone was charging on the counter. Suddenly, my laptop screen flickered. Not a normal flicker, like a bad bulb. It was like the entire display shuddered. Then, the image on the screen, a scene from the movie, began to distort. The colors bled. The shapes warped. And then, slowly, the image began to resolve into something else. It was his face, Leo's face, but it was not static. It was live, and it was glitching constantly. His eyes were those black voids. His mouth was a stretched, needle-toothed grin. His skin was that cracked, circuit board mess. He was not speaking, but his mouth was moving, slowly, deliberately, forming words that did not make a sound, but I could read them on his lips. I know where you live. My heart stopped. I scrambled backward, knocking over my coffee mug. The screen shimmered. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. The movie was back, playing normally, as if nothing had happened. I did not wait. I grabbed my car keys, my phone, and my purse, and I ran out of the apartment. I did not even lock the door. I just needed to get away. I drove straight to Sarah's house, shaking the entire way. She let me in, saw the terrified look on my face, and did not even ask questions. She just hugged me tight. I told her what happened, about the laptop, about his face on the screen, the silent message. He is not just in the internet. Sarah, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. He is watching me. He can get into my devices. He knows where I am. Sarah was scared too, but she was also practical. Okay, we need to unplug everything. All your devices. And we need to call the police. We did. We unplugged my laptop, my smart TV, my router, everything. I even turned off my phone, which felt like cutting off a limb, but I was too terrified to keep it on. The police, of course, were less than helpful. I showed them the video, explained everything. They listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They thought I was either delusional, or being pranked by some sophisticated hacker, or maybe even an ex. They took a report, but there was nothing they could do. No physical evidence, no forced entry, no clear threat beyond some bizarre video and text messages. They advised me to change my number, get security cameras, and be careful about who I interacted with online. I did not go back to my apartment for a week. I stayed with Sarah, sleeping on her couch, constantly looking over my shoulder, afraid to even look at a screen. Every time I saw a flicker of light, a distorted image on a TV commercial, or a brief moment of static on a phone call, my heart would jump. When I finally went back to my apartment, I had Sarah with me. We checked everything. Nothing was out of place. No signs of a break-in. It was unsettlingly normal. But I knew he had been there. Or at least, his presence had been there, projected through my own devices. I ended up getting rid of my laptop and buying a new one. I changed all my passwords. I even changed my phone number. I installed security cameras, like the police suggested. For a while, the fear subsided, pushed down by the mundane routine of life. But I never forgot. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my phone is dark beside my bed, I still think about Leo. I think about that charming smile, those kind eyes, and how easily they morph into something monstrous. I think about the chorus of whispers, and that chilling phrase, "You have no idea what you're looking at." And I wonder how many other people have seen those glitches. How many people have dismissed them as bad internet or tired eyes? How many Leos are out there, hiding in plain sight, in the vast, interconnected web of our digital lives, learning, watching, waiting, because the scariest part is not just that he found me. It is that he could be anyone. He could be that promising match on a dating app, that friendly face in a video call, that new co-worker on a Zoom meeting. He could be a glitch in the Matrix, or a phantom in the machine. And we, with our reliance on screens and our endless hunger for connection, we have built the perfect world for him to thrive. So, next time you are on a video call, and someone's face flickers, or their voice sounds a little off, do not just dismiss it. Do not just blame the Wi-Fi, because you never know what is really on the other side of that screen. You have no idea what you are looking at. And maybe, just maybe, it is looking back at you, waiting for its chance to cross over. Sarah's apartment, where I had been hiding, was supposed to be a sanctuary, a fortress against the encroaching madness. But it is not. It is more like a bunker that has already been breached. The enemy just taking its sweet time to make its move. Every shadow in here seems to shift, to lengthen and twist into something vaguely humanoid. Every creak of the old building's pipes is not just a house settling, it is a footstep, a slow, deliberate approach down the hallway. The silence. Oh, the silence is the worst. It is not comforting, it is heavy, expectant, like the entire world is holding its breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for something awful to finally happen. Sleep is a luxury I can't afford. My body screams for rest. My eyes burn. But the moment I drift off, the visions start. Leo's distorted face, his black, void eyes, the needle teeth gnashing in a silent scream. Sometimes he is right there, inches from my face, breathing a cold, dead air onto me. Sometimes he is in the corner of my vision, just watching. I jolt awake, heart hammering against my ribs, drenched in sweat, gasping for air that feels thin and stale. Then I spend the rest of the night staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, waiting, just waiting. Sarah tries to help. Bless her heart. She really does. She brings me food I can barely touch, talks to me in soothing tones, tries to convince me to leave the apartment, to see a doctor. But how do you explain to a doctor that your reality has been fundamentally rewired by an ancient, alien presence you glimpse behind the flimsy curtain of normal life? How do you tell them that your friend Leo, the sweet, goofy guy from your coding class, has become a digital demon with void eyes? They would lock me up. And frankly, the thought of being locked up, vulnerable and unable to see the subtle shifts in the shadows, is even more terrifying than staying here. You can't live like this. Alex, Sarah said last Tuesday, her voice laced with a concern that I could almost feel as a physical weight. You are wasting away. Look at you. You have not had a proper meal in days. I picked at a granola bar she would left on the coffee table. It tasted like ash. What do you want me to do? Sarah, go outside and just pretend everything's fine. Pretend I did not see what I saw. Pretend he is not out there. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. No, not pretend. But maybe try to do something normal. Something that reminds you of who you were before all this. She paused. Then, with a hesitant smile, added, have you ever thought about just, I do not know, going on a date? My head snapped up. A date? The idea was so utterly absurd, so alien to my current existence, that I almost laughed. A date? With whom? A normal person. What would I even say? Hi, nice to meet you. I am Alex, and my reality has been unraveled by an eldritch horror that manifested through my friend's face on a laptop screen. And I have not slept properly in weeks because I am pretty sure it is hunting me. Yeah, that would go over well. Are you insane? I asked, my voice hoarse. No, I am just trying to think of anything that might give you a moment of peace. A distraction. Just swipe a bit on Tinder. Do not even meet anyone if you do not want to. Just see some normal faces. Talk to someone online. Anything to break this cycle of fear. The idea was ridiculous, and yet the sheer, suffocating monotony of my fear was starting to wear me down in a different way. The thought of even a fleeting moment of normalcy, a sliver of my old life, was almost intoxicating in its impossibility. Maybe it was the exhaustion talking, the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, if I forced myself back into routines of the mundane, the nightmare would recede. So, I did it. Later that night, huddled under a blanket on Sarah's couch, the glow of my phone a sickly blue against my pale face. I opened Tinder. My fingers felt like lead as I swiped through profile after profile. It was like looking at aliens. Happy, smiling people with hobbies and interests in lives that seemed utterly untouched by the existential dread that had become my constant companion. I felt a profound disconnect, like I was observing a species I no longer belonged to, most of them blurred together. Gym selfies, travel photos, pictures with dogs. My thumb moved almost automatically. Left, left, left. Then I stopped. His name was Mark. His profile picture showed a handsome man, maybe late 20s or early 30s, with kind eyes and a charming, slightly lopsided smile. He was standing in front of a bookstore, holding a cup of coffee. His bio was simple love's a good book, long walks, and deep conversations. It was normal, almost aggressively normal. Too normal, perhaps, for someone in my state. But something about that smile, that easygoing, approachable smile, tugged at something deep inside me, a longing for that kind of uncomplicated happiness. I swiped right. A split second later, it as a match flashed across the screen. My heart gave a strange little lurch, a mix of faint hope and fresh dread. Mark messaged me almost immediately. "Hey Alex, you have a really interesting profile. What kind of books do you like?" I stared at the message for a long time. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What kind of books did I like? I usually love sci-fi, fantasy. Now, the thought of anything speculative, anything that might even hint at the fantastical, made my stomach churn. Just vante bland, comforting reality. But reality was gone. I typed back a brief, non-committal answer. We exchanged a few more messages. He was polite, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested. He asked about my day, which was a terrifying question because my day consisted of staring at walls and trying not to scream. I gave vague answers, focusing on the past, on things I used to do. He suggested meeting for coffee. My first instinct was to say, no, absolutely not. The thought of leaving Sarah's apartment, of being in a public place, of being vulnerable, it felt like stepping into a lion's den. But then Sarah's words echoed in my head, anything to break this cycle of fear. And something else, a quiet, insidious thought, what if it is a test? What if ignoring this is worse? My mind, already frayed, was starting to construct elaborate, paranoid scenarios around every decision. I agreed. I chose a busy coffee shop downtown, one with big windows and lots of foot traffic. Safety in numbers. Right. I told Sarah I was going. Made her promise to keep her phone on. She looked at me with a mixture of apprehension and weary hope. "Be careful. Alex," she said, squeezing my hand. The walk, there was a blur. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every passerby felt like they were looking at me, knowing something. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My palms were slick with sweat. By the time I reached the coffee shop, I felt like I would run a marathon. I spotted him immediately. Mark was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, precisely where I would said I would meet him. He was even more handsome in person, with a neatly trimmed beard and those same kind eyes from his profile picture. He was wearing a simple, dark sweater. He looked up as I approached, and that charming, slightly lopsided smile from his profile picture spread across his face. "Alex, hi, I am Mark," he said, standing up. His voice was smooth, pleasant. "Hi, I managed," my voice a little shaky. I felt a weird mix of relief and intense anxiety. He seemed normal, too normal. We sat down. He did not offer a handshake, which I appreciated. My hands were clammy. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, his smile unwavering. "No problem," I replied, trying to sound casual. "You got here early. Just a few minutes. Wanted to make sure I got a good spot." He gestured vaguely around the bustling coffee shop. Busy place. I nodded, scanning the room. The noise, the chatter, the clatter of cups, it was overwhelming, yet also strangely grounding. It was a reminder that the world was still turning, even if mine had stopped. A waitress came over to take our order. "What can I get for you two?" "Just a black coffee for me, please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I needed the caffeine. Mark smiled at the waitress. That same smile. "Nothing for me. Thanks," he said. The waitress blinked. "Are you sure? We have some great pastries. Today." "No, I am fine." Really? Mark said, his smile not faltering. The waitress shrugged and walked away. My unease, which had momentarily receded when I saw how normal he looked, began to creep back. Nothing for him. At a coffee shop. It was a small thing, but in my current state, every small thing felt loaded with sinister meaning. So, I began, trying to force a conversation. What do you do? Mark. Oh, I work in data analytics, he said, his smile still fixed. It is interesting. Interesting. I prompted. Yes, lots of patterns. Lots of information. You can learn a lot from data. He leaned forward slightly. His eyes, those kind eyes, fixed on mine. More than you would think. My coffee arrived. I took a grateful sip. It was hot, bitter, and real. I felt a momentary sense of calm. Mark just watched me, his smile unwavering. He was not even pretending to look at his phone or at the people walking by. Just me and you. Alex, he asked, what keeps you busy? I hesitated. I used to work in web design, I said, fudging the truth a little, but I have been taking some time off recently. Oh, he said, his smile widening almost imperceptibly. A sabbatical, or just a change of pace. The way he said change of pace sent a shiver down my spine. It felt like he knew, like he was subtly probing. My paranoia, ever present, flared, just needed a break. I said, trying to keep my voice light. Long hours. You know how it is. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that did not quite reach his eyes. Indeed, the grind can be exhausting. The conversation continued like that for what felt like an eternity. He asked questions, mostly about me. He did not talk much about himself beyond vague generalities. And he never, not once, took his eyes off me. His smile remained constant, a perfect, unchanging curve on his lips. It was not a warm, inviting smile anymore. It was a mask, a fixed, unnerving expression that seemed to absorb all my attention, all my attempts at normalcy. I tried to watch him, subtly, to see if he would scratch an itch, or shift uncomfortably, or even just blink, but he was unnervingly still. He did not fidget. His posture was perfect. His hands rested on the table, unmoving. He did not even seem to breathe heavily. My coffee cup was empty. I felt a desperate need for another one, just to have something to do, something to focus on besides his unnerving gaze. Do you want anything else? I asked, gesturing toward the counter. Another coffee, maybe a pastry, if you change your mind. No, I am perfectly fine, he said, his smile still there, radiating an almost artificial serenity, just enjoying the conversation. He was enjoying watching me. That is what it felt like I was a specimen under a microscope. 2 hours. That is how long we sat there. 2 excruciating hours of him staring and smiling, never touching a drink, never taking a bite of anything, just listening to my increasingly desperate attempts to fill the silence with mundane chatter. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe he had an eating disorder. Maybe he was just nervous. But the smile was too perfect, too unchanging. It was the smile of a mannequin, or a predator. It reminded me, in a chilling way, of Leo's glitch face, not the void eyes or needle teeth, not overtly monstrous, but the fixity of it, the unnatural stillness, the sense that beneath the surface, something utterly alien was operating. My throat felt tight. My heart was a frantic bird in my chest. I could not do this anymore. I needed to get out. Listen, Mark, I said, trying to project a calm I did not feel. This has been nice, but I actually have to get going. I have an appointment. It was a lie, but I could not think of anything else. His smile did not waver. Oh, that is a shame. I was enjoying our time together. He did not make any move to stand up. He just continued to watch me. I stood up quickly, almost knocking over my chair. Yeah, well, it was great meeting you. I fumbled for my wallet. Let me just pay for my coffee. Do not worry about it, he said, his voice still smooth, still pleasant. It is on me. A pleasure. Alex, a pleasure. The word felt like a threat. I did not argue. I just wanted to escape. I practically ran out of the coffee shop, not daring to look back until I was out on the street, blending into the crowd. My breath hitched in my throat as I reached the corner. I risked a glance back at the coffee shop window. Mark was still sitting there, at the same table, facing the window. He was not looking at his phone. He was not looking at anyone else. He was looking out, and even from this distance, even through the glare of the glass, I could feel his gaze. I could feel his smile. I broke into a run. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I did not stop until I was back in Sarah's apartment, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. Alex, you are back, Sarah exclaimed, rushing over. She took one look at my ashen face, my wide, terrified eyes, and her own expression crumpled. What happened? What is wrong? I collapsed onto the couch, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. He just stared. Sarah, I choked out, the words tumbling over each other. For 2 hours, he just stared and smiled. He did not eat, did not drink. He just watched me. Sarah sat beside me, putting an arm around my trembling shoulders. Okay, calm down. It was just a weird date. Alex, some people are just socially awkward. No, I cried, shaking my head violently. No, you do not understand. It was not awkward. It was deliberate. It was like he was studying me, like I was an exhibit. And that smile was exactly like Leo's. Sarah, not the glitched horror, but the fixity of it. The way it did not change. The way it did not reach his eyes. It was them. It was another one of them. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a bad date. This was a message. This was confirmation. The nightmare was not confined to my laptop screen, or to Sarah's apartment, or to my own fractured mind. It was out there. It was walking among us, wearing human faces, using human tools like Tinder to seek me out. My phone buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping it. It was a message from Tinder. Mark. My blood ran cold. How did he get my number? We had not exchanged them. I had not given him anything but my first name. I opened the message, my finger trembling so badly I almost dropped the phone. It was just one word. Found. No period. Just found. And underneath it, a picture. It was a photo of me, a candid shot. Me, sitting at the coffee shop table, sipping my coffee, looking away from the camera. A photo taken from somewhere across the room. And in the background, out of focus, was Mark, sitting at his table, smiling. His eyes, even blurred, seemed to be fixed on me. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Sarah flinched, staring at the phone in my hand. Alex, What is it? I shoved the phone at her. She took it, her eyes widening as she read the message and saw the photo. Her face went pale. Oh my God, Alex, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He took a picture of you. He knows where I live. I sobbed, the words echoing Leo's earlier threat. He found me. He knows. They all know. The apartment, which had felt like a breached bunker before, now felt like a glass cage. The heavy silence was no longer just expectant, it was mocking. The shadows, which had merely shifted before, now seemed to coalesce, to thicken into vague, indistinct shapes in the periphery of my vision. Every creak of the old pipes was not just a footstep, it was a slow, deliberate scrape, like something dragging itself across the floorboards. Getting closer. I stumbled to the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction. The street below was dark, deserted, a street lamp cast long, eerie shadows. My heart hammered, my breath catching in my throat. And there, standing directly across the street, partially obscured by the shadow of a parked car, was a figure. It was Mark. He was just standing there, facing the apartment building, facing my window, and even in the dim light, even from this distance, I could see it. That perfect, unchanging, utterly terrifying smile. He did not wave. He did not move. He just stood there, smiling, watching, a silent decoration. The nightmare was not just in my head. It was not just on a screen. It was real. It was outside. It had found me, and it was wearing a human face, patiently waiting. Its smile a promise of endless, inescapable dread. There was no escape, not anymore. The flimsy curtain had been ripped away completely, and the alien horror behind it was now looking directly at me, its smile fixed, its patience endless. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that it was not just Mark out there. It was them, and they were just getting started. Just weeks ago, my world had shattered. It was not an explosion, or a sudden, violent impact. It was a glitch. A digital flicker across my friend Leo's face. A face I would know my whole life. As he stared at me through a screen and delivered those chilling words, "I know where you live." It was not a threat. Not really. It was a statement. A statement of fact that felt like a death sentence. I ran. I ran to Sarah's apartment. A place I thought was a sanctuary. A safe haven from whatever that was. But sanctuaries, I have learned, are just bunkers waiting to be breached. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. Every shadow played tricks on my eyes. Every creak of the floorboard sent my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. Leo's glitched face, his distorted smile, it haunted my waking hours and plagued my nightmares. Sarah, bless her heart, she tried. She really did. She saw me wasting away, caught in this endless loop of fear, and she suggested something normal, something to break the cycle. Even a date. The idea was absurd, terrifying even, but I was desperate. So I did it. I opened Tinder. Most profiles were just alien, like they belonged to a different species. Then I saw Mark. Handsome, kind eyes, a normal bio. He seemed safe. I swiped right. We matched. We met for coffee. It was anything but normal. Mark just stared and smiled, a fixed, unchanging expression that never quite reached his eyes. He did not eat, did not drink, just watched me for 2 agonizing hours, like I was a specimen under a microscope. His unsettling stillness, the way his smile never wavered. It was so eerily similar to Leo's glitch face, not monstrous, Not overtly terrifying, but utterly, profoundly alien. I fled, my paranoia, which I would tried so hard to suppress, screamed at me. And then, moments later, a Tinder message from Mark chilled me to the bone. One word found. Below it, a candid photo of me from the coffee shop. With him, that perfectly smiling, perfectly still him. In the background, my blood ran cold. He knew where I lived. Or at least, he knew where I was. And then I saw him, standing across the street from Sarah's apartment. In the dark, just staring up at my window. That same perfect, terrifying smile. The nightmare was not just in my head anymore. It was not just on a screen. It was real. It was outside. And it had found me. There was no escape. They were just getting started. Pause. Unsettling drone swells slightly, then fades. The words echoed in my head. A chilling mantra. They are just getting started. I stumbled back from the window, my breath catching in my throat. Sarah, who had been trying to coax me into eating a bowl of lukewarm soup, looked up, her brow furrowed with concern. What is it? What is wrong? I could not speak. I just pointed, a trembling finger aimed at the dark window. Him. He is out there. Sarah, bless her courageous but often foolhardy heart, walked over, peering through the gap in the blinds I had created. Her eyes scanned the street below. Who? Mark. She squinted. I do not see anyone. Alex, are you sure? He was there. My voice was a choked whisper. Smiling, staring up at the window, I yanked the blinds shut, plunging the living room into near darkness. He knew where I was. Sarah, he knew. Okay, calm down, she said, her voice trying to be soothing, but I could hear the tremor in it. She knew my paranoia was not unfounded. She would seen the video of Leo. She would seen the message from Mark. Maybe he just left. Maybe he was just trying to find you again. After the date. No, I insisted, shaking my head violently. It was not like that. His smile. Sarah, it was like Leo's. Like it was painted on. It was not human. We stood there in the dark, listening. The city hummed with its usual nocturnal symphony of distant sirens. The rumble of traffic, the occasional shout. But underneath it all, I felt profound, suffocating silence. A silence that felt like it was specifically for us. Time stretched, thick and suffocating. Minutes crawled by, each one a test of my sanity. My eyes darted around the room, seeing shadows coalesce into shapes, hearing the house creak and groan. Sarah had pulled out her phone, probably checking her security app or trying to gut goose stalker laws. I just stood, frozen, a deer caught in headlights, waiting for the next shoe to drop. And drop it did. My phone, clutched tight in my sweaty hand, buzzed violently. It was not a call. It was a text message. An unknown number. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen, dreading what I would see. Sarah, sensing my terror, looked up. What is it? Slowly, reluctantly, I opened the message. The words burned into my retina, searing themselves into my brain. I am right outside your door. My breath hitched. The air felt thin, suddenly impossible to breathe. I showed the screen to Sarah. Her eyes widened, reflecting the pale blue glow of the phone. Her face went slack, all color draining from it. No, she whispered, a primal denial. No, that is not. It can't be. Then, a soft, deliberate top, top, top. Not loud, not aggressive, just there, right outside our apartment door. A quiet, knowing sound that cut through the city's din like a surgical blade. It was too precise, too perfectly timed with the message. We both froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. I could not move, could not speak, could not even breathe. It was like the air itself had been sucked out of the room, leaving a vacuum of pure terror. The knock was not demanding, was not impatient. It was patient, like a predator waiting for its prey to make a move. Sarah's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met Mina. In that moment, all her attempts at rationalizing, at calming me down, evaporated. She saw it now. She felt it. This was not some random stalker. This was something else. Something utterly, horrifyingly wrong. Another knock. This one slightly louder, more insistent, but still not violent, just present. It was like someone was gently testing the boundaries, letting us know they were there, and they were not going anywhere. Who? Who is that? Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. I shook my head, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Was it Mark? How could he have gotten up here so fast? And how did he know which door? Sarah's apartment was on the third floor of a large complex. There were dozens of doors, and the message came from an unknown number. It was not Mark's phone. It was a different entity, or the same entity, but using a different channel. They are just getting started. The words echoed again, colder this time. The knocks continued, a slow, methodical rhythm. Top, 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 pass the top, top, top. It sounded like someone was just resting their palm against the door, then gently tapping with their fingertips. It was unnerving in its casualness. It was trying to pretend to be normal, but it was anything but. Do not answer it. I managed to croak out, my throat tight. Sarah nodded, her eyes still glued to the door. We backed away slowly, instinctively, moving deeper into the apartment, away from the source of the sound. Every creak of the floorboards under our feet sounded deafening in the profound silence we were trying to maintain. We found ourselves huddled in the kitchen, the furthest point from the front door. Sarah grabbed a large chef's knife from the block, her hand visibly trembling. It felt absurd. A flimsy piece of steel against whatever was out there. The knocking stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the sound. It was pregnant with menace, with the anticipation of what would come next. We held our breaths, listening so intently that I could hear the blood rushing in my own ears. Then, a new sound, a faint, almost imperceptible scrape, like something was being dragged across the hallway floor, right outside our door, or like someone was running a fingernail along the wood paneling. It was a sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was deliberate. It was exploring. What? What is that? Sarah whispered, her voice barely a breath. I had no answer. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A delivery driver, someone making a prank call. But the message, the glitched face of Leo, Mark's fixed smile, his photo, him outside, none of it was normal. None of it made sense. This was beyond prank. Calls. This was a hunt. The scraping stopped. And then, a faint click. My blood ran cold. The sound of a deadbolt sliding. It was not our deadbolt. It was the one on the outside of our door. But our door did not have an outside deadbolt. It was a standard apartment door, with a lock on the handle and an internal deadbolt. Did you hear that? Sarah's voice was a ragged gasp. I nodded, my eyes wide with terror. We both stared at the kitchen wall, imagining the door on the other side. Then the doorknob jiggled, gently, tentatively, like someone was testing it, not forcing it, not trying to break in, but just seeing if it would turn, as if they knew it was locked, but were curious, or playing. My mind flashed back to Mark at the coffee shop, the way he just stared, the way he just watched me, like I was an exhibit. This felt like that. A cruel, terrifying game. It is trying to get in. Sarah whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. Oh my God, it is trying to get in. It is not trying to break in. I corrected, my voice raspy. It is just testing. Because if it wanted to break in, it would have. It had been out there for long enough. It was toying with us. Suddenly, the air in the apartment grew heavy. A strange, almost metallic scent, faint but distinct, began to permeate the room. It was like ozone, or the smell of a machine running too hot. It prickled at my nose, making my eyes water. Then, a low, almost inaudible hum started. It was not coming from outside. It felt like it was coming from inside the walls. A deep, resonant vibration that seemed to travel through the very structure of the building. It was subtle at first, just a faint thrumming, but it slowly, steadily, began to intensify. Do you hear that? Sarah whispered, her head cocked, listening. I nodded, my teeth chattering uncontrollably. The hum grew, a low, unsettling drone that vibrated through the soles of my feet. It felt like the apartment itself was coming alive, or being activated. And then the lights flickered. Once, twice, and then plunged us into absolute darkness. A choke scream escaped Sarah's lips. I gasped, my hands flying up to cover my mouth. The hum continued. Now the only sound in the terrifying blackness. It felt like we were trapped inside a giant, vibrating machine. My phone. Sarah cried, fumbling in the dark. Where's my phone? I need a flashlight. I pulled out my own phone. Its battery critically low, but still holding a charge. The flashlight beam, weak and shaky, cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating a small circle of the kitchen. Our faces, pale and terrified, looked like ghosts. No signal. Sarah whimpered, staring at her phone screen. My internet's out too. I checked Mina. Same thing. No bars. No Wi-Fi. We were completely cut off, isolated. The hum intensified, filling the apartment, vibrating through every surface. It felt like my very bones were resonating with it. And then, a new sound, overlaid on the hum. A distant, distorted whisper. It was not coming from the door anymore. It felt like it was coming from everywhere. From the walls, the ceiling, the floor. The whispers were indistinct. A garble of low, guttural sounds, punctuated by what sounded like static. But then, a few words began to coalesce, chillingly clear, and in a voice that was not human. It was flat, synthetic, yet somehow deeply resonant. We see you. The words were drawn out, stretched, like a recording played at the wrong speed. It was Leo's voice, but not Leo's voice. It was the voice that had come out of his glitched face. We have found you. Sarah let out a small sob, clutching the chef's knife like a lifeline. What is happening? What are they? I do not know. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. I do not know, but they are here. They are all around us. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, a cacophony of distorted voices, all speaking those same chilling phrases. It was like 1,000 versions of Leo's glitched voice, all echoing through the apartment. Then, a new sound, a faint scratching, not at the front door. This time, it was coming from the living room window, the one I had just been staring out of, the one where I would seen Mark. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was like fingernails, long and sharp, dragging across the glass, not trying to break it, just marking it, drawing on it. I slowly, fearfully, turned my phone's flashlight towards the living room. The beam, weak as it was, cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing the window, and there, on the glass, almost invisible in the dim light, was a faint, shimmering outline, a pattern, like a circuit board or something alien. And then I saw it, a face, pressed against the outside of the window. It was not Mark, not exactly. It was a distorted version of Mark. His smile was still there, fixed and unwavering, but his eyes were black, bottomless voids. His skin seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, and the edges of his face flickered, almost like a bad video signal. It was the same glitching effect I would seen on Leo, and behind him, indistinct, shadowy forms, more faces, more smiles, all fixed, all alien, all glitched. They were crowded together, pressing against the glass, their silent, observing presence filling the entire window frame. They were all looking in, at us. Oh my God, Sarah whimpered, seeing them too. The knife clattered from her hand, falling to the floor with a dull thud. The whispering voices inside the apartment intensified, becoming a deafening roar of static and distorted words. The hum vibrated through me, threatening to tear me apart. The air grew colder, a chilling, unnatural cold that seeped into my bones. One of the glitched faces at the window, the one that looked most like Mark, slowly, deliberately, raised a hand. Its fingers, long and slender, were pressed against the glass. And then, it slowly, almost tenderly, began to trace the outline of my face from where I stood. A mirror image on the other side of the glass. It was not just observing anymore. It was touching. It was reaching. They are touching the glass. I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. They are touching me. Then, the whispers outside the window grew clearer, cutting through the internal hum and static, not from the Mark face, but from the collective, a chorus of distorted voices, speaking in unison, in that same flat, synthetic tone. We want to play. And then, one of the glitched faces, not Mark's, but another one, seemingly pulled from some forgotten memory of a stranger, pressed his entire face against the glass. Its mouth opened, impossibly wide, revealing not teeth, but a swirling vortex of static and light. And from that void, a sound erupted, a high-pitched, piercing shriek that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. It was not a human scream. It was a sound of pure, digital agony, of a system breaking down. The glass of the window vibrated violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across it, not from impact, but from the sheer force of the sound. The hum inside the apartment reached a fever pitch, and the whispers became an unbearable scream. Sarah grabbed me, pulling me back, away from the window, away from the terrifying spectacle. We have to get out. We have to go. But where? Where could we go? The front door was compromised. The windows were filled with glitched faces. We were trapped The glass groaned, threatening to shatter. The faces outside pressed closer, their distorted smiles widening, their black eyes fixed on us. They were not just observing anymore. They were breaking through. Suddenly, a new sound, a loud, sharp crack from the front door. Not a knock, not a jiggle, a sound with splintering. They were not just outside the door anymore. They were at the door, and they were at the window. They were everywhere. The fire escape. I screamed, pulling Sarah towards the kitchen window, which thankfully did not have glitched faces pressed against it. It led to a small, rusty fire escape, our only chance. We fumbled with the lock, our hands shaking so violently it was almost impossible. The sounds from the front door grew louder, more splintering wood, a sickening groan of metal. The window in the living room was now a mosaic of cracks, the glitched faces peering through the fractured glass, their smiles wider, more triumphant. Finally, with a desperate shove, Sarah forced the kitchen window open. A blast of cold, clean air hit us, a stark contrast to the metallic, humming terror of the apartment. Go, go, I urged, pushing Sarah out onto the narrow metal platform. She scrambled down the rusty ladder, her movements clumsy with fear. I followed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. As I swung my leg over the sill, I risked one last glance back into the apartment. The living room window was now completely shattered, shards of glass scattered across the floor, and standing in the gaping hole, silhouetted against the dim city lights, was Mark. His fixed smile was still there, but now his form was flickering violently, like a broken hologram. And behind him, pouring into the apartment through the shattered window, were dozens of those shadowy, glitched figures. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, their forms constantly shifting, their whispers now a physical presence in the air. And at the front door, which was now hanging precariously off its hinges, stood Leo. His face was a kaleidoscope of static and pixels, his eyes glowing with an eerie, internal light. He was not smiling. He was just staring, and from his glitched mouth, a single, clear, synthetic word echoed through the now breached apartment. Welcome. I scrambled down the fire escape, my hands raw, my legs burning. Sarah was already on the ground, waiting for me, her face streaked with tears. We did not look back. We just ran into the night, into the unknown, away from the hum, away from the whispers, away from the glitched faces. But as we ran, I could still feel their eyes on my back. I could still hear the echoes of their synthetic voices. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was not over. This was just the beginning. They had found us. They had welcomed us. And now, the game had truly begun. Last time, Sarah and I were trapped in our own apartment. But it was not our apartment anymore. It was a twisted, fractured mess, like a video game level corrupted by a virus. And they were there, glitched, distorted figures that looked like my friends, Leo and Mark, but their faces were wrong, their movements jerky, unnatural. They were playing a game, a horrifying game of cat and mouse. And Leo, he was right there, a pixelated grin splitting his face, his hand reaching out, his voice a garbled mess of static, and my name. Then, just as his fingers brushed my arm, I woke up. You know that feeling, that gut-wrenching lurch when you snap awake from a truly awful nightmare. Your heart's pounding, your breath is ragged, and for a split second, you are still there, in the dream. That is how it was. I shot upright in bed, gasping, my body slick with sweat. My eyes darted around the room, expecting to see the fractured walls, the flickering shadows. But no, everything was normal. Our bedroom, bathed in the soft, gray light of dawn, was exactly as it should be. The dresser, the window, the stack of books on my nightstand all solid. Real. Beside me, Sarah stirred, a soft groan escaping her lips. She sat up too, her eyes wide and unfocused, her hair a wild tangle around her face. She looked at me, then around the room, a mirror of my own confusion and relief playing out on her features. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice hoarse. You had it too. Did not you?" I just nodded, unable to speak, still trying to get my breathing under control. It was not a question. We would shared the nightmare. The same apartment, the same glitch figures, the same terrifying game. It was a bizarre, unsettling connection, like we were both plugged into the same horrifying server. Leo marked, she trailed off, shuddering. They were so wrong. "Yeah, I managed," my voice still a little shaky, like their code was corrupted or something, like they were trying to break out of the screen. We sat there for a long time, just trying to process it, trying to convince ourselves it was just a dream. The morning light slowly brightened, painting the room in pale yellows and blues, pushing back the lingering shadows of the nightmare. We talked about it, trying to piece together the fragmented horror, finding solace in the shared experience. It felt like a weight lifting, like we would survive something together. We even managed a weak laugh, the kind that is half relief, half hysteria, about how we probably should not watch so many weird YouTube videos before bed. But even as we tried to rationalize it, a cold knot remained in my stomach. It had been too real, too vivid, and the feeling of Leo's distorted hand reaching for me, it still prickled on my skin. We eventually got out of bed, moving slowly, like we were still shaking off the residual fear. The apartment felt smaller. Somehow, the familiar furniture, the photos on the walls, they seemed to watch us. Maybe it was just the aftermath of the dream, but I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted, that the edges of our reality had been frayed. Sarah went to the kitchen to make coffee, and I started getting ready for work, try to force myself back into the mundane routine. I showered, shaved, and then reached for my phone on the nightstand. I needed to check my emails, maybe distract myself with some news. But as I picked it up, Sarah called from the kitchen. "Hey, can I borrow your phone for a second?" she asked. "Mine's dead, and I need to check something for work really quick." Yeah, sure," I said, a little too quickly. My stomach did a weird flip. It was a completely innocent request, a common occurrence between us. But for some reason, a wave of panic washed over me. I tried to push it down. "It is fine," I told myself. "There is nothing on there." I handed it to her, my hand feeling strangely clammy. She took it, swiping it open. I watched her over the top of my phone, pretending to be engrossed in my own notifications. She navigated to the browser, typed something in, and then paused. Her thumb hovered over the screen. Then she scrolled up and up and up. I saw her eyes narrow, just a fraction. A tiny wrinkle appeared between her brows. My breath caught in my throat. "What is this?" she asked, her voice quiet, too quiet. My blood ran cold. I knew, instinctively, what she was looking at. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. I tried to play it off, to sound casual, but my voice came out strained. "What is what?" She did not look up. Her thumb moved again, slowly, deliberately, scrolling through my photo gallery. Her face, which had moments ago been soft with the lingering fear of our shared nightmare, hardened into something I would never seen before. Disbelief, confusion, and then a dawning horror. These pictures, she said, her voice barely a whisper, but it cut through the air like a knife. These are of me. I froze, every muscle in my body locked up. My mind raced, trying to conjure an explanation. A lie, anything. But there was nothing, just the sickening truth. She finally looked up, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, her face pale. She held the phone out to me, her hand trembling so violently that the device shook. And there they were, dozens of them, not just a few accidental shots, not blurry candids from a party. These were stalker photos, photos of her, taken from a distance, through windows, across streets, from parked cars. Sarah walking her dog in the park, weeks before we would officially met. Sarah getting groceries, her hair tied up in a messy bun. Sarah laughing with her friends in an outdoor cafe, completely unaware she was being watched. Sarah sitting on her porch, reading a book, the late afternoon sun catching her profile, each one meticulously framed, clear, zoomed in, a chilling, intimate collection of moments she would thought were private. These are from weeks ago. She choked out, her voice breaking. Before our first date, before I even knew you existed, the silence in the room was deafening, suffocating. My carefully constructed world, the one where I was just a normal guy, a good boyfriend, a partner who shared a nightmare with her, crumbled into dust. The dream of glitched figures and a terrifying game suddenly felt like a prelude, a warning, a metaphor for the real horror I had been hiding. The monster was not a pixelated distortion. It was me. I can explain. I stammered, my voice cracking. It was a pathetic, desperate attempt. What explanation could there possibly be? Oh, I just happened to be following you for weeks, documenting your life without your knowledge, because I thought you were pretty. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. Sarah recoiled, taking a step back, clutching the phone like it was a venomous snake. Her eyes scanned my face, searching for something, anything, that could explain this, that could make sense of the betrayal. But all she saw was my panic, my guilt, my shame. Explain what? She hissed, her voice rising now, laced with a raw, visceral fear. Explain why you have pictures of me, hundreds of them, taken when I did not even know your name. Explain why you were watching me, stalking me. I tried to reach for her, to touch her arm, to somehow soothe the terror I had unleashed. Sarah, please, just listen. It is not what you think. Do not touch me, she shrieked, flinching away as if my hand was fire. Her eyes were wide, darting around the room, assessing, calculating. She was looking for an escape. The terror in her eyes was like a physical blow, worse than any punch. It was the absolute, complete shattering of trust. My mind raced, a chaotic mess of fear and self-preservation. I had to make her understand. I had to make her stay. I saw you. I blurted out, the words tumbling out without thought. You were just so captivating. I did not mean any harm. I just wanted to know you. Her laugh was harsh, broken, sound, devoid of humor. Know me. You knew what I wore on Tuesdays. You knew when I walked my dog. You knew my favorite coffee shop. You did not want to know me. You wanted to own me. The accusation stung, partly because it was true, partly because it was a truth I had desperately tried to bury. I had meticulously crafted an image of myself for her, a charming, normal guy who just happened to meet her by chance. The truth was, our meeting was not chance at all. I had engineered it, meticulously planned it. After weeks of observing her routine, I knew where she worked, where she hung out, what she liked. I had made sure to be at the right place, at the right time, to bump into her. No, Sarah, that is not it. I pleaded, my voice cracking. I fell in love with you. Even before I knew you. It was a crush, a really intense crush. I was shy. I did not know how to approach you. It sounded so pathetic, so desperate, and it was, but in my twisted mind, it was the truth. My love was real, was not it. My feelings for her were genuine. I had genuinely fallen for the person I would watch, the person I would piece together from hundreds of stolen moments. But her face told me she was not buying it. Her fear was palpable, a suffocating presence in the room. She was looking at me now not as her boyfriend, but as a stranger, a predator, a monster. You are sick, she whispered, her voice trembling. You are absolutely sick. She turned, clutching the phone, and made a dash for the door. Panic exploded in my chest. No, no, she could not leave. Not now. Not after everything. Not after I had finally gotten her. Sarah, wait. I lunged, not thinking, just reacting. My hand shot out, grabbing her arm. My grip was tighter than I intended, fueled by adrenaline and a primal fear of losing her. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound that echoed in the small apartment. She struggled, twisting in my grasp, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The phone flew from her hand, skidding across the hardwood floor and coming to rest near the kitchen entrance. Let go of me, she shrieked, clawing at my hand, her nails raking against my skin. Please, Sarah, just listen. I begged, my voice hoarse. Do not go. I can explain everything. I love you. You do not love me, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. You do not even know me. You just watched me. Her words hit me like a physical blow. The truth of them was undeniable, crippling. I did love her, but it was a love built on shadows and stolen glimpses, not on shared experiences and genuine connection. I had built a fantasy around her, and now that fantasy was crumbling, revealing the ugly, diseased foundation beneath. She managed to wrench free, stumbling backward, her eyes still fixed on me with a mixture of horror and disgust. My hand throbbed where her nails had dug in, but I barely registered the pain. All I could see was her fear, her desperate need to escape. She backed away, slowly, cautiously, toward the front door. I am calling the police, she vowed, her voice trembling but firm. I am going to tell them everything. The words hit me like a splash of ice water. The police, arrest, jail, my life, ruined, and Sarah, gone forever. The thought was unbearable. A cold, desperate resolve settled over me. I could not let that happen. I could not lose her. Not after all this. No, I said, my voice low, dangerous even to my own ears. You are not. I moved towards her, slowly, deliberately. She gasped, her eyes widening further, her back hitting the closed front door. She fumbled with the lock, her fingers shaking too much to turn the deadbolt. Stay away from me, she screamed, pushing against the door, as if she could force it open with sheer willpower. Sarah, please, I pleaded, my voice taking on a desperate, pleading tone, though my movements contradicted my words. Do not do this. We can fix this. We can talk. There is nothing to talk about, she cried. You are insane. Her words, you are insane, echoed in my head. The glitched figures from the dream, Leo and Mark, their faces distorted, their voices garbled. Were they me? Was I the glitch? Was my mind the corrupted code? The game they were playing was at this. The terrifying dance between predator and prey, the one I had unknowingly initiated weeks ago. I reached the door, blocking her escape. Her breath hitched, her chest heaved. I could see the frantic terror in her eyes, the raw, animal instinct to flee. Sarah, listen, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Rational, but it was hard. My own heart was pounding like a drum. Just think, if you go, everything we have built, it is gone. I love you. I swear to God. I love you. This is not love, she spat, tears streaming down her face. This is obsession. This is sick. You do not know the first thing about love. Something snapped inside me. Her words, her rejection, her absolute disgust, it was too much. All the careful planning, all the weeks of watching, all the effort to make her fall for me, to make her mine, it was all for nothing. It was all crumbling. The apartment, which had moments ago seemed normal, now felt like the dream again. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken dread. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to shift. Was it my imagination? Or did the light flicker? Just for a second, I remembered the nightmare. The way the walls had seemed to breathe, the way the furniture had contorted. And I remembered Leo's glitched face, his distorted grin. He was playing a game. Was I playing a game? Or was I just a pawn? You do not understand. I whispered, my voice flat, devoid of emotion now. You can't leave. Not now. Not after I found you. Her eyes, wide with horror, darted past me, towards the kitchen, towards a phone. I knew what she was thinking. She was planning. She was going to make a break for it. Grab the phone. Call for help. And I knew I could not let her. A primal instinct took over. The same instinct that drove the glitched figures in my dream. The same corrupted code that made them relentless. I had to stop her. I lunged, grabbing her arm again, pulling her away from the door. She screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound that tore through the silence of the apartment. She fought back, kicking, scratching, her small frame surprisingly strong in its desperation. Let me go, she shrieked, her voice raw. I dragged her away from the door, towards the living room, away from any potential escape route. She was a whirlwind of flailing limbs and terrified sobs. I felt her nails rake across my face, leaving stinging trails of blood, but I barely noticed. My focus was absolute, singular. I had to keep her here. I had to make her understand. We stumbled, falling onto the carpet, a tangled mess of limbs. She tried to scramble away, crawling frantically towards the kitchen, towards a dropped phone. No, I roared, my own voice sounding, alien, guttural. I grabbed her ankle, pulling her back. She cried out, a sound of pure anguish. The room seemed to spin. The air felt thick, heavy, like static electricity before a storm. My head throbbed. The images from the dream flashed before my eyes, the broken furniture, the flickering lights, Leo's pixelated face. Was it all coming true? Was the apartment really tearing itself apart around us? Or was it just me? Was my mind finally breaking, manifesting the horror I had kept hidden for so long. He scrambled over here, pinning her down. Her eyes were wide, staring up at me, not with anger or betrayal anymore, but with profound, soul-shattering terror. She stopped fighting, her body going limp beneath me, trembling uncontrollably. Her sobs were quiet now, choked, despairing. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please do not do this." Looking down at her, at the raw, visceral fear in her eyes, something shifted within me. The adrenaline, the panic, the desperate need to control began to recede, replaced by a chilling realization. This was not love. This was a nightmare. And I was the monster. The glitched figures in the dream. Leo and Mark. Their movements jerky and unnatural. Their faces distorted. They were not just my friends. They were the warped reflections of my own obsession, my own twisted desires, the game they were playing. The terrifying chase, it was the game I had been playing with Sarah. Slowly, meticulously, for weeks. And now, the game had reached its climax. I was breathing heavily, my chest heaving. My hands were still on her shoulders, pinning her, but the strength had gone out of my grip. My eyes scanned her face, the tear tracks, the fear, the utter hopelessness. And in that moment, I saw myself reflected in her terror, a distorted, monstrous version of the man I thought I was. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by Sarah's soft, broken whimpers. I could feel the blood pounding in my ears, a frantic rhythm that matched the erratic beat of my own heart. The apartment was still, unmoving, but the air was thick with a residue of her fear, of my monstrous reveal. I slowly, very slowly, released her shoulders. My hands, which had felt so strong, so purposeful just moments ago, now felt alien, stained. I pushed myself back, away from her, crawling backwards until my back hit the wall. She lay there, not moving, just staring at me with those wide, terrified eyes. Her chest still heaved, but her sobs had died down to quiet, shuddering breaths. She did not try to run. She did not try to scream. She just watched me, a broken bird trapped in a cage. And I watched her, the woman I had obsessed over, stalked, loved in my own twisted way, the woman I had terrified beyond words. The room was quiet, unnervingly so. No glitched figures appeared. No walls tore apart. No static filled the air. But the horror was still there, palpable, suffocating, because the monster was not a glitch in a dream. The monster was real, and it was me. I do not know how long we stayed there, locked in that silent, horrifying tableau. Time ceased to have meaning. All I knew was a cold, hard reality of what I had done, what I had become. The dream was over, but the nightmare had just begun. And it was a nightmare I had created, not for Sarah, but for myself. A nightmare from which there would be no waking up.